Chapter 811, 811. Chapter 811c. Every ultimate knowledge involved the territory of the gods. The prerequisite to learning them was an extremely high intelligence. Han Xiao did not choose the energy branch, mechanical life tinder, just to activate King's Mentor. It was also because this ultimate knowledge had a very wide application range. Compared to the virtual technology ultimate knowledge, mechanical life tinder was more useful for him now. As the complex knowledge flew into his mind, images flashed before Han Xiao's eyes. On the desolate black earth, a man planted a mass of metal. As time passed, mechanical cities rose from the ground, and metal spread out on the surface extremely quickly and replaced the black soil. Countless blue, well-dressed beings kneeled on the ground. Their minds entered mechanical bodies through pipes one after another, leaving their physical bodies behind. In a rift under the ground, countless scrap parts scattered around in the darkness. One day, a golden streak of lightning landed from outside the sky right onto the waste mechanical parts, and a golden energy wave expanded. The scrap mechanical parts were united into one by an invisible force, forming a rough mechanical life. These are the origins of mechanical lives. All kinds of images flashed past as Han Xiao's understanding deepened. Machines were initially just tools that countless races learned to use and build as their civilizations grew. There were countless races in galaxy, but mechanical lives born from nature were almost non-existent. Most of them were artificially built. Some races built mechanical soldiers for war, which led to mechanical lives. Some left their weak body behind and became mechanical lives to get through a disaster. Some races lacked the ability to move themselves, so they created mechanical lives as slaves. Beyond grade A mechanics were the peak of creating mechanical lives. As the knowledge learning was complete, Han Xiao took a deep breath and slowed down his mind. He looked at the new abilities on the interface. Ultimate Knowledge Possessor was the talent rewarded when learning the first ultimate knowledge, and Mechanical Life Creator was the talent given by Mechanical Life Tinder. Han Xiao then looked at the new ability, Tinder Awakening. This was the most important one. With a thought in his mind, the hovering guards behind him trembled and flew in front of him. They assembled with cracking sounds into a human-shaped mechanical soldier. It had silver alloy armor and a streamlined body, and cannon barrels were embedded in its palms, knees, shoulders, and head. Psionic blue light emitted from within the armor's gaps. It had a very heavy futuristic vibe. This was one of the elite mechanical soldiers that Han Xiao could build. Its name was Hovering Fissionist. It could both act as his hovering guard and assemble into a mechanical soldier. It was an orange, high-level machine. This Hovering Fissionist was controlled by the Combat Artificial Intelligence, Sparta. It stood still before Han Xiao. Let's see its effects. Buzz. Han Xiao raised his palm, clenched his fist, and used King's Mentor. A mass of blue and gold mechanical force appeared in his palm and made cracking sounds like a thunder cloud. The next moment, this mass of mechanical force dashed onto the Hovering Fissionist, turning into electric sparks on its mechanical surface. Then, they entered through the gaps between the Hovering Fissionist's armor and fused into its energy furnace. Han Xiao did not stop there. Another mass of mechanical force appeared in his palm and entered the Hovering Fissionist. It was machinery fusion. After that, Han Xiao activated Tinder Awakening. Gold light shot out from his eyes. A bright gold sphere of mechanical force appeared on his hand. It was blinding. Although Tinder Awakening did not have a cooldown, it could only be used on targets already enhanced by King's Mentor and Machinery Fusion. And these two abilities had cooldowns. These three abilities, in addition to Emperor's Gift, were the complete set of abilities to create a mechanical life. Han Xiao extended his hand forward. Bright gold mechanical force flowed into the Hovering Fissionist. His health, stamina, and energy immediately decreased a huge chunk. Having lost half his health and energy instantly, he felt extremely weak. This ability is really tiring to use. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Ever since I became a beyond grade A super, this should be the most health I've ever lost in a single instance. He exhaled and let his body slowly recover, staring at the hovering fissionist before him. Ding! Suddenly, the light from the energy of the hovering fissionist became much brighter. The next second, the mechanical parts on it moved on their own. The armor plates on its surface opened and closed like scales. Clank! Han Xiao could feel that the hovering fissionist was going through a change on the microscopic level. Countless nanograde silica-based neural fibers grew extremely quickly in its body. The parts on its body gradually turned into an organic whole. The electrical sparks of a mind ignited in its chip, forming special thinking organs and fundamental logic. Energy flowed through its entire body and fueled this change. Bang! It was as if something in the hovering fissionist had awoken and ignited the tinder of life. This lasted quite a while before the light emitted from the hovering fissionist returned to normal. Han Xiao sized it up and said, "Sparta, give me the inspection report." Inspection complete. A new consciousness has been born in this unit. It's very young and is trying to communicate with me. I temporarily closed its network port. What should I do now? Please give the order, Master. Sparta appeared in the quantum network and spoke with a serious and formal tone, completely different from how lively Philip was. Build a data firewall around its consciousness first, and check its fundamental logic to see if an order to never betray me is fixed. Open its network port and filter some information for it to download. Han Xiao gave the order and slapped Hovering Fissionist to deal some damage, triggering the combat information. Hovering Fissionist's attributes appeared on the interface. There was no longer the equipment introduction but the attributes of a character. The race was shown to be mechanical life and its level was as high as LV-185. Could level up like normal creatures. Its armor value became its health, and its various parameters became its other attributes. Its weapons and parts became many talents and abilities that had growth potential. It has become a living unit. Sparta, let it control its own body. Sparta responded and temporarily stopped controlling the Hovering Fissionist. Hovering Fissionist shivered. His tensed body seemed to have relaxed. It then stretched his head around as if it was adapting to the vision provided by its senses. It raised its palm and touched its face. Felt completely different. When the combat artificial intelligence controlled all the mechanical soldiers at once, although their movements were not stiff, they did not make any unnecessary movements and were objects that only followed orders. When control was given back to the Hovering Fissionist, its movement felt immediately lively. It had become a living being that could think, doubt, and move on its own will. Philip and Sparta were artificial intelligence. Their nature was different compared to mechanical lives. Mechanical lives' individual consciousness was equivalent to their freedom and soul. They had emotions and feelings. However, that consciousness was born from the circuits in their chips, so they did not have the general soul. Hence, they were immune to normal psychic and mind attacks. To the mechanical lives, only the virtual mechanics attacks were considered mind attacks, as they could hack into the consciousness of mechanical lives and rewrite their fundamental logic. Han Xiao had preset the ordering logic of Hovering Fissionist to be one level lower than his artificial intelligence, so orders from his artificial intelligence were like military orders that could not be disobeyed. Hovering Fissionist looked around. It turned to look at Han Xiao and said in a wondering tone, Master. It used the universal language. Han Xiao nodded. He then walked around it once and sized it up from head to toe. Hovering Fissionist stood still, but its head turned 360 degrees to keep looking at Han Xiao. It was filled with the ignorance and doubts of a newborn baby. Why does it feel a little creepy? Han Xiao asked, Is there anything you want to ask? Want to ask? Hovering Fissionist said word by word as if its consciousness circuits were quickly working. After some thinking, it then asked, Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? Okay, the ultimate 3 questions. Han Xiao thought it was funny. He then shook his head and said, Sparta, open its network port and send it data. The next moment, Hovering Fissionist's movements stopped. An enormous stream of data relating to the universe, life, and combat entered its consciousness and was quickly digested. It skipped the ignorant stage of a newborn instantly. It stayed silent for a while before suddenly getting down on one knee and changing the way it spoke. Your Excellency Black Star, my creator, Its voice system simulated a respectful tone. Han Xiao raised his brows, thought for a moment, and asked, "Now, do you know who you are?" "My name is Psionic Prime." It gave itself a name. "Psionic Prime? Why don't you call yourself Optimus Prime?" Han Xiao complained in his mind. "You're the first mechanical life I've created. Show me your strength." Ka. Psionic Prime moved and tested weapons one after another. It disassembled into singular hovering guards and flew around like butterflies before assembling again. Its combat style was extremely swift and flashy. Mechanical lives had a very high application level to their own bodies. They could acquire abilities on their own and fix them on their character information interfaces. Han Xiao's mechanical force bonus was effective on it as well. Psionic Prime was stronger than it was before Tinder Awakening. "Come back." After some testing, Han Xiao gave an order, and Psionic Prime automatically disassembled into hovering guards and floated around him obediently. Not bad. Han Xiao was satisfied and started planning in his head. He could only create mechanical lives with self-growth potential using the set of abilities including Tinder Awakening, King's Mentor, and others, so its efficiency was limited, only creating elite and mini-boss units over time. As for the majority of mechanical soldiers, Han Xiao was not planning to turn them into mechanical lives. One reason for this was the efficiency limit. He had to turn the high-level machinery first. Another reason was that the casualties of those mechanical soldiers were too high, so its long-term effect would be inferior compared to high-level machinery. After turning into mechanical lives, their growth potential is increased tremendously, and they are even able to grow into mechanical civilizations. Manison has some mechanical civilizations under his command. Han Xiao pondered. He could imitate this and let his mechanical lives develop into civilizations. If he had a mechanical civilization under his command, they would automatically operate, reproduce, and create offspring, which meant that they would provide him with a continuous source of soldiers. The only problem was that this was extremely time-consuming. However, his lifespan and the time between version updates were both very long, so this was not a huge problem. Or can I take someone else's mechanical civilization? Han Xiao got rid of this thought as soon as it came up. He thought it was better not to create enemies everywhere. Steady and firm, that was the great mechanic Han's personality. Having learned an ultimate knowledge, Han Xiao was content and had a smile on his face. He walked out of the workshop and saw a few people immediately. Gila and the Black Star Guards were all waiting at his door. "What are you guys doing here?" Han Xiao looked around and then fixed his eyes on Hadavi. This guy stood at the front of everyone else and had a mysterious smile on his face. Hadavi took out a deck of Wayne cards and showed Han Xiao the top card. "Look, your card has been updated again." Han Xiao looked at it. This was the strong card with his image on it. Black Star Han Xiao. It was finally updated to become a Beyond Grade A, as well as the Crimson Dynasty ally trait. Its description also included his fight with Heber and Psyker, and its card effects were greatly increased. "Isn't that just a matter of time? Did you guys come all the way just to show me this?" Han Xiao was speechless. With his position, how could the Wayne Card Company not update his card? Hadavi chuckled and skillfully moved his fingers to fan the cards. Han Xiao looked through it and raised his brows. These cards were Gila, Phidon, and the others. They were now marked as Black Star Guards. Like the Bloodshed Lands Vanguard officials, they had their own cards. One of the reasons he had formed the Black Star Guards was to make Gila and the others famous. Now, this goal was achieved. The Black Star Guards' name became their identity, and they were now famous, so they came to share this piece of good news with Han Xiao. "That's not bad. Congratulations on becoming known in the universe." Han Xiao smiled and casually rubbed Phidon's shoulders, which led to Chen Xing rolling her eyes. This time, Aurora spoke with her crispy voice. "Uncle, one more thing. There's someone special here to see you." "Who?" "Someone from the dynasty." "No, that guy calls himself the ruler of Sodrian. His name is Troy." "Sodrian's ruler?" Sodrian was the novice planet of the Constellation Corridor players in version 1.0. Due to its ruler being involved in sensitive political matters, the ruler was treated as a traitor. The ruler then escaped with his fleet and hid from everyone, still not captured till today. What is this guy doing here? Han Xiao was curious. Troy was the only one in the conference room, and he seemed to have a lot on his mind. He was a tall humanoid. His yellow hair was tied into a foreign-style braid. His eyes were sharp, and his nose was a pair of small holes in the middle of his eyes. He was not considered to be ugly-looking, just quite old. He had 2 hands and 2 legs but no tail. He had a pair of large wings behind his back with yellow feathers on them. Will Black Star help me? Troy's eyes flashed. He escaped with his fleet and had been chased by the star system civilization till now. The situation was not looking very bright. If this continued, he would be captured by the star system civilization sooner or later. Due to the political secrets that he was involved in, Troy knew that if he was captured, his fate would be worse than death. Just as he was being extremely anxious about his future, he received the news about the Black Star Army building a subdivision and recruiting manpower on a large scale on planet Gilman. Suddenly, he saw some hope and felt that Black Star Army might be able to help him. He just had to join the Black Star Army and follow the Army's fleet to borrow the Crimson Dynasty Stargate, leave the Central Galaxy, and take refuge in the Shattered Star Ring. That way, he would be safe. Troy initially wanted to hide his identity while joining the army and secretly smuggle his way out of the Central Galaxy. However, he thought about it and felt that the risk of being discovered by a Beyond Grade A was too high, and he would very likely be discovered. By then, he would lose even this opportunity. Therefore, he felt that it was better to request to see Black Star, explain the situation, and sincerely make his proposal to convince Black Star to help them. In his eyes, the only way he could rise again was to leave the Central Galaxy and return in the future to take revenge on his political enemies. When he thought of how his political enemies had destroyed what he had been working on for so many years, Troy's expression became more furious and full of hatred. He was now a traitor and would never be able to return to his civilization. The only thing he could do was flee. If he ever got the chance, he would destroy his political enemies everything without hesitation and take revenge on the civilization that kept hunting him down. Swoosh! The sound of the door opening broke Troy's train of thought. He hastily stood up and looked at Han Xiao with admiration. Your Excellency Black Star, Troy hastily greeted respectfully and introduced himself, deliberately acting trepidatious. I've heard about you. You're now a rebel. What do you want from me? Han Xiao asked. Well, Troy took a deep breath and used the sincere tone that he had practiced 100 times to explain the situation in words he had prepared long beforehand. freewebnov.com. Basically, he was saying that he was framed by his political enemy and misunderstood by his civilization. In order to protect himself, he could only resist and escape, which forced him to become a rebel. He wanted to join the Black Star Army and work for the army, in exchange for an opportunity to take refuge in the Shattered Star Ring. I see. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and sized Troy up. Suddenly, he seemed to have recalled something, and the look on his face became strange. Chapter 8:12 Stealing Leaks Makes Me Happy. Chapter 8:12 Stealing Leaks Makes Me Happy. Looking at Troy's trepidatious and respectful expression, Han Xiao chuckled and asked, So what you mean is, the reason you're in this situation today is all because you were framed, and that you're innocent? Troy swallowed his saliva and said, I was tricked by my political enemy. They framed me for many crimes. Han Xiao gave a long, oh, not expressing whether he believed Troy's explanation and said, So now you want to take refuge under my command and let me protect you? Troy said cautiously, I won't dare to ask for your protection. All I'm asking for is for you to allow me to follow the Black Star Army's fleet and leave the Central Galaxy through the Stargate. I'm wanted by a star system civilization. I can't use any Stargates without anyone's help. Han Xiao laughed and shook his head. All the civilizations in the Constellation Corridor are ruled by the Dynasty. Don't you know I'm the Dynasty's ally? You're now a wanted criminal of a civilization under the Dynasty's ruling. It's already kind of me to not capture you right here, but you still want me to bear the risk and bring you to the Shattered Star Ring? All you have are words, yet you want me to help you for free. Do I look like philanthropists to you? No, you're mistaken. Troy quickly waved his hands and said, Although I do want to take refuge here, my intention to join the Black Star Army is sincere. Your rise in the Shattered Star Ring has spread across the universe, I've admired you for a very long time. If you don't mind, I'm willing to work for you and be loyal to you in the future. Oh! Han Xiao placed his elbows on the table and his palms crossed before his nose, stared at Troy and said slowly, "You said you're innocent? Do you think I believe that? Your ambitions failed and you wanted to buy a civilization, so you want me to back you up and use my name to pay the cost of your failure for you. Do you think there are such great things in the world?" In fact, this guy was not innocent at all. In the years he ruled Sodrian, he secretly planned a lot of conspiracies to obtain more power. When these things got exposed, he became a rebel to the civilization. His political enemies did indeed exaggerate some of the things he did, but he was no saint either. The situation Troy explained to Han Xiao was not completely untrue. He just changed some of the reasoning behind them and deliberately kept the factors regarding his own ambitions a secret, and did not tell the whole truth. He wanted to put the blame on others and make his crimes seem less severe, so he would look like he was forced and helpless, which he delusionally hoped would lower Han Xiao's suspicion towards him. However, this was completely ineffective to Han Xiao. Sodrian was the earliest novice planet in the constellation corridor. With so much information the players had dug up, Han Xiao knew what happened all too well. Troy could not hide it from him at all. Furthermore, Han Xiao had searched through the forums and found a hidden mission in the Galaxy Chronicles recorded by the Constellation Corridor players. When Troy was retreating and fleeing, he arranged people to plant high-energy explosives in the political building of Sodrian's capital city that was more than enough to wipe out more than 10 streets. He completely ignored the civilian casualties and was extremely cruel. However, this triggered the player's hidden mission and the trap was destroyed by the players. This was more than enough to prove that Troy was nothing but a cruel and heartless man who would have his revenge no matter the means and the unnecessary casualties. Under the stare of Han Xiao's eyes, Troy's expression stiffened. He was anxious, if not because he had no other way out, he would not have taken such a desperate measure. He clenched his teeth, let go of all his pride and suddenly prone before Han Xiao. In the universally accepted cultural standards, this position represented complete obedience. With your position, who dares to lie to you? It's my fault for not saying things clearly and causing your misunderstanding. I am sorry. Please save my life. I'm willing to forever work for you. Han Xiao curled his lips in his mind. He knew exactly what Troy was intending to do. It was nothing but an attempt to take refuge after making a huge mistake. Since the army was recruiting, he thought this was his opportunity, so he intended to use sweet words to convince him. If not because Troy had a special use to him, he would have let people capture Troy long ago to exchange for the bounty. Han Xiao stood up, glanced at Troy's back of the head and said, "I don't need your loyalty, and I don't need your appreciation even more. I'm too lazy to capture you, so I'll take it as I've never seen you. Get out of my sights right now and don't let me see you again, or else." Whoosh! The door opened and Gila walked in. She stared at Troy coldly and clearly signifying him to piss off. Troy's face was pressed onto the floor and his expression could not be seen. Only after 2 seconds did he stand up and patted his shirt as if he was patting away the non-existent dust. With his head down, his eyes were fixed onto the floor, and he did not dare to look up at Han Xiao's eyes. Under Gila's sharp stare, he walked out of the room step by step silently with clenched fists and was escorted out of the subdivision. After he left, Han Xiao's expression relaxed and turned into an odd smile. I wonder if this will be of use in the future. The great technician Han had a motive to deliberately let Troy leave. As the main storyline NPC of one of the novice planets, Troy still had some storyline on him. According to how things out in the previous life, Troy would barely escape from the chase in the end. Then, since he was a wanted man, he fled into the border of the central galaxy and survived there. Afterward, he was accepted by the Fallen Ark and became one of Esgod's subordinates, but he did not even make it to the officer position. The players only noticed and recorded this because he was once the main storyline NPC of a novice planet. The fact that an important NPC in the early stages became someone so insignificant in the later stages was like an Easter egg to the players, which was why Han Xiao remembered Troy. Therefore, before Han Xiao let Troy leave, he secretly planted a ward on him. Esgod was immune to the Observer's mark, but Troy's appearance gave Han Xiao a flash of insight. If Troy joined the Fallen Ark in the future like he did in the previous life, Han Xiao would be able to monitor God's movements. Although he had no idea when and if this would work out, since it was not a significant plot, Han Xiao was casual about it. After all, he did not have any good way to deal with God yet. It would be great if this ends up working, but it would not be a big deal even if it does not. 40 days passed very quickly. Han Xiao stayed on planet Gilman all along, waiting for the subdivision to recruit more people. During this time, he had been expanding his mechanical army every day, as well as using the new ultimate knowledge to slowly create mechanical lives. Starting with Psionic Prime, he now had 3,000 first-generation mechanical lives under his command. There were a few reasons why he did not create more. Firstly, King's Mentor's cooldown used days as a unit, and this was the prerequisite ability of Tinder Awakening. Secondly, although Tinder Awakening could be used on multiple targets at the same time, its upper limit was not very high. Even at its maximum level, it could only be used on more than 10 targets at once. Furthermore, Han Xiao had discovered that if he used it on multiple targets at the same time, their initial level would not be as high compared to if he used it only on one target. The cost of this ability was the same be it single or multiple targets, so when his energy was spread amongst multiple targets, they naturally received lesser energy individually. Thirdly, his body could not take it if he used it too frequently. This had also made Han Xiao's thoughts about developing a mechanical civilization more firm. The efficiency of creating mechanical lives was not high just with Tinder Awakening. His health and energy recovered fast, but stamina required rest to recover. In comparison, a fully developed mechanical civilization could provide him with a supply of soldiers at a much faster efficiency without him having to put in all these efforts on days on end. In the past 40 days, the recruiting of the planet Gilman subdivision had settled. Freebnovel.com. There were many beyond Grade A organizations in the Central Galaxy, so Black Star Army's appeal here was not as high as compared to back in the Shattered Star Ring. The planet Gilman subdivision had only recruited a little more than 10 million new members, and it was slowing down. Compared to the beyond Grade A organizations in the Central Galaxy, this number was quite low. This was only the beginning for this subdivision. Amongst the new members, about more than 4 million were players, which made up about 85% of all the players in the Constellation Corridor. Through the Army's benefits and the words of mouth on the forums, the majority of the Constellation Corridor players had rushed here to join. In this more than 4 million players, most decided to become members of the mercenary department. There were two types of Army members. One was the full member who obeyed the Army's orders. Another was the semi-members who worked for the Army but had generally complete freedom. Mercenaries were a typical example of the latter. The mercenary system was lenient, and the mercenary department of the Army did not violate the rules of galactic mercenaries. Most of the Constellation Corridor players were here for the benefits, so being mercenaries was a choice with more freedom. They basically had a very simple relationship with the Army of doing things for the Army in exchange for resources. This way their faction would not be locked. Han Xiao was not surprised about this. The players in the other star field had just known his army. He knew that feelings needed time to develop. He gave the Constellation Corridor players more than enough time to make their choices. Amongst the more than 4 million players, 700,000 accepted the Flickering World main storyline mission and requested to go to the Shattered Star Ring with the Army. The majority of the 700,000 players were normal players. The remaining millions of players decided to stay in their birth star field to continue exploring while watching how would things turn out for those that decided to go to the Shattered Star Ring. Han Xiao was able to dig away 700,000 leaks just in the first batch, so he was quite satisfied with this. Today was the day of departure. An enormous Black Star Army transport fleet was ready to leave. All the 700,000 players have already boarded the ships. At this time, players from all the star fields were paying attention to this occasion from the broadcasts on the forums. All the players were interested in the first time a player would cross a star field. This might be an example for them in the future when they get the chance to do the same. Therefore, this became the most watched occasion ever since the Black Star Army's creation. Its popularity amongst the players had broken the record. On the transport ships, the players chatted with excitement. I wonder, what does it feel to travel across star fields? How will it be different from normal stargates? Will the Shattered Star Ring players bully us? Guys, do you think something fun will happen if we jump out of the ship in the Stargate? Guards, that's the guy. Inside the command room of the main ship, Gila leaned against the wall with her arms crossed. Aurora busily operated on the main pilot seat, and Phaidon stood beside her and watched. Hadavi sat on the sofa with a square-shaped blue crystal wine bottle in his hand, gulping down on the mercury-colored wine inside that made him choke and his face blush. Wayne cards were on the table. The rule was to drink if you lost. There was a pile of empty bottles beside his seat. Opposite him was the speechless old man Aesop who was dragged here. Ames stood behind the scenery window with hands behind her back and looked at the fleet around. With Han Xiao, Gila, and Aesop, these people she was close to accompanying her for the past more than a month holiday. She had quite a good time. Han Xiao stood before the star map. The destination was set long ago. When everyone had boarded, he gave out an order to the entire fleet. Depart. Boom! The thrusters shot out flames and the battleships took off. We've finally departed. The many players on the ships were thrilled. The countless people watching on the forums were looking closely too. The fleet slowly headed away from the planet Gilman subdivision and accelerated. Carrying 700,000 leaks, it headed to the Shattered Star Ring. Chapter 813 Ames Rex. Chapter 813 Ames Rex. Shattered Star Ring, Crimson Dynasty Military Stargate Station. The Black Star Army transport ships rode out from the Blue Vortex Stargate one after another. The space energy covering their shields quickly dissipated. We're back. Inside the main ship's command room, Han Xiao exhaled. Despite being prosperous and peaceful, the shadow of the universal civilizations always shrouded over the central galaxy like a mountain, giving him an invisible sense of pressure. Although Shattered Star Ring was rural, he had been here for more than 20 years, and this was the Army's headquarters. He felt calmer and secured here. Ames walked to his side, looked out the universe outside the porthole and said, I had quite a good time traveling with you guys for the past 2 months. Since now we're homed, I shall get going. What's the hurry? Come with us. Floating Dragon recently drifted to another star cluster. We're not along the way. Han Xiao reluctantly nodded and said, All right then, I'll let my men prepare a spaceship for you. By the way, the preparations on Dynasty's side are almost complete. I'll be departing very soon to explore the flickering world. Do you want to come too? There should be much new and interesting stuff there. Ames waved and said, That's the Crimson Dynasty's mission. I shall not go. Aesop rubbed his beard and interrupted, Yesterday, I had a new prophecy that's related to the flickering world. Another prophecy? Han Xiao's eyes sparkled and said with curiosity, Old man, you've helped me with your prophecy ability again? Let me explain. I did not help you particularly. It's just that those people who are close to me will have some kind of fate connection with me, and my ability can randomly sense what might happen to these people in the future. It's like a dream, very blurry. Basically just a feeling. Yesterday, I sensed what might happen to you in the flickering world. Then, Aesop paused and said with a very serious tone, You better be careful about the Arcane Church. The Arcane Church? Have they still not given up taking back the evolution cube? It does indeed seem possible. Han Xiao blinked and realized Aesop did not continue. He wondered, That's it? Don't you have any useful information like time and location or something? Aesop shrugged. Things can change any time since the future is so far ahead. There's no accurate prophecy, just intuition. Got it, I'll keep a lookout and let people keep an eye on the movements of the Star Pupil Holy Race. If the Arcane Church does want to do something to me, Psyker will definitely be part of it. Han Xiao nodded and patted Aesop's shoulder. Oh, by the way, one more thing. Aesop rubbed his beard and said, I heard some Ancient Ones members have been secretly asking around about you. A few of them seems to be interested in you. Han Xiao looked at Aesop from head to toe and said with a doubtful tone, Where did you hear that? I used to be one of them too. What's so weird about me having a few friends? Aesop Tisksked shrugged and said, When I followed you to the Dynasty's capital and met those Dynasty allies, Ravenloudy told the other Ancient Ones about me. Now those guys all know that a former member of the Ancient Ones is now with you in Ames. So some friends contacted me. Having heard what Aesop said, Han Xiao could not help but feel amazed. For someone this ancient like Aesop, both his connections and history were unfathomable. Somehow, Aesop could always obtain information that was extremely rare and inaccessible to most people. Who are the ones that are asking about me? Mechanic Empire, Sun Hunter, Void Overlord. Aesop's voice suddenly got deeper and said with a soft voice, and Thousand Shadows. Other than Mechanic Empire, Han Xiao did not have any contact with the first few ancient ones. Sun Hunter was a cannon master, Void Overlord was a void being, and Han Xiao had no idea why they were asking about him. However, when Aesop mentioned Thousand Shadows, Han Xiao's eyes narrowed immediately. Back then, when they interrogated Thousand Shadows, Shadow Warriors, Aesop was the one who helped. Aesop knew Thousand Shadows once had his eyes on Han Xiao, so he mentioned this to alert him. Phoebnovel.com. Maybe he still wants to capture me or something. He's at the Federation of Light Star Field, so I can't do anything for the time being. I shall wait till I have the chance to deal with him. Han Xiao registered this matter to memory. The mission Prey was still inactive. In the past, he did not know if Thousand Shadows had given up on him, but now, it seemed that this guy had yet to give up. However, he was no longer the calamity grade he was back then, so Thousand Shadows would not be able to capture him so easily. This time, Ames suddenly said softly, Black Star. I've been thinking about something recently and I want to discuss with you. Han Xiao turned to look at Ames and captured a tint of hesitation on her face. This was very rare for Ames, so Han Xiao said curiously, What do you want to discuss with me? Do you want to borrow money? Is 50 million anas enough? Who's borrowing money from you? Do you think I'm that poor? Ames's brow twitched slightly. Actually, I've been thinking about Floating Dragon's development plan recently. Both Han Xiao and Han Zhao's eyes widened immediately. Their faces were filled with complete shock. What happened to you? Is that something you should be thinking about? Am I this unreliable to you? Ames said with resignation. I'm the Floating Dragon's leader. What's so strange for me to think for my organization occasionally? It's not strange for others, but for you. It is indeed strange. Who doesn't know how carefree you are? Han Xiao changed the word he was going to say the last minute and hid his giggle. Ames had never thought about developing her faction all these years, and her slacker image was already deeply rooted in everyone's heart. God knows why she suddenly changed her mind. Stop kidding. I'm serious this time. Han Xiao gave Han Xiao a glare. She never had any passion for growing her organization, but that had lasted for too long and she felt like it was time to make a change. Especially after how she witnessed Han Xiao leading the rise of the Black Star Army for the past 10+ years with her own eyes. With such a positive example, it made her feel a tiny bit interested in growing her forces too. She wanted to imitate Han Xiao and operate the Floating Dragon better. It had nothing to do with her ambition or anything of that sort. Ames mainly saw it as an interesting thing to do. However, of course, Ames was never going to admit to Han Xiao that the things he did were what piqued her interest. All right then, I'll pretend it's serious. Seeing the not-so-friendly expression in Ames' eyes, Han Xiao tried his best not to laugh and waved his hands. Okay, serious. So, you want to develop Floating Dragon? What do you want to discuss with me? Ames stayed silent for a while, then said slowly, Floating Dragon has been drifting in the universe for a very long time. I want to make it stay in one place. Han Xiao pondered for a while, then nodded. Yo, that's quite a good idea. With a fixed location headquarters, it's easier for people to feel confident about Floating Dragon. As a Beyond Grade A, you have an extraordinary amount of appeal. As long as you can turn the image which the Shattered Star Ring Supers have about you around, and show that you're serious about expanding, the number of people who are willing to work for you will definitely be tens and hundreds of times more compared to now. Han Xiao caressed his chin, sized Ames up and joked, Plus, you're so pretty. So your appeal might even be stronger than mine. Ames' expression became odd. She stared at Han Xiao and said in a shocked and doubtful tone, You actually think I'm pretty? What's so strange about that? Han Xiao was confused. He had no idea why Ames had such an exaggerated response. Han Xiao shook his head and went back to the topic. Have you decided on where Floating Dragon should stay at? That's what I wanted to discuss with you. Ames calmed her emotions down, seemed to have hesitated for half a second, then said slowly, I'm planning to let floating dragons stay at Planet Aquamarine. What do you think? Han Xiao was stunned in place. No. Ames raised her brows and gave a faint smile. More than 10 years ago, your mother planet faced a disaster. Through the galactic media channels, you announced that the floating dragon was interested in Planet Aquamarine. Using the floating dragon's name, Planet Aquamarine has received a lot of investments and fundings from a ton of financial groups and has been developing very well. Even Ghidorah allowed the floating dragon's control over Planet Aquamarine. You're not going to go back on your words, are you? Han Xiao shook his head with resignation. During that time, the Black Star Mercenary Group was still a tiny organization that still belonged to the floating dragon. Only through using the floating dragon name was he able to give Planet Aquamarine the opportunity to so quickly step into the galaxy. After he left the floating dragon, the Black Star Army took over the management of Planet Aquamarine. The floating dragon did not say anything about it, so he thought Ames did not mind. Unexpectedly, Ames now suddenly brought it up. Since Planet Aquamarine is a planet ruled by my floating dragon on paper, Ames smiled brightly. Han Xiao's troubled expression made her very delighted. She smiled and said, "Then it should be justifiable for me to choose Planet Aquamarine as the headquarter location for Floating Dragon. Isn't it? Are you going to chase my people away from my mother planet?" Han Xiao was surprised. Planet Aquamarine was the foundation of his seat in the Shattered Star Ring Civilization Conference. There was no way he would give it to anyone else. "Am I such a horrible person to you?" Ames said with a displeased tone. "Don't worry. Just like your army's headquarters, the floating dragon will just be parked outside the planet's atmosphere and will not interfere with Planet Aquamarine's government. That's why I'm discussing it with you." Han Xiao's eyes spun around. If that was the case, not only would it not be a bad thing, but it would be a great thing instead. Throughout all these years, the army headquarters had stayed around Planet Golden Gate. It brought Planet Golden Gate an almost unparalleled chance of development. Its economy, security, and many other aspects had improved tremendously since then, and it became a beyond top-tier prosperous colonial planet of Ghidorah. If Ames did the same, Planet Aquamarine's development speed would rocket instantly as well and indirectly receive tons of resources. Furthermore, with a beyond grade A, Ames as its neighbor, Planet Aquamarine would be massively safer, which would free Han Xiao of many worries. With some thoughts flashing past Han Xiao's mind, he understood what Ames was thinking. The reason for her to choose Planet Aquamarine as the headquarters of the floating dragon was much more than it just being justifiable. He sighed and said, "Looks like I'm going to owe you another favor." "Good that you know," Ames smiled. "All right, I agree. I'll let the army subdivision at Planet Aquamarine to work with you by then. Sylvia and the others will take care of the details." I'll let Jenny settle it." Speaking of Jenny, Han Xiao suddenly thought of something. "By the way, about this, have you told Jenny about it in advance?" "No." The two of them stared at each other's eyes and stayed silent for a moment. So this is indeed a sudden idea. Han Xiao sighed. He actually really thought Ames had seriously considered this, but as it turned out, this was exactly her style. "Ahem. Now that that's settled, I shall get going." Ames dry coughed with her fist covering her lips to hide her awkwardness, then turned around and left immediately. Han Xiao watched as Ames and Aesop boarded the small spaceship and deviated from the fleet, turning into a stream of light and disappeared. He then ordered the fleet to continue advancing back to the army's headquarters. The task of traveling across starfields was completed. Han Xiao opened the forums to see what were the players' responses. When they just passed through the Stargate, the more than 700,000 players inside the fleet did not really react to it much, but instead the Shattered Star Ring players had bigger responses. It was because the players from another starfield had come to their territory and they could not wait to meet them. The first example of players crossing to another starfield had extraordinary meanings. The players from the various starfields recorded this moment in their chronicle posts. Galaxy Calendar, Year 705, March 18th. Led by the Black Star Army, more than 700,000 players left Constellation Corridor and arrived at the Shattered Star Ring. This was the first example of players successfully traveling to another star field in the entire galaxy. The recruitment of players in the Constellation Corridor this time went quite smoothly, and Han Xiao knew exactly why. There were not many factions the players could choose in version 3.0, and he knew what the players needed. Therefore, the Black Star Army was a top-notch faction in this stage and had excellent appeal. As the players' level increases, the number of powerful factions they would be able to choose would increase too. For example, the 3 universal civilizations and beyond star cluster civilizations. By then, the army would not be able to recruit players as easily anymore. This was unavoidable. There would always be people who would want to try out new factions for a new experience. This was also one of the reasons Han Xiao kept expanding his army and increasing its competitiveness. From a certain perspective, it was actually a good thing to choose the rural Shattered Star Ring as its headquarters, as there were fewer direct competitors here. After traveling for more than 10 days, the fleet finally returned to the army's headquarters. Millions of Shattered Star Ring players were gathered in the army headquarters at the moment, looking forward to meeting the foreign Constellation Corridor players. The majority of them were here to rubberneck. The more than 700,000 Constellation Corridor players looked at the army headquarters satellite outside the porthole. Their hearts were filled with excitement. After staying on the ships with anticipation for so many days, they were finally here. Chapter 8:14 Players. I don't want to socialize. Han Xiao, no, you do. Chapter 8:14 Players. I don't want to socialize. Han Xiao, no, you do. The transport spaceships landed on the headquarters docks one after another. As the more than 700,000 Constellation Corridor players stepped onto the headquarters grounds, the millions of army players quickly came. The harbor and the hall were all filled with players. Luckily, the army headquarters satellite was large enough to carry billions of members. This was the first time players from different star fields met outside of professional competitions. Be it the Chinese, Russians, or the Australian players, they all sized each other up in this first meeting. When comparing the two sides, the difference was obvious. The equipment on the more than 700,000 Constellation Corridor players varied broadly in terms of color and models. It looked quite messy. On the millions of army players' side, the color of their equipment and weapons were mainly black and silver. Although their equipment models differed, they were not as messy as the Constellation Corridor players. Most of the army players used the few sets of widely recognized army combat armors with the best performances. They looked like an elite military force and looked neat. The individual tiny differences between them were not that obvious. Furthermore, their equipment all had the Black Star Army symbol on them. After getting down from the ship, some of the more than 700,000 newcomers greeted and talked to the others. Some curiously observed and looked around the headquarters, and some went to communicate with the army NPCs. Generally, they scattered around and familiarized themselves with the headquarters. Vodka and Captain Old Henry brought along their guild officers and looked for the guild leaders of the large Chinese guilds. While the Long Sky Club was in their rented base in the Black Star Army headquarters, the leaders of Sky Territory and Ancient Dynasty, Jade Green Sky and Morning Snow Twilight Frost came to meet the Russian guild officers. It's good to see you, my Chinese friends. I'm the Vice President of Power and Glory, Vodka. Vodka and his friends introduced themselves. Good to see you too, Jade Green Sky smiled and said. The translation function relayed the meaning of his words to Vodka and the others. They chatted casually for a while before getting down to business. The people above told us to build a guild branch here. Some time ago, the guilds on your side and our side have already contacted each other. The people above said that your guilds would provide us with some help in the early stages. Morning Snow Twilight Frost smiled and said, That's right. If I may ask, how many guild members did you bring here to build your guild branch? I brought 12 guild officers, 150 official members, and 1,200 external members, Vodka said. The representatives of the other guilds said their numbers too. All were around 1,000. Being an officer or an official member of the large professional guilds was a proper job. They received salaries for playing the game. As for the external players, some of them were casual volunteers and some were similar to studios. They received bonuses from the clubs as well. For the thousands of you to start guild branches here, the road ahead is quite tough. You have to start from zero in every aspect. You will need to purchase all kinds of tools, items, carriers, which all require money. It's the same for equipment repairs, enhancements, and renewals. Building your bases is quite costly as well, and don't forget about the traveling fees to do missions too. Furthermore, you need to search for channels that can provide stable streams of EXP, materials, and money. The earlier you turn losses into profit, the better, right? Vodka and the rest nodded continuously. To them, operating the guilds was a job. They were here on a mission. Their job performance depended on how well they operated the guild branch. Morning Snow Twilight Frost secretly exchanged looks with Jade Green Sky, smiled and said slowly, "Some time ago, we completed the Black Star Army's main storyline mission, Secret War. Many of us obtained the Army-exclusive honorable title, Secret Warrior. Anyone with this title can enjoy a 10% off discount on any purchases within the Army. Of course, you guys don't have that treatment. Only the Army players who took part in the Secret War had such privileges. This was a limited-time only title. The players who joined later had no chance to obtain it anymore. These guilds who had just come from another star field knew about this long ago through the forums. Of course, they were jealous. You mean, yes, we can provide a channel for you to enjoy that discount. We will purchase products from the Army at 10% off, and we will sell them to your 2 guilds at 3% off. Large guilds like us have more than enough funds and contribution points to fulfill your mass purchase needs. Of course, you can also look for normal players and ask them to help. But there's a risk of getting tricked." Vodka did not give a response. It was clear that Dynasty and Long Sky were planning to profit from the price difference. As the manager of this guild branch, he had to be calculative. Compared to purchasing resources from these Chinese clubs, he was more willing to work with reliable normal Chinese players. He could lend their title to purchase at 10% off and give them some resources from time to time, which would be much cheaper than a mere 3% off. However, Morning Snow Twilight Frost saw right through them and knew exactly what these Russian guild representatives were thinking. He smiled faintly and said, "If you purchase from us, we will provide help to you in other ways too." "In what ways?" "For example, quality mission resources, hidden NPC intel. If you accept some kind of high-difficulty mission, we can provide manpower to help you. Also, we can ensure your safety." "Safety?" Vodka's expression changed. "What do you mean?" "The Shattered Star Ring is the territory which us Chinese clubs have been operating in since many versions ago. The dozens of large guilds and many more medium to smaller guilds have split most of the quality resources here. As outsiders who suddenly arrive to build your guilds, I can't guarantee no other guilds will have conflicts with you. And if it just so happens that you guys will have to fight guild wars with other local guilds, since you're just a guild branch and have very limited manpower, you will be at quite a massive disadvantage. One of the goals those guilds which belonged to clubs had was to provide resources for their professional players, and the large guilds of the various nations were each other's biggest competitors. There was no way the Chinese clubs here would watch other professional clubs peacefully operate their guild branches here. Their higher-ups have already informed these guilds to think of some ways to restrain the developments of those competitors. No matter how rich these foreign clubs were, if there were always people disrupting their missions, robbing their resources and chasing down and killing their members, they would not be able to grow and would always make losses. What Morning Snow Twilight Frost said was a reminder to Vodka and the others, saying that if they did not pay some protection fees to them, there were more than enough people here that could find their troubles. Of course, the Chinese clubs were not too excessive about it. After all, players from all around the world were watching the situation of these first batch of players who have traveled to another star field. As the host, they could not openly bully these newcomers who had absolutely no foundations here. Even though they were competitors, they had to care about how much attention this matter attracted. They did not want the other countries to have a horrible image of the Chinese professional circle, so they still gave a little bit of discount and help, so that it would look like the foreign clubs did not make too much loss on the surface. The normal players, of course, would not be targeted. However, the clubs of the various nations were first and foremost commercial businesses. In order for their business to bloom, they had to rely on the glory of their professional players. While they had to make profits, they also had the hopes of the players on their shoulders. Professional players fought in competitions, and the official guilds had to fight in the game as well. If the Chinese clubs went to another star field to start their guild branches, they would be treated very similarly as well, restricted in many aspects. Vodka and the others exchanged looks, then agreed with resignation. Deep down, however, they did not yield so easily. They secretly decided to look for chances to work with normal players without letting the Chinese clubs know, so they could pay lesser protection fees. On the other side, at the guild base of the Temple of God Guild, The guild president of the other two clubs, Jupiter and Cowherd Star, were having a meeting with the Kangaroo Boxing Guild branch president, Captain Old Henry, and the other Australian guild representatives. They were discussing the exact same thing as what Long Sky and Dynasty were. The four largest clubs had already made agreements behind the curtains to do the same thing. Compared to their plans, this bit of protection fees were just minor profits. To the more than 700,000 newcomers, the army headquarters was their new main city. While they were familiarizing themselves with the environment, Han Xiao had returned to the office of the army commander. The officers who had been managing the headquarters for the past 2 months were reporting to him. Han Xiao leaned on his chair and looked at the group of officers in front of him. "How's the army doing while I wasn't here?" Sylvia took a step forward and reported, "We have digested the gains we made through the last expansions, as well as successfully linked with the business channels of the various allies in the Shattered Star Ring. The Black Star Army's current business range covers more than 10 industries, forming a complete trading system, intelligence system, transportation system, and many others." Reynolds said with a deep voice, "The logistics department has built 126 machinery workshop factories in various locations, making rushed orders of more satellite bases. According to the Army's future blueprint, we will continue to build more divisions in all the 7-star clusters and expand our forces." Haluz nodded and said, "Due to the increase in the number of members and the size of our forces, the Army's fleet is expanding as well. The logistics departments already have a lot of things on their hands that are yet to be completed. So I made orders with the financial groups we're working with, and there are new batches of battleships being built every day." Han Xiao nodded. These were all things he told them to do before he left. He then asked, "Anything else?" Sylvia said a little awkwardly, Our funds are running out." Han Xiao's eyes widened. "We have so many businesses, including the resource planet mining rights from many civilizations. How are we lacking money? The cost of expansion was too high. The current maintenance fee of the army is extremely costly. Plus, the logistics department has been producing at full capacity all the time, which is reducing our funds at quite a terrifying speed. Furthermore, it's the off-season for trading lately. Many of the financial groups working with us have seen decreased sales, so the profit period of the mining of resource planets is extended. Hence, our capital flow is a little tight. Did you not look for the Crimson Dynasty and the Purple Crystal Civilization's men and ask them to send funds? Didn't I tell you that you can look for them whenever we're lacking funds if it's caused by normal operation?" Han Xiao asked. "I did," Sylvia replied with resignation. "They did not reject. They just said that they would only do so when you tell them personally. They only recognize you." "All right then. I'll contact them later." Han Xiao's mouth twitched. These two only recognized him as their ally, which was unavoidable. Although his army was enormous, its true core was still him. "One more thing. You told me to gather the teams needed to explore the flickering world. I've already done so. They're split into many fleets and are now in standby at the various subbases in Colton. Ready to depart anytime," Sylvia said. "Good. Zoel will be hurrying me to get going very soon." Han Xiao gave Sylvia a very satisfied look. The three of them then reported some of the details. Seeing that Han Xiao had no other orders, they relaxed and started casually chatting. "Why didn't I see Loggy? I've returned and my vice captain isn't here to see me. What's he been busy doing?" Han Xiao wondered. He's been busy every day. Either busy playing cards or busy sleeping." Sylvia felt angry whenever Loggy's name was brought up. He then gave her Luz a stare and said, "You too. He has been dragging you to play cards every day. Why don't you ever reject him? What do you know about fun between cardmates?" Haluz snorted. "Don't mention playing cards in front of me," Han Xiao complained. "How has Loggy been teaching Tamar?" Tamar was a protagonist character he brought back, and Han Xiao did not forget about him. "I heard he's learning very fast." Han Xiao nodded, then looked at Reynolds and said with anticipation, "What about my godson? Has he shown any special talent in terms of machinery?" No, Reynolds told the truth. "But he's learning very fast too. He's quite talented on the path of the machinery. I wonder if this will help in getting perfect mechanical sense." Han Xiao waved his hand with resignation. "I'll bring him out in a few days' times, that'll be all." The three of them nodded and left the room. Han Xiao took out his communicator and contacted the Purple Crystal Civilization and the Crimson Dynasty, successfully requested for funds. Zoel also reminded him that the Crimson Dynasty was done preparing their exploration team and told Han Xiao to lead his people to the flickering world's Dawn Star Cluster sometime soon and rendezvous with the dynasty's army. By then, they would officially start to explore the flickering world. After settling the official matters, Han Xiao then looked at how the 700,000 new players were doing in the army's headquarters. These Constellation Corridor players were still familiarizing themselves with the headquarters structure and map. Han Xiao had noticed something. Although these more than 700,000 players have already traveled to another star field, they were still posting on their Constellation Corridor forums page out of habit. Although the players of both sides communicated quite a lot on the forums, only a minority of players interacted with each other in the army's headquarters. Despite all of them being army members, there were still obvious differences between the players of the two star fields. They were not completely avoiding each other, but they were basically playing on their own. This won't do. Han Xiao shook his head. He pondered, then quickly wrote 2 faction missions and gave them out through the faction interface to all the army players. Teach a recruit. Repeatable. Mission Introduction. The most recent expansion of the Black Star Army has brought back new warriors from another star field. The senior members of the army can choose to teach the new members, helping them to get familiar with the tasks in the army quickly. Mission requirements. Team up with 1 or more new warriors, players, from another star field and complete any one army mission. Reward, 100-300 Black Star Army contribution points. Remarks. Only players who have been in the army for more than a year can accept this mission. Consult a veteran. Repeatable. Mission Introduction. As a new member of the Black Star Army, the veterans are the best people to learn from. Go and consult them. Let them help you to know more about the army. Mission requirements. Team up with 1 or more senior warriors, players who have been in the army for more than a year, and complete any one army mission. Reward, 100-300 Black Star Army contribution points. Remarks. Only players who have been in the army for less than a year can accept this mission. Looking at the 2 missions he had just distributed, Han Xiao giggled mischievously. After existing for 3 versions, the army's contribution point had already become a key resource that was just as important as Aina's. No amount was too much for anyone. He did not want the players of the 2 star fields to form their own circles. Those club guilds were commercial competitors with each other, so there was nothing he could do, but there was definitely something he could do for those normal players. Since they were all here at his headquarters, they were all leaks in the same field. He needed those new and old members to interact with each other and play together. The social aspect of a game was a key factor in the player's game experience. Since players of both sides were so shy and did not interact with their foreign friends, Han Xiao decided to lure them to socialize. This would be beneficial for the Constellation Corridor to embrace the army system. Not only would they be able to adapt to the new environment quicker, but the Constellation Corridor tag on those players would also slowly disappear and they would soon just think of themselves as army players. This way, the personal connection between the players would become another reason for them to stay in the army. Using players to attract players, indirectly enhancing the appeal and sense of belonging of the faction. Han Xiao suddenly patted his forehead and his expression became weird. Why does it feel similar to the oldest profession? Chapter 8:15 Socializing Mad Genius. Chapter 8:15 Socializing Mad Genius. As Han Xiao distributed the 2 new missions, notifications popped up on the interfaces of all the army players. Doing missions with new members gives bonus faction contribution points? That sounds like a great deal. Any mission? Does running errands count? For sure. Even using the army dungeon crystals counts. These can be repeated? Awesome. Must team up with players who have been in the faction for less than a year, so only the new players born on planet Deirdre in version 3.0? The Constellation Corridor players count too, right? Didn't they just join the army? The 2 faction missions became a faction event and stirred up a wave among the players. Han Xiao's missions were not compulsory. He used the reward to lure them instead. Most of the players would not miss such a rare opportunity to farm contribution points. It was just teaming up with new players. They had nothing to lose and a lot to gain. Maybe some players could not be bothered, but most players were willing to grab this opportunity. As long as most people were deliberately teaming up with new members and not just with their inner circle friends, they would have taken the first step to socializing with players from other star fields, and Han Xiao's goal would be achieved. When playing together, they would build some kind of relationship in one way or another. At the very least, adding each other to their friend lists would be common. The two missions were a set targeted at different groups. Teach a Recruit's purpose was to make the older members willing to team up with the new members, and Consult a Veteran's aim was to make the new members look for old members to help them. The Constellation Corridor players were not the only ones considered as recruits. The players from the version 3.0 novice planet, Planet Deirdre, were also new members of the army. The Shattered Star Ring old members would, of course, be more willing to play with them, so Consult a Veteran ensured that those foreign players would look for the senior army members as well. Compared to those senior members of the army, these new members needed the contribution points more and were more passionate about this mission. Secretly guided by Han Xiao, the situation in the army headquarters changed very quickly. The areas where players gathered became boisterous, and groups of people asked to team up in the public channel. LF1M, one new army member above level 100. No pugilists. All old army members here. Let's do missions together to farm contribution points. Level 88 Cannon Master. Newbie here. Need an old member to team up with to farm contribution points. 30-man team here, planning to enter the Secret War Protection Warfare Dungeon. LF4M high-level Constellation Corridor players above grade C+. Tank and disables needed. No damage dealers. Again, no damage dealers. Come quick. The interactions between players immediately became frequent. The foreign players entered different army player teams and quickly mixed in with the environment. As the players were waiting for the Flickering World main storyline, they were mainly farming dungeons, which indirectly increased the sales of dungeon crystals. The players had no suspicion of these two missions. To the players, it was very normal for the army to encourage the old members to teach the new members since a group of new members had just arrived from another star field. Frubnell.com. Hey, Chinese pal, do you know when this event will end? Who cares? Just farm it as much as possible. You guys don't seem surprised at all. In our star field, group activities like this are very rare. Haha, this happens very frequently in our army. I've already taken part in many large missions that had hundreds of thousands of participants. You'll get used to it soon. This is a specialty of the Shattered Star Ring. As the normal players were teaming up, so were the club guilds. The 4 biggest Chinese guilds were overjoyed. They had just made the price difference agreement with the foreign guilds, and this mission popped up right after. The Russian and Australian guild players were all recruits, so these guild representatives came back right after they had just left. Even the faction was helping them. After monitoring for a while, Han Xiao nodded and was rather satisfied with the impact he had made. This was a good start to make the players from different star fields mix together. This would largely increase the efficiency of communication between the players from two sides and was beneficial for the faction. He planned to keep these two missions active for some time. They would have to explore the Flickering World very soon, which would have countless missions, so this mission would encourage the players from two sides to work together. Closing the forums, Han Xiao left the office and returned to his bedroom. His bedroom in the army had a very minimalist layout. The walls were metallic, and there was a window on the ceiling that looked right into the vast universe. A large black bed sat in the middle of the room with a bookshelf, fridge, automatic cooker, waste bin, and other simple items beside the wall. The one plant pot in the corner of the wall grown by Han Xiao personally gave this cold and boring-looking room a sense of liveliness. Han Xiao took off his clothes and took a shower. He then took out a hand full of special-grade nutrition pastes of different flavors and casually gulped them down. This thing recovered stamina extremely quickly, and it was not cheap. Beyond grade as basically did not need to sleep or eat at all, but he decided to retain his habit as a human. The increase in strength and change in the race would make beings look at the world in a different way. He did not need to rest, but he wanted to remind himself he was still human. Due to the astonishing control that Beyond Grade has had over their bodies, there was no way for Han Xiao to fall asleep naturally. He could only control his brain to enter a rest state. Since traveling to the central galaxy, this was the first time he had slept. Han Xiao lay on the bed. Before sleeping, his consciousness entered the quantum network and told Philip, "I'm sleeping. Call me up if anything." "Good night." "Good night, Master Hum," Philip replied. After sleeping for a night, Han Xiao's eyes opened exactly on time. He came out from under the blanket, washed up, took off his pajamas and donned his black robe, once again recovering to the image of Black Star. The first thing he did was open the forums. Due to the team-up missions, more and more new members of the army had become active on the Shattered Star Ring page and interacted with the Chinese players. Han Xiao noticed a new pinned post. It was the new episode of Galaxy Times. They should mention the star field migration. Han Xiao opened it up. After the familiar opening, the two hosts shared what interesting things were happening around the various star fields. They soon mentioned the first batch of players to travel to another star field. Not long ago, the renowned NPC faction of the Shattered Star Ring, the Black Star Army, provided the Constellation Corridor players a way to go to the Shattered Star Ring. Based on statistics, there are a total of 713,000 players who chose to leave with the Black Star Army, completing the first known event of any player traveling to another star field. In version 2.0, the Black Star Army was the guiding faction to lead the Shattered Star Ring players to the galaxy. Now, they have once again guided the players of another star field to cross star fields. Maybe this is a signal. In the next version, the players might be able to cross star fields on a large scale and go to different areas freely. So far, this is how the activity areas of the players have developed. Version 1.0, Novice Planet. Version 2.0, Entering the Galaxy. Version 3.0, Exploring the Star Cluster. The activity range of the players has been expanding every version. Initially, we thought that the players would be exploring their birth star field mainly in the next version, but the Black Star Army has given us new ideas. Due to the theme of galaxy, the players of the various star fields will interact sooner or later. Therefore, according to this trend, we can speculate that the next version will be the stage where players can freely cross star fields. Han Xiao shook his head and smiled as he finished watching the show. This speculation was very logical, but Galaxy Times was only half right. In the next version, the players would indeed be able to cross to another star fields on a large scale. However, unlike what Galaxy Times had speculated, the players would gather in the flickering world instead of freely going to different areas. Galaxy Times misguided the players, which was unavoidable. Other than Han Xiao, no players knew that the flickering world would be the main stage of the next version. The players who are following me to the flickering world still don't know how much of an advantage they've gained. After looking at the forums for half an hour, only then did Han Xiao start to do other things. He patrolled around the army headquarters before heading to the logistics department. When he entered Reynolds' office, he saw Nero, who was buried in the mountain of books. Godfather! As soon as Nero looked up, his deep and dark eye bags were clearly visible. Realizing that it was Han Xiao, joy bloomed on his exhausted face. He immediately threw away the theory book in his hands and dashed into Han Xiao's arms. Looking at the terrifying amount of homework Reynolds had given, Han Xiao's mouth twitched. This is almost on the level of child abuse. Scolding Reynolds in his mind, Han Xiao patted Nero's head and said, "Come, I'm taking you out." "Really?" Nero was so overjoyed and surprised that his tears almost gushed out. When he left planet Aquamarine, Nero thought that he had followed his godfather out to play. To his absolute shock, there was an infinite amount of homework that he could never finish waiting for him. Given Reynolds' personality, the thing he was best at was forceful education. In the past 2 months, Nero felt like he was in living hell, and seeing Han Xiao was like seeing an angel who had come to save him. He could finally escape this endless misery. "I promised you, right?" Han Xiao smiled. Actually, the main goal was not to take Nero sightseeing but to go to the Tyla civilization, which Herifel had been part of, and search for the set of wormhole travel data back from when Esgod's doppelganger entered it. Other than Nero, Han Xiao only took Hila, Aurora, and Phaidon along. They took the extremely quick blacklight stealth, so it would not take long for a return trip and would not delay the flickering world mission. As Hariful had been killed by God's subordinate long ago, the chances of finding the wormhole data were very slim, which was why Han Xiao brought his two lucky mascots, Fiden and Nero, to offset his luck. After all, those who believed in luck were the unluckiest ones. The blacklight stealth flew through the Stargate and did not make any stops along the way. Not many days later, Han Xiao and the others arrived at one of the Tyla civilization's governance planets to visit the high-level mechanic school that Hariful had been part of. With Han Xiao's identity, as long as his intentions were not hostile, he was welcomed as a guest by all the civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring, except the Klent Kingdom, who had been cursing him every day, and the Star Pupil Holy Race, who had been secretly sticking needles into his voodoo doll. This mechanic school was government-based and raised many mechanic talents for the Tyla civilization. The school was vast and magnificent. The principal was already waiting at the entrance of the school with others. Han Xiao was met with a warm welcome the moment he arrived. "Your Excellency Black Star, it's our honor to have you." The principal smiled brightly. "You're too kind." Han Xiao nodded. "Please, follow me." Mechanical hoverboards arrived as the principal raised his arm. These were all public carriers inside the school. Han Xiao stepped onto the hoverboard and followed the principal to head to the guest room, chatting and laughing along the way. They passed through the school, and to Han Xiao's surprise, they attracted a lot of attention. It seemed like some students had recognized him and spread the message out, leading to groups of students following behind them on mechanical hoverboards and watching them from afar. Han Xiao looked behind him and said with surprise, "These are all students of this school, right? Why are they following behind us?" The principal said with resignation, "Your Excellency Black Star, as you know, this is a mechanic school. All the students here are mechanic class supers. And, ahem, you don't seem to know your significance in the hearts of the mechanic class students." Han Xiao suddenly understood. He then looked back and realized that the students behind him were all filled with excitement, surprise, and admiration as they looked at him. It was almost worshipping. He was the one and only beyond grade A mechanic in the Shattered Star Ring, so his position was even more special in the eyes of the mechanic supers. He was basically the top authority of the mechanics in the Shattered Star Ring. His visit to this school caused a sensation among the students. The principal smiled and said, "Your Excellency Black Star, why don't you host a lecture here and teach them a tiny bit of your infinite wisdom on the path of the machinery? What do you think?" Han Xiao thought about it and did not reject it. He waved his hand and said, "I'll see to it, if this trip goes smoothly." "Is there a goal for this visit?" the principal asked. Han Xiao only requested to visit and had yet to tell him his goal. "Hariful was my friend. I'm here to look for a set of data he had left behind." The principal was stunned for a moment. "Oh, him. Alas, some time ago the school was attacked and he was killed by a group of kidnappers. He was an amazing researcher, and regretfully we lost a crucial talent. Those killers were God's subordinates. I've already avenged him." After a moment's silence, the principal suddenly asked, "Did those God's subordinates you spoke of kidnap him because of that set of data you mentioned?" This was not difficult to deduce, so Han Xiao was not surprised. He glanced at him and nodded. "Yes. When Hariful was doing wormhole research, I visited him many times. One time we were attacked by the Darkstar leader, and I was forced to fight an God doppelganger. However, back then I was no match for it. Only thanks to Hariful's help was I able to lure the God doppelganger into a wormhole and banish it. What I want is that set of location data for that wormhole." The wormhole cluster of the Terralam star cluster was the center of the Shattered Star Ring. The teleportation location of every unstable wormhole was random, unlike stargates, which had a fixed destination. Also, the chance of those random destinations repeating was infinitely close to zero, so finding that same wormhole would do nothing. Only the recorded coordinates data would be useful. The principal shook his head. When Hariful was kidnapped, all the wormhole detectors in his lab were taken away, every single one of them. He should have recorded the data into the internal database of your school. I hope that you can give me the authority to search for it. The The database consisting of the research data is highly confidential. I can only allow outsiders to browse it when it's approved by the upper echelons of the civilization. I'm not even sure if Hariful backed up that data. Also, there are too many sets of wormhole data he recorded. If you don't recall the date and time, we won't know which set of data you're looking for. Then please notify the upper echelons of the Tyla civilization for me, Han Xiao said with a deep voice. Internal databases that had something to do with the government definitely had extremely strong virtual defense measures. As there were still hopes of obtaining the data through a just method, he did not want to use virtual intrusion and make a star cluster his enemy. As a beyond grade A, he could not always do things sneakily. Furthermore, he still had no idea what was so important about the set of wormhole data that ESGod mentioned. 1 LFXM is a common term in MMOs meaning looking for X more players. Chapter 816 Mechanic Class Top Mentor. Chapter 816 Mechanic Class Top Mentor. The group of them entered the school's central building. The mechanic students were not allowed to enter, so they loitered around outside for a while and gradually left one after another. Han Xiao and the others came to the principal's guest room. A bionic mechanical assistant secretary brought them some drinks. The principal invited them to sit. Your Excellency Black Star, please wait for a moment. I'll relay your request to my superiors. Han Xiao nodded and watched the principal leave. The group waited in the room. Nero leaned on the window and curiously looked at the scenery in the school. Small mechanical islands hovered in the sky. Metal buildings in yellow and blue stood tall on the ground. Students crossed between the buildings riding mechanical skateboards, and the red, yellow, and green forests waved with the wind. The alloy buildings coexisted with the artificial greenery, forming a harmonious color tone. It had a special sense of beauty. This place looked so different from Planet Aquamarine. So beautiful. Everything was fresh to Nero. This is nothing. The Dynasty School at the Crimson Dynasty's mother planet is much more magnificent than this. Han Xiao chuckled. He had brought Nero out not just to rub some luck from him, but also to broaden Nero's knowledge. Really? I want to see that. Nero was really interested. I'll take you there if there's a chance. Han Xiao beckoned Nero over, pointed at the drink on the table, and said, Come, try it. It's good. On the table were a few cups of hot white liquid flickering with a tint of light gold, giving off a thick milky fragrance. This was some kind of milk product provided by the Tyla civilization. Nero picked up the cup and took a sip. His eyes widened, and he gulped down a mouthful. He exhaled in satisfaction, licked away the white stain on his mouth, and looked like he wanted more. How was it? Godfather, what is this? I've never tasted such delicious milk before. Han Xiao smiled and explained. When the Tyla civilization was exploring a certain colonial planet, they discovered a galactic being that was on the verge of extinction. They were called the Hirpali beasts, commonly known as the giant nebula beasts. They are extremely large and can travel in the universe with their body. Some even call them the Mount of Giant Gods. However, the reproduction speed of the giant nebula beasts is very long. They only mate every 100 years or so. After their cubs are born, they enter a 3-month lactation period. The giant nebula beasts only produce milk in those 3 short months. Their milk is rare, expensive, nourishing, and very unique. That's what you drank. I see. Nero rubbed his stomach. No wonder my body feels so warm after drinking it. Do you want more? Drink mine too. Han Xiao smiled. Nero licked his lips and was very tempted. After some tough internal conflict, he shook his head and said, This is so valuable and rare. I can't drink it all. Godfather, you drink it too. The others all laughed. I'm fine. Han Xiao shook his hand. Luxurious things that were extremely valuable to normal galactic residents were nothing much in his eyes. He could have plenty if he wanted. However, he did not have much interest in luxurious consumables. He preferred to buy more special-grade nutrition pastes with that money, which were much more convenient to consume and recovered his stamina very quickly, much higher quality price ratio. After chatting for a while, the principal had yet to return. Han Xiao turned around and looked at the mechanical assistant secretary that stood still beside the wall. How may I be of service to you? The mechanical assistant secretary sensed his sights and responded immediately. Han Xiao shook his hand and observed the bionic skin of this mechanical assistant secretary. This principal looked respectable and reputable, but the bionic appearance given to this mechanical secretary was extremely seductive and sexy. It might really have the full set of functions of a secretary. After waiting a while longer, the principal finally returned. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Your Excellency Black Star. The people above have agreed with your request and allowed me to use my authority to help you to find that data. Okay. Thank the upper echelons of the Tyla civilization for me. Han Xiao was relieved. Things were much easier now that it was settled with his face. He was reminded of how even star system civilizations did not give him face at all in the past, and he had to find someone to help him. Now that he was a beyond grade A, even the star cluster civilizations were willing to give him face. The principal pressed a few times on the office desk. The color of it suddenly changed as it became the control screen of the internal database. He looked up and asked, Your Excellency Black Star, do you remember the time and location of the data? Han Xiao nodded and told him. The principal then inputted the corresponding parameters and ran the search engine to look for related data. Although they agreed to help, they were not going to let a beyond grade A operate their internal database, so the principal was assisting him. Countless items flashed past the screen. After scrolling for a while, only one item was left that perfectly matched the parameters. The principal exhaled deeply. Found it. Looks like Hariful uploaded the data. The time and location are both right. See if this is the data you wanted. Han Xiao walked over and browsed through it carefully. Although he did not professionally study wormholes like Hariful, he had related professional knowledge of it and could understand the coordinates. However, this set of coordinates was outside the star map of the known universe and had a very complicated set of parameters. Without a star map, nothing could be discerned from just the data. He would only know where it led after studying it. Yes, God was so concerned with this set of data. Which corner of the universe did his doppelganger get thrown to? Han Xiao wondered, confirming that this set of data was from when Hariful banished the God doppelganger. Han Xiao blinked and took hundreds of photos instantly, which were transmitted to Philip's database. He then nodded at the principal. Looks like I'm in luck. I've already made a backup. Thank you for this. The principal shut down the screen, and the desk returned to normal. He then smiled and said, I'm glad you found what you came for. I have one thing I hope to ask from you. Han Xiao was not surprised at all. The Tyla civilization would not help him for free if they did not want to obtain something from him in exchange. If it's within my capabilities, I will help. Haha, you're mistaken. All we want to do is for you to become an honorary professor of the Tyla Official Mechanics School. That's it? Han Xiao was a little surprised. After some thinking, he then understood their intention. As the one and only beyond grade A mechanic in the Shattered Star Ring, if he became a professor at the Tyla Civilization's Official Mechanics School, the name of this school would be much more famous and would attract tons more students. Many mechanic students would apply to study in this school, which would give the Tyla civilization more talents. Furthermore, as a professor of the Tyla civilization's official school, it somewhat meant he was on their side. The Tyla civilization would benefit a lot from this. Since they had just helped him, Han Xiao was not going to reject such a small request. He nodded and said, Sure. The principal was delighted. Then I shall have my people settle it immediately. By the way, since you're an honorary professor of the school, I hope you can host a lecture here. Either tomorrow or the day after is fine. It won't take too much time. If you don't mind, I'll get my men to announce it within the school. All right? I shall stay here and trouble you for a few more days. Thinking about it, Han Xiao suddenly said, By the way, since I'm now a professor of this school, why don't you give me a copy of the basic and advanced lessons of your school? The lessons of official schools like this were all very carefully authored. The fundamental textbooks would be quite useful for factions, so he could take them back and train the mechanic supers of the army in a systematic way. Some high-grade supers might not be good at teaching despite their strength. For example, Rave Forceful Education, NOLD. Since Han Xiao was now an honorary professor of this school, he might as well gain something from it. freewebnovel.com The next day, the Tyla civilization immediately announced in a very high-profile way that they had successfully hired Black Star to be the honorary professor of their official mechanics school. They contacted a bunch of galactic media outlets to spread this news. Currently, many of the civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring were the Black Star Army's business allies, but being an honorary professor of a civilization's official school signified an even closer relationship. The first ones to receive this news were the various star cluster civilizations of the Shattered Star Ring. They were all shocked and felt it was so sudden. Why did Black Star suddenly get mixed with the Tyla civilization? The Purple Crystal was even more shocked. Never mind you sneaking into the Crimson Dynasty's bed. We can't mess with them, so we'll live with it. But how can you flirt with that shameless neighbor? You asterisk Shoal. Did you forget I'm your Origina? Ahem, your earliest ally who has invested the most in you. Han Xiao's communicator was almost exploding from Ralph's calls, and he spent some time to finally calm him down. This piece of news also shocked the many students in the Tyla official mechanics school. Black Star is now our school's honorary professor, and he's going to do a lecture. How did that perverted principal convince Black Star? The students were exhilarated and honored. Originally, the lecture was supposed to be carried out inside the building, but there were too many students attending, so the school decided to have Han Xiao give the lecture at the open central square. As the day of the lecture arrived, the area was completely filled with people. There were absolutely no empty seats, and countless students even hovered in the air, riding mechanical skateboards. More than 90% of the people in the entire school came. Most of the teachers and professors went to listen too. In front of a beyond grade A mechanic, they were all students. Han Xiao stood in the middle of the freshly built tall stage in the middle of the central square, looked around and smiled bitterly in his mind. He had thought that he would just be teaching a small group of students. Never had he expected to create such a scene. Not only were there so many people here, but there were also even many recording devices around that videoed his every move. It was almost like a concert or even preaching. Of course, he had no problem doing this. He did not even mind fist fighting with Heber in front of trillions of galactic residents back then, so this would not affect him at all. With his beyond grade A standard, he just had to casually share some experiences, and these students would be satisfied. However, Han Xiao was not really used to this. Currently, the person who used lectures as core competitiveness was that old man Austin. Ahem. Let's get started. Han Xiao cleared his throat and started speaking. At the Bloodshed Land's headquarters, Heber was confused. Black Star went to give an open lecture to a star cluster civilization's official school. He's got to go to the flickering world soon, yet he still has the time to do that. Inside the Palace of Hidden Spells, Austin murmured with a strange expression. This guy, is he trying to imitate me and form a hidden machinery abbey or something? TSK. I hate mechanics. On the star pupil holy race mother planet, Psyker shut down the screen without hesitation. He did not want to see Han Xiao at all. Every time he saw the evolution cube on his neck, his heart would ache. Every single time. In the Crimson Dynasty diplomatic building, Zoel shook his head and laughed. Yo, this guy is doing it again? From the way he looked at it, Han Xiao was not satisfied with his current position and went to form alliances with more star cluster civilizations. He was happy to see this as long as it did not affect the main business. The more influence the dynasty's ally had in a star field, the better it was for them. As for the players who were at the Black Star Army headquarters, some also discovered the broadcast on the galactic channels. Word quickly spread among the players, and more players turned on their communicators to watch Han Xiao's lecture curiously. I thought the army commander has been in the headquarters. Turns out he went to another civilization. What's he talking about? Why does it sound like complete gibberish? When the many players were watching curiously, the mechanic players among them were suddenly startled. A notification popped up on their interfaces. You are listening to Black Star LV. Share his knowledge of the mechanic class. Due to the wide level difference, judging INT and LUK. Judgment complete. You are not sure if you understood. One random mechanic class ability has received 50,000 EXP. You are listening to Black Star LV. Share his knowledge of the mechanic class. Due to the wide level difference, judging INT and LUK. Judgment complete. You kind of understood. 2 random mechanic class abilities have received 120,000 EXP. You are listening to Black Star LV. Share his knowledge of the mechanic class. Due to the wide level difference, judging INT and LUK. Judgment complete. With a flash of insight, you suddenly figured it out. For random mechanic class abilities have received 350,000 EXP. All the mechanic class players who were watching the broadcast were shocked. This is imparting ability experiences. The mechanic class players were overjoyed. This was the notification that would pop up when NPCs shared abilities or their experiences with the players, but events that gave random ability EXP were very rare. The mechanic class players did not expect this at all. They had only watched the broadcast out of curiosity and happened to trigger this amazing event. Very soon, this piece of news spread on the forums like a typhoon. All the mechanic class players came to know about it and all went to watch the broadcast with excitement. Holy! My mechanic class ability leveled up. Is this a random event? This is so much quicker than doing missions. Damn! My intermediate machinery affinity is at LV.9. 1 level from maximum. The army commander is awesome. As always, leveling up abilities was always a bottomless pit of EXP. So the mechanic class players were euphoric. The players of the other 4 classes could only watch the mechanic class players with jealousy. It had been a very long time since Han Xiao had personally taught the players any abilities. As his interaction with the players decreased, many players had gradually started to forget the things he did in the past. This accident coincidentally made countless players recall that he was once a mentor. Because of this, he became the recognized top mechanic class mentor. Chapter 817 Pioneering. Chapter 817 Pioneering. Your Excellency Black Star, you're welcome to come and visit the school anytime. At the harbor, the principal brought his people along and sent Han Xiao and the others off. The lecture in the morning was very effective. The students were not the only ones who learned from it, he did too. So, his closeness and gratitude toward Han Xiao now were very sincere. Keep in touch. Han Xiao nodded before leading the rest onto the blacklight stealth. It took off, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared in the dark, vast cosmic space. Having obtained the data and completed the promised lecture, the goal of this trip was achieved. He did not stay any longer and left the Tyla civilization. As for the impact of this, he did not care about it much. The Tyla civilization was considered a neutral and powerful civilization in the Shattered Star Ring. Other forces rarely messed with them, and they did not mess with others deliberately. The afterheat of the Black Star Army's expansion had yet to vanish, so this bit of news would not cause too big a storm. At most, it might trigger some responses from the star cluster civilizations of the same grade. Instead, the excited mechanic players on the forums surprised him. Only through the forums did he know that his open lecture triggered a random ability EXP reward event. There were many ways the players could obtain EXP, and this was one of them, but a very rare one. Other than their luck, it also depended on the knowledge difference between the players and what the NPCs were teaching. Pugilists and mages were no strangers to this. Pugilists could secretly listen and learn abilities from some dojos. It was risky and did not guarantee success. The players mainly did this to avoid spending contribution points. It was the same for the mages. What a surprise! This coincidentally strengthened my mechanic class mentor image. Han Xiao shook his head. His consciousness entered the quantum network and poked at Philip. How's the study of that set of data? It's too complicated, I can't estimate the time needed to decipher it. The location data of the wormhole had been given to Philip to analyze. It required a huge amount of experiments and tests, and even Han Xiao did not know how long it would take before there were any results. However, Han Xiao was not in a hurry. Since the Tyla civilization now knew that ES-God and he had their eyes on this set of data, they would definitely feel that this data had secrets. Therefore, they would have professional scientists secretly study this data. The efficiency of an entire star cluster civilization would definitely not be slower than him or ES-God, and this was one of the reasons he had befriended the Tyla civilization. If the Tyla civilization discovered any clues, he would have a chance to learn them as well, which would be quite nice. He also planned to send the data to the dynasty when he had time and borrow the dynasty's technology to decipher its secret. After a smooth flight, the Blacklight stealth returned to the army headquarters. They rested for a few days, and the gathering order of the dynasty was officially announced. The dynasty had notified the Black Star Army, the Bloodshed Land, and Klent, the various Shattered Star Ring allies, to immediately head to the Flickering World through the Dynasty Stargate at the border of the Starfield. After preparing for so long, the dynasty was finally about to start its first stage of exploration of the Flickering World. Han Xiao immediately announced this as well. Freeobnovel.com. When the departure date arrived, Philip's broadcast announcement echoed in the entire army headquarters. All army members participating in the developments of the Flickering World, please board the ships immediately. We will be leaving in 30 minutes. I repeat, all. The players moved with anticipation and entered the harbor, boarding the transport ships one after another. After the secret war ended, the Flickering World had become the next main storyline in the eyes of the players. Exploring a new star field. This was the largest main storyline they had ever seen. The millions of players were exhilarated. Furthermore, with the example of the limited title Secret Warrior, most of the army players accepted the Flickering World's main storyline mission. The players were excited just thinking about it. Among which, the Constellation Corridor players were even more excited. The Shattered Star Ring players at least had similar experiences before, but the Constellation Corridor players had rarely had any large group missions like this, if any. In the past, they had only heard about the benefits of being in the Black Star Army. Now, they had personally experienced it. The new recruits had an even higher rating for the army in their hearts. The people at the army headquarters gathered and boarded the spaceships very quickly. With Han Xiao's order, the fleet departed. Sylvia had already prepared all the fleets a few months ago. While the main fleet departed from the army headquarters, the teams in standby at the various subbases in the Colton Star Cluster departed as well. According to the plan, these subdivisions would rendezvous with Han Xiao one after another along the way. The number of fleets and people the army had dispatched this time was enormous. Almost all the members who could move freely went along. It was the largest-scale operation in the history of the army. No amount of manpower would ever be enough in exploring an entire new star field, so this exploration team would be building strongholds in the Flickering World and not return for a very long time, including Han Xiao. The Black Star Army had already stabilized itself in the Shattered Star Ring, and its business was consistent. Furthermore, with the support of its two allies, the Dynasty and Purple Crystal, as well as the protection of being a member of the Shattered Star Ring Civilization Conference, there was basically nothing to worry about. The Flickering World would be the central stage of the next version. Developing the Flickering World was a crucial part of the next stage of development for the army. The Dynasty allies in the Shattered Star Ring were the ones to start the exploration first. Han Xiao had gone through a lot of planning to obtain such an advantage, so he could not possibly miss it. In order to deal with the countless organizations that would be fighting for territory in the future, he had to gain bigger advantages and build firm foundations in the early stages. Somewhere in the Shattered Star Ring drifted floating Dragon Island. I see. So Black Star has departed. Han Xiao's message appeared on the communicator. Ames looked away from the communicator and glanced at the floating dragon officers at the two sides of the throne. Let's go. Toward planet Aquamarine. In the central galaxy, on the Federation of Light's mother planet, the president of the Federation of Light, Bader Ohoside, put down the deck of intelligence in his hands, looked at the elders in the room, slowly said, "The Crimson Dynasty is finally going to officially start to explore the Flickering World. The dynasty will be focusing on this in the future. The exploration of the Flickering World is estimated to take decades or even an entire century." The chief elder tapped the ground with his crutch and said with a hoarse voice, "It was our detectors that discovered the Flickering World. Back then, we transferred the ownership of the Flickering World to the Crimson Dynasty for a lot of profits. It will take a very long time for them to make a net profit from developing a new star field. Back when they compromised with the Crimson Dynasty, it was not just to exchange for profits and calm the Crimson Tide. They also had more secret plans." Bader said indifferently, "In order to develop a new star field, the dynasty will definitely put in a lot of manpower and resources. The flickering world will become a pond of quicksand that keeps dragging the dynasty's men down in the decades to come. The dynasty will have a very difficult time fighting for anything else during that time. This is highly beneficial to us. The chief elder caressed the crystal at the top of his crutch and said, "When the dynasty purchased the ownership of the flickering world from us, we made an agreement that only the Crimson Dynasty is allowed to build stargates at the early stages of the exploration. Any unauthorized forces in the flickering world will be seen as enemies of the dynasty. However, the agreement is just words. Without us having to do anything, those ambitious beyond star cluster civilizations are smart enough to know the arcane churches and our stand on this," Bader said. "They know very well that this is a perfect chance for them. Almost none of them will be willing to give up on the resources of a new star field. Although these chess pieces only obey us on the surface usually, as soon as they see something with low risk and high reward, they will act according to our goals without needing us to do anything." After a pause, Bader continued, "With so much attention on them, the dynasty doesn't have the ability to have the new star field to itself. Due to multiple factors, the dynasty will open the flickering world to the entire universe around the time they complete creating a full star map of it. This way, they will be able to obtain an infinite amount of foreign labor and resources, and most of the dynasty's military and manpower will be able to retreat." The chief elder nodded. "The dynasty has the ownership of the star field, but the larger the profit, the more pressure they will have to endure. Let them endure it. Something can only be said to be lost when it was once possessed. We can obtain larger profits by taking a step back here." Bader crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes. "Since the dynasty is willing, let's give them more pressure." On the Crimson Dynasty mother planet, the dynasty ruler Urnrel had just finished reading the intelligence of the Black Star Army and the Bloodshed Land departing. She put down the deck of data in her hands and looked up. Everyone there was a top-level official of the dynasty. "Your Excellency ruler, the Shattered Star Ring allies are the ones to carry out the earliest explorations. We will continue to put in more dynasty troops and allies in the future. The Federation of Light compromised on paper, but they will definitely violate the agreement secretly. The Federation of Light, the Arcane Church, and those beyond star cluster civilizations will undoubtedly move discreetly." "I know," Urnrel said calmly. "Ever since the universe entered the galaxy calendar era, the Federation of Light lost their sharpness and are no longer willing to endure the pressure, so they don't deserve the largest profits. I never expected them to obey the agreement anyway. In the coming decades, things might be tough for us, but history will eventually prove that those who have given up on the future will be abandoned by the future." Everyone nodded in silence. "Those who cause trouble secretly will not expose their identity. Using this chance, we shall strike fear into those beyond star cluster civilizations who are getting more and more lawless." Urnrel's eyes became focused as she spoke with a powerful and firm voice. "Let's remind them of the dynasty's way of doing things." On the fallen ark, Harrison woke. Got up from his sleep. "The Arcane Church has responded." Esgod woke up, breathed, and said slowly, "What did they say?" "They say that they've never heard about this." "That means they agreed." Esgod narrowed his eyes. "Tell the fleet to turn around and go to the desolate universe belt near the Arcane Church. Let's see where the temporary stargate they've prepared for me is." At the edge of the Shattered Star Ring, inside the endless darkness, a gigantic stargate stood in the cosmic space. The enormous Black Star Army was approaching slowly. This was the Crimson Dynasty's exclusive stargate connecting to the Flickering World, which was currently the only way to go to the Flickering World. A lot of Dynasty's battleships were stationed there to keep anyone from sneaking through. After reporting their identity, the Black Star Army fleet entered the stargate one batch after another, disappearing into the blue space vortex. "We're going to do pioneering. Brothers, I'm a little excited." The players on the transport ships were filled with anticipation. As the main ship was about to enter the stargate, on the bridge, Gila and the Black Star Guards all turned around subconsciously to look at the bright stars behind them. Han Xiao glanced behind him as well. "The next time I'll be back here will be very far in the future. Looks like I'm going to have to spend the 10-month EXP penalty period in the Flickering World. When I am back in the known universe by then, My level should be far higher than the 240 I am at now. And the evolution cube might not be the only universal treasure in my hands. Turning his head back, Han Xiao looked at the blue Stargate vortex ahead. The other side of this Stargate was a wide world filled with opportunities. Boom! The next moment, the main ship entered the Stargate and trembled. In an instant, there was only a bright blue light in their sights. Chapter 818 Black Sheep Wall. Chapter 818 Black Sheep Wall. The main ship crossed the Stargate and arrived at the flickering world immediately from the shattered star ring. There were Dynasty's fleets stationed on this side of the Stargate too. Han Xiao looked outside the window at the masses of star lights distributed around. Unlike that prosperous star field in his memories, the flickering world was still very primal and desolate. It did not have any traces of being developed before. The quantum network was silent. The only quantum network signal that he could connect to was the Dynasty's military base station channel. This meant that this new star field was not open to the public. Beep beep. As soon as the main ship crossed the Stargate, it received a communication request from the Dynasty's military. After the communication request was accepted, a 3D projection appeared. It was an old Dynasty officer and a familiar face. Gila glanced at the dense number of badges on this person. She looked at the military ranking badge on the sleeve of his army uniform and concluded that this person was a Dynasty admiral, a well-established upper echelon of the military. This person's eyes were locked onto Han Xiao. He slightly raised his head and smiled gently. I'm Terekov, the commander-in-chief of the development team of the Flickering World. Your Excellency Black Star. Welcome to the Dawn Star Cluster. Commander. Han Xiao nodded. Terekov was someone he was familiar with. In his previous life, when the players were active in the Flickering World, Terekov was also the commander-in-chief of the Dynasty's troops stationed in the Flickering World. Back then, many of the missions were distributed in the form of military documents, and they were all signed by Terekov. He was in charge of the Dynasty's troops in the Flickering World. All the Dynasty missions came from him, so of course the players were familiar with him. Now that he had come to explore the Flickering World, Terekov would be considered as his semi-boss. Terekov would be contacting the Dynasty's many allies on behalf of the Dynasty, relaying the Dynasty's orders to them. Han Xiao knew that he would be seeing this guy a lot for quite a long time. Luckily, Terekov was a very senior military boss, and he was very gentle and steady, easy to get along with. This was also the reason the Dynasty had sent him to take care of the matters in the Flickering World. Bloodshed Land and Klent arrived at the Flickering World 2 days ago. Come with your fleet as quickly as possible. When you're here, we will discuss the field exploration plans. Okay. Han Xiao nodded, and Terekov hung up the communication. Han Xiao opened the 3D star map. The current map of the Flickering World appeared before everyone's eyes. Only the Dawn Star Cluster was marked as green and completely explored, which had a rather complete star map. The other 90% or so of the area was all gray and had no details. The Dynasty had built many strongholds in the Dawn Star Cluster, among which the main stronghold was on a planet at the border of the Dawn Star Cluster that connected to the unexplored area. The planet was named Planet Lighthouse, signifying its place as the lighthouse that guided the explorer's return. The gathering location marked by Terekov was there. It will still take some time till all the fleets cross the Stargate. Aurora pressed here and pulled there on the operation table, bringing up the gathering countdown that was calculated by the artificial intelligence. Officers with important jobs such as Sylvia, Herluz, Reynold, and Loggy had all remained in the Shattered Star Ring to maintain the Army headquarters operations. Han Xiao had only brought some of the Army's officers along this time, such as the Black Star Guards. Most of them did not have any jobs to do usually, and they were now assigned to different posts to take care of different matters in the exploration team. The tons of non-combat knowledge that Aurora had learned could now be of use. She became Han Xiao's administrative officer and was responsible for the miscellaneous matters. Philip, plan the route, Han Xiao said. Roger that, An illuminated line immediately appeared on the star map, marking the quickest route to Planet Lighthouse. The Dynasty knew the importance of transportation and had built many military stargates in the Dawn Star Cluster to allow frequent jumps, tremendously reducing the traveling time within the star cluster. These were all marked on the star map. However, this was only the case during the closed exploration period. Han Xiao knew that once the flickering world was open to the public, the dynasty would recover some of those military channels. Han Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Split a few engineering fleets out from the main fleet and build the quantum communication stations for our army in the Dawn Star Cluster. Let the dynasty know about it. Tell them that this is for us to interact with the people in the Shattered Star Ring headquarters more easily." It was the countless base stations and network nodes everywhere in the known universe that allowed the quantum network to exist in all places. However, as the flickering world had no such stations, it had yet to connect with the quantum network of the known universe and could only redirect signals from the dynasty's nodes and base stations. This move from Han Xiao was to plot out the army's network base stations here. When the star field was open to the public in the future, they would become natural intelligence channels. Usually, this was an authority only high-level civilizations had. However, now, this was one of the privileges given to the dynasty's allied forces. The dynasty would not stop him. The army's battleships passed through the Stargate one after another. Very soon, they all arrived at the flickering world and immediately headed toward Planet Lighthouse in hyperdrive. There were currently no outsiders in the Dawn Star Cluster, so the trip was smooth. After traveling for a few days and through dozens of military stargates linking the various strongholds, they crossed the entire Dawn Star Cluster, and Planet Lighthouse was within their sights. A planet surrounded by countless battleships appeared outside the porthole. On a tiny planet, the dynasty's direct exploration team, the Bloodshed Lands exploration team, the Klent Kingdom's exploration team, and the late-to-the-party Black Star Army's exploration team gathered. The number of spaceships gathered there exceeded 100 million. It was marvelous, among which the dynasty's direct spaceships had the highest number. They made up to about 70% of all the spaceships. Not far away from the planet, there were many Stargate stations coexisting but were yet to be activated. The surface of Planet Lighthouse was covered by machinery and metal, not showing even the slightest soil. The dynasty's exploration team used the dynasty's well-known, foolproof planet base expansion pack on Planet Lighthouse. It flattened the ground through high pressure, increased the planet density, changed its landscape and modified its crust, directly turning this planet into a planet-grade military base. The fleet stopped outside the atmosphere. Han Xiao and the Black Star Guards took a small spaceship and landed on Planet Lighthouse's dock. Whoosh! The hatch opened. Han Xiao stepped onto the metal dock, looked across at the metal buildings, and fixed onto the most conspicuous building far away. It was a few thousand-meter-tall building. All the buildings around it looked like dwarfs under a giant. This was Planet Lighthouse's stronghold headquarters. There were already officers waiting at the dock. After they did their formal military greetings, they invited Han Xiao and the rest to board the ground carrier and head to Planet Lighthouse's headquarters together. Whoosh! As they traveled across the buildings on the planet's surface, the sound of wind howled outside their carrier. Han Xiao observed around and realized that the buildings on the surface were mainly hangars and warehouses. Countless carriers and mechanical assistants were transporting trucks of resources like hard-working ants. Seeing that they were looking around, the officer explained, "Planet Lighthouse is the logistics base of the exploration team. A large amount of supplies and resources are stored here." Han Xiao nodded. The 3 star clusters that would be explored in the first stage were Renault, Geru, and Crown, all neighboring star clusters of the Dawn Star Cluster. Planet Lighthouse was located at a crucial junction and was the best transit station. The ground distance was very short, and they arrived at the Planet Lighthouse headquarters very soon. Through the anti-gravity lift, they came all the way to the middle level at the headquarters, more than 1,400 meters above the ground. Following the instructions, they walked into an enormous strategy conference room. There were already many people in the room. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and immediately saw Heber. With his tiny mountain-sized body, he was the most conspicuous. Heber turned and looked over. Their eyes clashed in midair. Heber's eyes had no emotions in them. He sat still on his seat and did not move before casually nodding in greeting. Behind him were the 8 vanguard officials of the Bloodshed Land, who all looked at Han Xiao with hostility in their eyes. That was especially so for the chief vanguard official, Fosters, who looked like he wanted to turn his sight into knives and stab Han Xiao with them. Although the Black Star Army and the Bloodshed Land had agreed to have a ceasefire, the hostility that the Bloodshed Land officers felt toward Han Xiao would not reduce because of it. Humph! Seeing this, Gila took a step forward, and the Black Star guards behind her followed right after, staring at the vanguard officials of Heber. Gila and Foster's sights met and almost created explosions in midair. The atmosphere became very tense. In the past, when Han Xiao attended the Tyrant Party the second time, Foster's had challenged Han Xiao's subordinates. As the captain of the Black Star Guards, Gila had accepted the challenge, but Heber had appeared and told Foster's to back off, so the two of them did not end up fighting in the end. Now that they had met again, this history appeared in both of their heads. One was the Bloodshed Land's chief vanguard official. The other was the Black Star Army's captain of the Black Star Guards. Be it their position, identity, or strength, they were naturally opposed to each other. Whoever beat the other would prove that their faction was better than another. The two of them stared at each other coldly while adding each other's name to the list of enemies they had to fight in the future. Since Aurora had more than enough safety assurance, other than to repay Han Xiao, Gila continued to work for Han Xiao to become stronger. As she had the experience of being restrained by others, she had a very strong desire for power. Although she did not take the extreme path like she did in Han Xiao's previous life, she did not give up on any opportunities to challenge someone strong. Han Xiao was not bothered. He waved and told the Black Star Guards to take a step back. There was no way they would end up fighting right under the dynasty's nose, so there was no point in just staring at each other. Seeing that the two sides had settled down, Han Xiao smiled at Heber. "You're quite early. Unlike you, I don't like to be late," Heber replied indifferently. He saw Han Xiao as someone on his level but had no intention of learning more about him or befriending him. The two sides had a deep hatred for each other and only reluctantly became allies because of the dynasty. Although they were now at peace, they were still competitors in terms of the flickering world exploration. Since they were business competitors, Heber did not want to be friendly. His action of asking for a ceasefire with the Black Star Army in the past had already reduced his reputation within the Bloodshed Land. He could not let people mistakenly think that he was actually afraid of Black Star. Han Xiao chuckled and knew exactly what Heber was thinking, but he did not mind. Tai Tai has been having a hard time. Let's not make it worse. Not bothering about Heber, Han Xiao turned and looked at Terekov, who was standing beside the strategic analysis board. He smiled and said, "Chief Commander, we finally meet. Your Excellency Black Star." Zoel might have already said this, but let me say it again. On behalf of the dynasty, we welcome your alliance. When Han Xiao was speaking with Heber, Terekov watched from the side and did not speak. Once Han Xiao spoke to him, only then did he give a formal reply. "Looks like we're going to be colleagues for a very long time in the future." Han Xiao shook Terekov's hands. "Please take a seat." Terekov smiled and pointed at a seat. Han Xiao nodded and led his people to sit down. His men and Heber's men sat on opposite sides of the room, and the Klent Kingdom's men were in the middle. The leader of the Klent Kingdom was someone Han Xiao did not know. They did not show Han Xiao any politeness at all, not even a greeting. Compared to Klent, Heber's hatred was nothing. Klent's decade-long plan had been completely shattered. The secret war had been ended by Han Xiao single-handedly, and the resources they invested had yielded zero profit. The loss they made was uncountable. Hate Purple Crystal? They basically won without doing anything. Hate the Crimson Dynasty? As if we would dare. Hate the Bloodshed Land? Wake up. Therefore, their hatred could only land on Han Xiao, no one else. If the Bloodshed Land's hostility toward Han Xiao was 2 stars, Klent's hostility was at least 10 stars. Since everyone's here, let's get started. Terekov completely ignored the conflict between the 3 sides and turned on the strategic analysis board behind him. He brought up the unexplored star map of the Renault, Geru, and Crown star clusters. These 3 star clusters are the targets of the first stage of developments. The Bloodshed Land and Klent will explore Renault, the Dynasty's direct teams will explore Crown, and the Black Star Army will explore Geru. These are your choices which were made long ago. Now let me talk about the details. The task of exploration is very cumbersome, but in the end, it can be divided into a few key points. Tarakov extended a few fingers. The drawing of the star map, the large-scale deployment of area observation buoys, the installation of a traffic network, the construction of transit stations and strongholds, the completion of the detailed information of the various planets, and the collection of resources. Han Xiao nodded. These were just the main goals. There were tons of tasks that had to be carried out in reality. They had to carry out construction at the same time as exploring the map. The reason they had brought so many people there was to split up and increase their efficiency. This time, Tarakov said, "The dynasty has the most manpower. In order to ensure progress, we will be sending some teams to follow the three of you and provide assistance." The dynasty made up to 70% of all the forces there, so it was normal to give them some of their manpower. However, this was just one reason. Surveillance was another reason. The dynasty was willing to let its ally forces take part in the exploration and share the benefits, but it could not completely leave things to its allies. Sending out these surveillance teams would prevent its allies from not reporting the resources discovered or reporting the incorrect quantity deliberately, ensuring the accuracy of the results of the exploration. The dynasty has invested a lot of this, so of course they're getting the largest portion of the resources in the new star field. Completely sensible. However, there was still a lot of room in terms of how much extra profit the explorers would obtain. The others had no idea what was on those unexplored planets and could only explore them one by one. Completely depended on their luck. Han Xiao also did not know what was on most of the planets. He was an extremely experienced player in his previous life, but he was not as experienced as remembering the information about every single planet. However, he still knew full well about the famous and unique planets in the flickering world. This meant that he did not need to do field exploration to know which planets were extremely profitable and rich. Han Xiao caressed his chin and contemplated. Chapter 819 Special Exploration Route. 819 Special Exploration Route. Heber and the Klent commander knew that the dynasty would send out surveillance teams, so they were not surprised either. Tarakov explained the details as he pointed at the locations on the star map. The others listened silently. When Tarakov was finished, the Klent commander suddenly said, "We know what you've just said. What I want to know is, us Shattered Star Ring allies are the first teams to take part in the exploration, and the dynasty will be sending its allies from other star fields here too. So when will the next batch of dynasty allies arrive?" Star fields were too huge. Even all of them combined were just a leaf within a forest compared to a star field. They were very tiny. With just them, God only knew when the flickering world would be fully explored. Therefore, the dynasty would be sending more manpower there in the future. Those dynasty allies who arrived later would be both allies and new competitors. What Klent cared about was when the next batch of competitors would arrive, basically how much time they had ahead of others. Tarakov smiled. That depends on the arrangements of the dynasty's upper echelons and the gathering speed of our allied forces, as well as the progress of our exploration. I have yet to receive any notification on the exact time. However, according to my estimation, the next batch of exploration teams will only arrive in half a year's time at the earliest. Before that, the dynasty will have to rely on you guys. If the progress of the exploration is outstanding, the dynasty will not be petty in terms of rewards. The few of them nodded. If the exploration was smooth and the results were beyond expected, it would all become their contributions. The dynasty would take a large portion of the resources, so they would be given rewards based on the results of the pioneering. This was the key factor of their competition. The one whose exploration went the smoothest and obtained the most profit would be merited the most. Tarakov paused and asked, "For the star clusters you've decided to explore, what direction are you guys planning to enter from?" The star cluster could be divided into dozens of star systems. They were all exploring into the center from the edges of it. The border line was extremely long, so the direction they were going to enter from was very important. If they started exploring from poor locations, they would make a huge loss since they would waste a lot of time not discovering many resources. The only information they had to decide on this was the semi-complete star map drawn through astronomical observations. The most they could do was just avoid the obvious desolate universe belts, but the resources on the planets were still unknown. Although Tarakov had only just asked, The few of them had discussed and analyzed this privately long ago. Heber and Klent were on the same side. They planned to split into 23 teams and enter one star system of their choice from 23 different locations. The teams would not be far from each other and would advance together in a fan shape, gradually gathering at a certain point to build a large transit stronghold. They would then continue to split and explore, making sure the exploration range of every team would not be repeated as much as possible. Han Xiao listened as the Klent commander described their plan and nodded in his mind. Heber had made a good choice. The first area they were going to explain was called the Geratin star system, a rather rich star system of the Renault star cluster in his previous life. It did indeed have rich resources. If the flickering world star map was 2D and linked with the known universe, the Dawn star cluster would be at the most west side of the flickering world. As for the 3 star clusters right beside it, Geru was at its north, Renault was at its east, and Crown was at its south. The Geratin star system, which Heber and Klent were going to explore first, was the border star system on the southwest side of Renault. Terekov nodded, turned to look at Han Xiao, and asked, "What about you?" Han Xiao pointed at the border star system at the southernmost point of the Geru star cluster. He drew a route upward that penetrated more than 10 star systems, connecting the southernmost part of the Geru star cluster to its easternmost part. "What do you mean by this?" Terekov was surprised. "Well," Han Xiao smiled mysteriously, "I will have my main force explore from the border star system at the southernmost side and send out a team carrying Stargate devices. This team will only build Stargates along the way and not make any other stops. I'm going to build a Stargate route and connect these 10 star systems together first." "You want to build the important long traffic route first?" Terekov raised his brows. "Not only that, whenever this team connects to the next star system, I will split up more men to explore other star systems." Han Xiao shrugged. Terekov frowned slightly. Heber and the Klent commander exchanged looks, too. They were a little speechless. In their eyes, the problem with Black Star's exploration plan was too obvious: insufficient manpower. With only so many people, even exploring one star system would take a lot of time, yet Black Star wanted to explore more than 10 star systems at the same time. How would he have enough manpower? They all thought that his appetite was too large, and it had exceeded his capabilities. Building an important long traffic route first was a good thing to the dynasty, so Terekov had no problem with that. However, this did not match the profit perspective of a dynasty ally, so Han Xiao's decision surprised him. This was not a horse race. There was no point in connecting all these star systems if he would not be able to finish exploring all of them. Since the exploration efficiency was limited, wasting manpower to build long-term Stargate channels would only make traveling to other star systems much easier for the forces that would come later. This looked like it had many more cons than pros. Klent and the Bloodshed Land wanted to finish exploring one star system before going to the next. In comparison, they were exploring in areas while Han Xiao was exploring in lines. To balance the profit between its allies, the dynasty's plan was also to gradually move forward and slowly explore, not preparing to install complete Stargate traffic networks in the unexplored areas immediately. The astronomical observations had already given them a semi-complete star map, so what they lacked was the completion of detailed information and field inspection. Therefore, the goal of the first stage of the exploration was just the 3 areas beside the Dawn star cluster. During the slow process of exploration, the exploration team would always be building Stargates. Therefore, the long-distance Stargate channels would eventually appear, and there was no need to build it specifically. This meant that the Black Star Army was wasting its own resources and time while reducing its results. This made Terekov, Heber, the Klent commander, very confused. "Do you want to reconsider?" Terekov asked out of good intentions. Han Xiao waved and chuckled. "No need. I like to rely on my luck. Maybe I can discover some rich resource planets in advance." Seeing that Black Star remained stubborn, the Klent commander ridiculed him in his mind. With such a poor exploration plan that clearly lacked consideration, their pioneering would definitely not go smoothly. This meant that they would most likely beat the Black Star Army this time. Okay then, Terekov did not insist. No matter what method its allies used to explore, the dynasty would not make any losses. After all, the entire star field belonged to them. The only one that would make losses was the Black Star army itself, and since Black Star did not care, he did not care either. Han Xiao had a smile on his face, and the others could not figure out what he was thinking. This exploration plan that looked to be very desperate for merit suited his goals the most. The reason that the fewest organizations decided to explore the Geru star cluster, as mentioned by Zoel, was that in the few star systems at the south of the Geru star cluster, there were obvious desolate universe belts. If he imitated Heber and the others and only explored one border star system, he would definitely not produce many results. He used this exploration plan to first develop those known rich planets in his memories. On this traffic route stretching from the south of Geru to the east, there were a few star systems that were extremely prosperous areas with many renowned rich planets in the previous life which only he knew about now. Also, as he stretched the exploration line, the surveillance of the dynasty would likely be less intense, which would give him room to operate. Han Xiao was not going to give up on such a good opportunity. Another goal he had was to distract the others away from his true goal. freewebnovel.cm. Han Xiao hoped to go to the south of the Geru star cluster as soon as possible without seeming too obvious. This was because the ownerless universal treasure in his memories was located in the other star cluster connected to the south of the Geru star cluster. He would only be able to obtain that universal treasure as soon as possible if he built this Stargate route. Tarakov turned off the star map and said with a deep voice, "It's all decided then. You guys wait here for 2 days. I'll dispatch teams to fuse into your teams as well as pass the Stargate, buoys, and the other exploration devices to you. We shall depart officially in 2 days." "Okay," the Klent commander replied. Han Xiao and Heber nodded and did not speak. They stood up and left the conference room. Walking out of the door, Han Xiao and Heber glanced at each other at the same time, as if their clashing sights created flames in midair. They then turned around and left with their officers in opposite directions. "Hey, what do you think Black Star is thinking?" Heber and Klent's men were walking together. On the way, a Vanguard official could not help but ask the Chief Staff Sergeant, Jord, beside him. "What are you trying to say?" Jord glanced at him. "Don't you know what kind of person Black Star is? He's never one to be willing to make losses. He clearly knows that there's no benefit in building the long-distance Stargate route in advance, so he definitely has other motives." Jord's eyes flickered. "Indeed, Black Star's decision is strange. Chief Staff Sergeant, what do you think his motive is?" The people around all eavesdropped at the conversation. "I'm not Black Star," Jord said with resignation. "The only reason I can think of is that Black Star is not willing to explore the poor border star systems of the Geru star cluster. But still, there's no need for him to waste time and cross more than 10 star systems. I can't think of any other reasons. Maybe his appetite is too large, or maybe he really wants to rely on his luck. Maybe he wants to first take over the planets that will be traffic stations in the future. No way, the dynasty won't allow it. As the flickering world was an undeveloped star field, everyone subconsciously had one assumption. No one knew the detailed information of the flickering world. Therefore, there was no way anyone could guess Han Xiao's motives. The Klent commander quickly walked to Heber's side and said softly, "Your Excellency Tyrant, what do you say we—" "Finish your sentence if you have something to say. Don't make me guess." Heber looked straight forward. "What do you say we send people to secretly head to the Geru star cluster and monitor Black Star's movements?" "What's the point of that?" Heber glanced at him. "Do you dare disrupt the exploration right under the dynasty's nose?" The Klent commander was stunned for a moment. He pondered carefully and came to a realization. Exploring the flickering world was the dynasty's key strategic goal, so even if they did know what the Black Star army was planning to do, they could not do anything about it. If they disrupted the exploration progress for their own interest, the dynasty would definitely not show mercy and make them an example, to show the other allied organizations who would participate in the exploration in the future what the consequences of daring to disrupt the dynasty's plans were. Having realized that, the Klent commander backed off and did not mention this matter anymore. It seemed like the only way to be above the Black Star army was to compete fairly through their pioneering results. Luckily, not only did Black Star choose the Geru, but he also chose to use a horrible plan. The bloodshed land and their victory were certain. Chapter 820 The Star of the Main Storyline and Stowaways. 820 The star of the main storyline and stowaways. The fleet stayed on planet Lighthouse for 2 days, receiving all kinds of exploration devices from Terekov. Huge alloy containers were loaded into the transport ships of the Black Star Army and neatly arranged. These were all exploration supplies provided by the Dynasty. There were Stargate devices, foolproof planet base expansion packs, universe surveillance buoys, and so on. These were all military devices that were unavailable to the general public and only occasionally appeared on the black markets. Han Xiao told Philip to do a count. They had received about 500 sets of Stargate devices, 6,000 foolproof planet base expansion packs, and 15 billion universe surveillance buoys. These were not given but lent to him as mission items. Also, Terekov had dispatched a Dynasty fleet that temporarily joined the Black Star Army's teams to assist him in exploring the Geru star cluster. The commander of this fleet was a major under Terekov. His name was Seneko. Terekov would be stationed on planet Lighthouse as the chief commander, and the Dynasty fleets he sent out all had their own commanders. Seneko was Terekov's direct subordinate, as well as one of the Dynasty officers stationed in the flickering world according to Han Xiao's memories. Han Xiao had a faint image of him. As they would be working alongside each other during the exploration, Han Xiao met and spoke with Seneko. They came to a simple consensus. Seneko expressed that he would not interfere with Black Star's exploration plan and would only be assisting them mainly. After preparing for 2 days, the chief commander finally announced the start of the operation. The fleets of various forces went in their separate ways to the star clusters of their choices. The Renault star cluster would be explored by the Bloodshed Land and Klent, Geru by the Black Star Army, and the Crown Star cluster by the Dynasty's remaining fleet. Comparatively, the Crown Star cluster had the most people, and the Geru Star cluster had the fewest. The Black Star Army and Seneko's fleet headed to the most south star system of the Geru Star cluster. Before departing, Han Xiao had already announced the Army's exploration plan to all the members, including the millions of players. He had put up all kinds of tasks on the faction mission list, such as exploring planets and deploying buoys, which were also classified into different areas. There were plenty of missions, but each one of them had a maximum participant limit. The many kinds of exploration missions sparked discussion on the forums. Different exploration missions gave different exploration points, and the exploration points relied on the actual results of those missions. The players would only know how many exploration points they would get when they completed them, so the players could only speculate and analyze for the moment, but they were still enjoying it. On the forums, the players generally agreed that exploring planets theoretically would lead to the most results, as discovering resources and lives, digging up the planet's history, mining the resources, and the other activities that would possibly happen during exploring planets all gave exploration points as a reward. At the same time, the process of it was filled with the joy of discovering the unknown. In comparison, those missions to deploy buoys, build stargates, and construct strongholds were considered hard labor tasks. They were the least popular missions among the players. Han Xiao knew that once the players were more familiar with the process of the exploration, the guilds would start fighting each other as the large guilds would want to make planets with rich resources their guild resource point. Although they would only be able to obtain a small portion of the total resources mined, that would still be considered a large reward to the players. In his previous life, there were 2 reasons for the players of different nations to fight each other, faction wars and planets with rich resources. Now, however, all the millions of the players were in his faction, so there would be no faction conflicts. The only reason they would fight each other now would be for the ownership of resource points. Although things had yet to reach the stage of intense guild wars, he knew that there would definitely be competition since there were club guilds from different nations in the army. One reason he encouraged socializing between players was to reduce the impact of the guild conflicts on normal players as much as possible. The conflict between players was unavoidable, but he wanted to prevent the players from having direct hostility toward each other. As long as the players in his army were not divided to such an extent, the competition between guilds would not affect his profit. After all, the players would still have to repair their equipment in the army after they damaged it during battle. After some days, the various fleets arrived at their respective locations and officially started their exploration tasks. The Black Star Army's exploration team came to the southernmost star system of Geru and built the first transit station according to the plan, connecting with the Dawn Star cluster. The engineering team used a foolproof planet base expansion pack on a desolate planet at the border of the star system. The transport ship opened its cabin, and hundreds of thousands of gigantic mechanical bases that looked like needles flew out. They were all base nodes. The base nodes formed a large net and shrouded the entire planet. Then, the thrusters of these nodes shot out orange flames and penetrated the planet's atmosphere. Like hundreds of thousands of missiles, these nodes landed and plugged deep into the planet's surface, stirring up endless dust. The next moment, all the base nodes were activated. A red light appeared on the top of these nodes as they started to modify the planet's environment and terrain. Every node was vibrating and emitting impact waves one after another, triggering earthquakes and tearing the ground open. Gray and silver metal extended from these nodes and spread over the ground, turning the planet's surface into a metal surface. According to the preset program, bases, fortresses, and warehouses would rise from the ground. After dozens of hours, the initial modification was complete. The once desolate planet now looked completely different. It became a planet fortress in gray and silver. This was the first stronghold in the Geru star cluster. The dynasty's engineering ships were not just watching. They dragged along gigantic parts of the Stargate and were assembling it beside the stronghold. An unactivated Stargate looked like a gigantic hollow mechanical ring. After it was activated, the inner circle of this mechanical ring emitted blue light and space energy, connecting to one of the Stargates near Planet Lighthouse. Then, the hollow part of the mechanical ring turned into a wormhole-like blue vortex, becoming a fully functional Stargate. Other than the team left behind to build the stronghold, the rest split up. Some went to deploy buoys nearby, and some went to explore the unknown planets nearby. A star system had about 10 star zones. The main team of the Black Star Army was now exploring the first star zone. According to the plan, Han Xiao sent out a special task force led by Hadavi to move alone with 150 Stargate devices. Its goal was to cross the many star systems and head to the east of the Geru star cluster, building a long-distance Stargate route on the way. The spaceships given to this special task force were all high-grade transport ships that had a maximum speed of 14.1 warp speed. It would take about 4 months for them to reach the destination through non-stop hyperdrive. After the special task force completed building the long-distance Stargate route, the 4-month trip would be reduced to a mere few hours. As countless army members were doing their part, Han Xiao led a group of army warriors and players to a planet at the center of the star zone on the main ship. In his memories, this planet was a trade transfer station and one of the entrances into the Geru star cluster in his previous life. It was rather valuable. Furthermore, it did not have a harsh environment and was quite habitable. It also had a native civilization. Currently, this planet did not have a name yet and only had a serial number. He wanted to head there in advance and start its exploration. Outside the border of the Shattered Star Ring was the edge of the known universe, the desolate universe belt between the Shattered Star Ring and the Flickering World. Fleets left from the border one after another from different locations, turning into hyperdrive streams of light and entering the desolate universe belt, heading in the Flickering World's direction. News of the Crimson Dynasty exploring the Flickering World had spread across the entire galaxy. Although the dynasty clearly stated that the other civilizations were not allowed to enter, the mere words on paper were not enough to scare those powerful forces away. They all wanted to enter the Flickering World in advance to grab the opportunities there. These fleets were from different civilizations and organizations. They all hid their identities. As they were unable to use the dynasty's Stargate, they could only sneak into the Flickering World, taking along Stargate devices and planning to secretly build Stargate routes without getting discovered by the dynasty. Even though these fleets were all extremely quick, it would still take a very long time for them to cross the desolate universe belt and arrive at the Flickering World. Among these smugglers, some were doing it for profits, and some had ulterior motives. One of them was the group of people the Arcane Church secretly sent. Chapter 821 821 Aesop's Fully Automated Enemy Radar. 821 Aesop's Fully Automated Enemy Radar. The blue-colored planet, Planet Aquamarine, slowly rotated with spaceships constantly flying out from within the planet, leaving behind light trails as they departed. The sun shone down on the tall buildings of the capital, and the windows reflected the blue sky and white clouds. Trains roared along the tracks, and anti-gravity suspension vehicles weaved within the city. There was a sense of liveliness within the city, a beautiful and prosperous sight. At the terminal of Black Star City, Bennett stood there with a group of people in wait. He stood by the window, observing the scenery of the vibrant capital outside. A sense of relief was seen on Bennett's face. With Han Xiao helping Planet Aquamarine break into the Shattered Star Ring Civilization Conference, many of the financial groups and organizations began to pay more attention to the development prospects of Planet Aquamarine. This brought about a new round of development opportunities, with the frequent trade circulation resulting in the increasing prosperity of the planet. As for the citizens, after experiencing so many hardships, they finally began to smile at the thought of better days. The more the people enjoyed the happiness and fortune brought to Planet Aquamarine, the more they worshipped their guardian Black Star, who had brought all this to them. A spaceship flew into the dock, and its hatch opened. Nero walked out, accompanied by a few soldiers, and the moment he saw Bennett, his expression softened. He ran as fast as his short legs could to Bennett. "Dad!" Bennett turned around, looking down toward him with a hint of suspicion on his face. "Why did you come back so soon? What did Black Star bring you into the universe for?" Nero scratched his head, his tone downcast. "We only studied mechanic theories most of the time. Godfather only took me out to play a few days before throwing me aside." freewebnov.co. Han Xiao had taken the majority of troops over to the flickering world, and it was unknown when he could return, so he naturally left Nero behind, instructing Sylvia to send some people to accompany him back to Planet Aquamarine. As he spoke, Nero seemed frustrated. "Mr. Reynolds said that this time was a vacation for me, and he even gave me homework to do during this time. He said that I can only come back for 2 months. Following that, he'll send someone over to pick me up so that I can continue studying under him." Having received Han Xiao's command, Reynolds taught Nero whenever Han Xiao was not around. He seriously performed this duty, and he had already planned out the curriculum of the year in advance. "It's a rare chance that Black Star is willing to groom and nurture you. Don't let him down." Bennett laughed and squatted so that his eyes were level with Nero's. Looking at his child kindly, he said, "Tell me what you experienced in the universe outside." Twisting his fingers, Nero recounted his experiences. He sounded excited because while the homework he got from Han Xiao was boring, it was still his first time outside exploring the universe. He had seen many strange and interesting things, and he was still quite satisfied overall with the trip. Bennett listened and nodded, sighing secretly to himself. He could feel that Han Xiao had taken an interest in Nero. It was not just because this kid was his child, but rather, he seemed to have a talent that Han Xiao appreciated, so Bennett was quite proud of this. His child could actually display such talents. It seemed that he had some superior genes. Bennett began to seriously consider if he should go for a second child. He was not willing to see this in a utilitarian manner, but if he put the future of Planet Aquamarine into consideration, if he had a few more talented children, with all of them studying under Han Xiao, Planet Aquamarine would have even stronger ties with Black Star himself. While he might be old, his body that was forged with pugilist skills was still lively, full of ammunition. Among the list of most charming men, the Planet Aquamarine leader Bennett ranked second overall, which showed the love and support he received from the people. The hearts of the citizens were one thing. In addition, his status, age, and fit body formed the vibe of a stable and mature man, which was attractive to the women. As for the number one on the list, it was without doubt Han Xiao. This position was something that no one could move or shake no matter what. With so many achievements, it did not matter what angle they looked at him from, they still found him handsome. Before long, Nero spoke till his throat was parched, and he finally heaved a sigh. He was still excited over the happenings in the universe. Bennett stopped him, rubbing his hair as he stood up. "Okay, that's enough. When we have more time, I'll talk in detail with you. You should return home to rest. I'm still waiting for someone here." A look of surprise crossed Nero's face. "Aren't you here to pick me up?" Bennett shook his head in response, looking at the universe far above from the window. "I'm waiting for someone even more important." At the same time, In the extreme end of planet Aquamarine's area of influence, a deep blue spaceship was shuttling through the universe in hyperdrive, quickly approaching planet Aquamarine. So, this is planet Aquamarine, Black Star's mother planet. Within the cabin, a life form with deep blue skin stared at the screen, his tone pleasant. He was the captain of the spaceship, and he possessed 4 arms and 3 eyes, similar to the rest of the crew. This entire spaceship consisted of members from the Star Pupil Holy Race. The captain turned around to survey the crew before coldly remarking, "Black Star had stolen our national treasure, and this is a humiliation to our entire race. Our leaders are weak, not daring to do this nor that. But we, the Avitan souls, dare." The captain's voice was sonorous, and all the crew showed excited expressions, holding their weapons tightly. Because of the evolution cube, our planet Avitan suffered an attack, and countless compatriots died. Our loved ones and friends are still trapped within this disaster. So many of them died, just so the evolution cube would not fall into the hands of others. Thus, this war crime is not just pinned on ES-God but also on Black Star. The captain pointed toward the direction of planet Aquamarine before growling. Only by spilling the fresh blood for revenge can we allow Black Star to regret his shameless behavior, allowing him to understand the humiliation he has submitted the Star Pupil Holy Race to. The despair he has left for us, we'll take it from him. Many of the crew members roared with hatred. Initially, in order to lure the tiger away from the mountains, they literally washed the entire planet Avitan in blood. This disaster was the most painful memory of the Star Pupil Holy Race, and a few of the survivors had lost their minds because of hatred and turned into extremists. Thus, an extremist group was born, and they called themselves Avitan Souls. These extremists were basically almost made up of the survivors of the Avitan, especially those who had close ones and friends who died within the disaster. Because they had lost their national treasure, the evolution cube, Psyker's prestige among the Star Pupil Holy Race had plummeted. The extremists who bore huge pain blamed Psyker for his incompetence and deeply hated the culprit, ES-God. Because the root of the disaster was due to the evolution cube, many of their comrades had sacrificed their lives. Thus, the Avitan souls had developed a morbid obsession with the evolution cube, turning their hate toward Black Star, who had taken it. The evolution cube was the treasure of their country in the eyes of the Star Pupil Holy Race. This impression had persisted for a long time, and now that the evolution cube had switched owners, the Star Pupil Holy Race treated Han Xiao with enmity. As for the Avitan souls, they were even more extreme. Since Psyker was unable to retrieve the evolution cube, as though he was afraid of the dynasty retaliating, the Avitan souls lost all faith in Psyker and decided to take matters into their own hands. Upon hearing that Han Xiao would be taking his officers out for a trip for a long time, the Avitan souls felt that their opportunity had arrived. Thus, they took the chance to plan an attack on Black Star's mother planet, to execute their revenge, allowing Black Star to only be able to watch as his homeland was being destroyed. Since planet Aquamarine was part of the Shattered Star Ring Civilization Conference, even Psyker could not move rashly against them. Of course, these sorts of rules that bound the upper echelons were not considered at all by the extremists since they were outliers. They disregarded rules as well as consequences, and only inflicted destruction as everything of theirs had been destroyed. While Psyker was regarded as the best leader of the Star Pupil Holy Race thus far, he was not a god and could not control the thoughts of every one of his clansmen. Every race would always have a few people who were more inclined toward extreme measures, drowned by hatred. This was something that even the advanced civilization of the Star Pupil Holy Race could not avoid. The captain turned to his first mate. "How are the weapons?" The first mate nodded. "The 5 high-class psionic energy bombs are enough to annihilate the entire planet. They're ready to be deployed at any time." "Very good. It is said that this sort of ammunition can destroy a continent with just 1 bomb. 3 is enough to destroy the planet's surface, and our objective is to ensure all 5 land on planet Aquamarine, allowing this planet to accompany us in our demise. Let them feel our pain." The captain's tone was sinister. They did not plan to leave alive. While those high-class psionic energy bombs could not compare to the primordial psionic energy bombs, they were still restricted weapons prohibited by the 3 major universe civilizations because they left terrible psionic pollution. Only star cluster civilizations would possess such a thing generally. The Avitan Souls were an organization that had only recently been established and did not possess any technological or scientific strength. The bomb was actually quietly funded by someone belonging to a civilization within the area where the star pupil holy race was located. This civilization had always been wary of the rising star pupil holy race, and because they had the backing of the arcane church, no one could act against them. However, the Avitan Souls were an opportunity for them to frame the star pupil holy race. Thus, they used this borrowed knife to try and cause trouble in the star pupil holy race. Just as the captain was about to strike, a blip appeared on their radar, and the artificial intelligence of the ship sent out a notification. Warning! A large, unidentified object is approaching. Everyone turned their heads toward the porthole to look, seeing a huge floating island swimming in the universe toward them. Floating Dragon Island? The captain recognized this homeless floating island and was confused over why it had appeared there, as though it was proceeding toward planet Aquamarine. Floating Dragon Island slowly moved toward the deep blue spaceship. Comparing the two was just like comparing an elephant to a sesame seed. Let's move away. Don't obstruct Floating Dragon. The captain quickly gave the command. Floating Dragon was a neutral force and would not actively attack any passing spaceship. He planned to pause his operation for the time being, waiting for Floating Dragon to leave before continuing. The spaceship was positioned below the entire island, and from the window, they could only see the rocks that made up the foundation of the island but not its entirety. The pilot raised the spaceship and flew above the foundations of the island, level with the city line. Everyone within the cabin got a rude shock at this time. They found out that, in the most conspicuous position of the island, Ames stood there in a black dress, staring straight at them. She's looking at us? Just as this thought passed by their minds, an unparalleled force field descended on them. Hong! Blood flowers blossomed. The bodies of all the star pupil holy race members were squashed and turned into piles of meat. They died without warning on the spot. On the harbor of Floating Dragon Island, Ames casually waved her hand, dispelling the field before speaking to Vilna by her side. Search the spaceship. See if there are any dangerous weapons within. Yes. Vilna immediately deployed her people. Ames then turned to look at Aesop by her side, her brows slightly furrowed. Are you sure that the people within the spaceship planned to harm planet Aquamarine? I didn't kill wrongly, right? Aesop only stroked his beard as he laughed. When you spoke about moving Floating Dragon over, I did a divination a few days ago. These people are the natives of Psyker's race, and it seems that because of the issue with the evolution cube, they wish to eradicate planet Aquamarine as revenge against Black Star. They did not succeed in the end as they were destroyed by the anti-space defense of Black Star. But since we're here, let's just do him a favor. Ames shook her head helplessly. I didn't expect to have become a guard for his house. Aesop stared at her in surprise. Didn't you move Floating Dragon here to help him defend planet Aquamarine? Oh, this is to obtain the greatest benefits for Floating Dragon. Furthermore, I'm strengthening our alliance. How is this of his concern? Even if it's for someone else, it would have to be for my two students. Ames turned around to leave, her dress spiraling like a blooming black flower. Aesop sent Ames off with his eyes before turning to Jenny. We're almost here. Notify them. Jenny nodded without any change in her expression. Bennett continued standing by the dock, his head raised as he observed the endless universe. A huge shadow suddenly blotted out the sun. It spread quickly, covering the entire dock in an instant. One only saw a humongous floating island appear in their vision, leisurely cruising toward planet Aquamarine. Bennett smiled. The VIP is finally here. Chapter 822, 822 handle. 822 handle. Floating Dragon floated beside planet Aquamarine like a gigantic satellite, and the citizens on the ground could see a gigantic floating island in the sky if they looked up. Numerous individuals could not help but stop what they were doing and look up at the sky with shock on their faces. What's that? Why does it seem so familiar? Mummy. I have seen it in the encyclopedia before. That's the legendary Floating Dragon Island. It drifts around in space. The Palace of Dragon Emperor. A young, excited voice exclaimed while pointing at the sky. "Oh, so it's Ames." After Planet Aquamarine broke free from Ghidorah's information lockdown, the knowledge of the citizens rose rapidly in the 10 subsequent years. They all had basic understanding toward the famous characters in the Shattered Star Ring and were extremely familiar with Ames because of Han Xiao. The citizens all knew that she was once Black Star's superior and knew that they could only connect to the galaxy because of Floating Dragon's protection. Thus, Ames and Floating Dragon had a special position in the hearts of the citizens. Upon witnessing Floating Dragon Island approach Planet Aquamarine, many of the citizens could not help be both surprised and curious. They immediately called their friends to inform them of the news, and a huge commotion was created. The various financial groups stationed on Planet Aquamarine had also noticed Floating Dragon's presence and were extremely surprised. They approached the Planet Aquamarine government to find out what was going on. At the same time, Ames and the others arrived at the dock in a small spaceship to meet Bennett. "Your Excellency Dragon Emperor, Planet Aquamarine welcomes your arrival." Bennett bowed and spoke with reverence in his voice. He was extremely familiar with Han Xiao, and they had known each other for over 20 years. Thus, he could naturally behave more casually around Han Xiao. However, he was not familiar with Ames, and even though Bennett knew that Han Xiao had a good relationship with Ames, he would not dare overstep his bounds. Ames waved her arm to indicate that Bennett did not need to be so polite. She then said with a smile, "Black Star should have informed you of my request, and you should have contacted Jenny as well." Bennett nodded. He had received news from Han Xiao a while ago and knew that Floating Dragon was about to be stationed near Planet Aquamarine. He had been truly shocked when he heard the news and was overjoyed shortly after. He knew that this was a rare opportunity and hurriedly mobilized manpower to work together with Floating Dragon. He kept the matter a secret according to Ames' wishes and only planned to announce the matter to the public after Floating Dragon's arrival. The abruptness of the news would be beneficial to breaking everyone's impression of Floating Dragon and also establishing a new image. As such, Bennett did not announce the matter to the citizens of Planet Aquamarine beforehand. "I will hold a press conference in the name of Planet Aquamarine and announce that Floating Dragon will be setting up their base here. How long do you need to get it done?" "I only need a couple of hours. Some of the galactic media groups have their reporters stationed here, and it won't take too long for me to invite them. What do you think?" Ames then nodded to indicate her approval. Floating Dragon would remain there for a long period of time, and the reason for her arrival today was to attend the press conference. "Right, I met with some extremists from the Star Pupil Holy Race just now. They were roaming around the vicinity of Planet Aquamarine and had dangerous explosives loaded up on their spaceship. It seems as though they intended to ambush Planet Aquamarine, so I killed them out of convenience. A recording is present on their spaceship, and I shall hand them over to you." Bennett was taken aback. The Star Pupil Holy Race. This should be because of Black Star, right? They have transferred their hatred for Black Star to Planet Aquamarine. "I will inform His Excellency Black Star," Bennett said with a grave tone. This matter involved the race of another beyond grade as super, so it was not appropriate for the leader of a civilization that had not even reached the star system level to handle it. Thus, he was prepared to ask for Han Xiao's opinion. Although this matter was stopped in time, it could be said that the innocent Planet Aquamarine had been implicated because of Black Star. Planet Aquamarine had once suffered from a similar catastrophe before when Stephanie, who was under Thousand Shadows, had tried to cause chaos on the planet to deal with Black Star. However, Bennett did not have any complaints. He was extremely clear that since they wanted to enjoy the benefits that Black Star brought to them, they would also be targeted by Black Star's enemies. There was no such thing as a free lunch. The battle between those high up above was like a raging storm, and the current Planet Aquamarine was just like a little boat in the ocean. They would be easily capsized if they were not careful, with all of them ending up dead. However, it would be extremely cowardly for them to throw away the opportunity for their civilization to rise and cut off all ties with their own protector. Perhaps the leaders of the Six Nations would have considered such a choice, but Bennett definitely would not waver. With Floating Dragon's arrival and a beyond grade A super being stationed there, the safety of Planet Aquamarine would be increased by a few different levels, and no one would treat Planet Aquamarine as Black Star's weakness anymore. Bennett naturally did not know Ames' intentions for coming to planet Aquamarine. Thus, he felt that Han Xiao was definitely behind this matter. If not, Ames would not have shown planet Aquamarine such a great deal of face. As such, he could not help but admire Han Xiao for his foresight. 3 hours later, many different galactic reporters were gathered in a hall, awaiting the start of the press conference. The planet Aquamarine government called for a press conference shortly after Floating Dragon's appearance. Their agenda today is probably related to Floating Dragon. It is probably going to be big news. It can't be right? Floating Dragon is always drifting around in space and will never stay in a single place for long. It shouldn't be anything special for them to arrive at planet Aquamarine, right? The reporters then saw a couple of workers carry some equipment in and set up a live broadcast station in the room. Everyone could not help but be startled when they saw that. They wanted to have a live broadcast to the entire planet. Only a large matter would require a live broadcast. Just when everyone was guessing what the announcement would be about, the doors to the hall opened wide. Upon turning around to take a look, everyone's expression froze in place with a look of shock on their faces. The individual walking in was not the usual media department of the planet Aquamarine government, but the leader of the government making a personal appearance. Beside him was a famous character whose name shook the entire star field, Dragon Emperor Ames. All the reporters were truly shocked. Why would Ames appear in the planet Aquamarine government's press conference? They then watched as Bennett and Ames walked onto the stage. There is something that I must announce to the entire star field. Bennett cleared his throat and said with a solemn tone, "From today on, Floating Dragon will remain outside of planet Aquamarine's atmosphere for the long run. And I represent the planet Aquamarine government in welcoming our new neighbor." Before everyone could even react, Ames said, "Floating Dragon has been drifting for too long, and I have decided to stop it from drifting. From today on, this place shall be Floating Dragon's main camp." Pin-drop silence filled the place, and everyone was truly dumbfounded. Boom! The entire hall burst into an uproar. All the reporters were trembling from excitement. This was a huge scoop. News of Floating Dragon setting up a base spread throughout the entire Shattered Star Ring like wildfire, and all the organizations were in shock. For the Floating Dragon to stop drifting, it could only mean that Ames was going to set up a proper organization. However, this was not the piece of news that puzzled people the most. The most shocking piece of news was the fact that the address for her new base was on Black Star's mother planet. All the large organizations knew that the most eye-catching base of the Black Star Army was their headquarters, which was usually located at Planet Golden Gate. After Han Xiao obtained a seat in the Civilization Conference through the name of Planet Aquamarine, many individuals all felt that Planet Aquamarine would become Black Star's second base. Just what was Floating Dragon thinking? Setting up their main camp in Black Star's main camp. Did this mean that both beyond Grade A organizations were going to have an even closer relationship? No, there was definitely something more to this. Back when Heber challenged Black Star had joined hands with the Dragon Emperor. Furthermore, the alliance between the Black Star Army and Floating Dragon was something that everyone in the Shattered Star Ring was aware about. But even if both parties were allies, their scope of operations were still clearly defined and did not clash with each other. Black Star Army had many branches while Floating Dragon drifted around without a fixed location. But now, Floating Dragon had chosen to stay on planet Aquamarine. They were not setting up a casual branch but their main base. For an organization at the level of the Black Star Army and Floating Dragon, they would not set up their main base at the same location if there was not a special reason. They would only set up a branch in the territory of their ally at the very most. However, Dragon Emperor had shifted her base over to Black Star's mother planet, and her intention obviously was not to fight over territory with Black Star. This signified their absolute trust in each other. They both believed that the other party would not betray them. If not, they would never expose their backs to each other. Such a level of trust was extremely rare among galactic organizations. The relationship that both parties had displayed had already exceeded the realm of ordinary allies. They were close to the point that all the organizations could not help but think of another possibility. Could it be that there was a chance for both organizations to merge? No beyond grade A super would be willing to be a subordinate to another beyond grade A super usually. Apart from submitting and working together, there was another relationship that was extremely common among normal beings but extremely rare among beyond grade A supers. The various organizations were not just letting their imaginations run wild but were making deductions based on the history between Black Star and the Dragon Emperor. Furthermore, Black Star had even taken Ames along with him to the dynasty ruler a while back. This was a dangerous signal. If both parties really merged together, an organization with unprecedented power would be born in the Shattered Star Ring, and the balance of the Shattered Star Ring would change greatly. Back then, many organizations wished to drive a wedge between the Black Star Army and Floating Dragon, but they had failed. Now, many organizations still were not willing to see Floating Dragon and the Black Star Army become even closer. Since this matter involved their interests, many organizations could not help but be alarmed. On the contrary, many financial groups were extremely excited by this piece of news. The development potential of Planet Aquamarine was pretty good before this, and with the addition of Floating Dragon's presence, Planet Aquamarine's potential had exploded. All the financial groups that had cooperated with Planet Aquamarine early on injected another round of funds, and many other financial groups began to approach Planet Aquamarine to seek cooperation. The citizens of Planet Aquamarine naturally would not reject it and were all filled with surprise. In the flickering world, rays of hyperdrive light sliced through the universe and stopped outside the atmosphere of a purple planet. This was the fleet that Han Xiao was in. The majority of their manpower had already been sent out to explore other undiscovered planets, resulting in the small size of the fleet. This purple planet was one of the transit stations in Han Xiao's memories, and was the target that he was prepared to explore. It was called Planet Pangurus in his previous life. Because the unexplored regions did not have a stargate, the fleet took quite some time to arrive. We have arrived at our destination. Army Commander, please give us your next orders. Aurora stood up straight and pretended to mimic the voice of a soldier making a report. But before she could finish her sentence, she could not hold back her laughter. The engineering team should set up a stargate here, and the detection fleet should revolve around the planet to create a map. Make use of the detection devices to sense the presence of life and the resources on the planet. We will allow our exploratory squad to set off after the map is completed. Before Han Xiao could finish what he had to say, Philip's voice sounded in his head and interrupted him. Master, there is an emergency message from Planet Aquamarine. The message then appeared in his quantum network. It was news that was sent by Bennett. Bennett had reported about successfully receiving Floating Dragon and also mentioned about the Avitan Souls incident together with a recording of what happened in the spaceship, asking him how the matter should be handled. Han Xiao immediately frowned. Psyker didn't provoke me, but there are people within his race who want to deal with me. Avitan Souls? There seems to be a small organization by that name. Don't they hate ES God? Why have I been dragged into this? They even want to commit suicide and destroy an entire planet? Is there really a need for such hatred? They are truly a ferocious bunch. Also, where did their psionic explosives come from? Fruobnov.com. Han Xiao was a little helpless. This was one of the side effects of him obtaining the evolution cube. He was not too bothered by such an extremist organization. Everyone's mental capacity was limited, and both war and calamities were the best way to cause the formation of an extremist group. Logic was not the only way for a living being to judge the things around them, and their emotions were usually more powerful than logic. However, the vengeful actions of these extremists did Psyker a favor. Han Xiao shook his head. He was not planning to pretend that nothing had happened. Since Planet Aquamarine had a seat in the Civilization Conference, it was akin to them gaining the privileges of a star system civilization, and they would also be protected by the peace treaty. This was a good opportunity for him to exploit. He then gave a reply to Bennett. Preserve the evidence and contact Purple Crystal on my behalf. Bring this matter to the Shattered Star Ring Civilization Conference and expose it to all the civilizations. I will take care of the rest. Although this matter would not do anything to Psyker, it would still disgust him for sure. A small extremist group of his race personally delivering an excuse and the evidence to his hands. In the end, the entire Star Pupil Holy race would have to take the blame for the matter. Who knew how Psyker would feel about this matter? Chapter 823 Natives. 823 Natives. After giving instructions to Bennett, Han Xiao left the quantum network and returned to reality to monitor the work on planet Pangurus. The engineering fleet began constructing stargates outside the atmosphere, and the small detection squad revolved around the planet to scan the planet's situation. Very quickly, a holographic figure of planet Pangurus was created with the details being perfected rapidly. Han Xiao and the other officers watched as the holographic planet became more and more detailed. Not too long later, the detection fleet returned. They had completed their first round of exploration. Detailed figures of the planet were shown on the maps, including the gravity pull, atmosphere breakdowns, climate, size, and ocean ratio. Apart from this, the 3D map was also demarcated into various regions by color to indicate the different resources located on the planet and the locations where lifeforms had gathered. Aurora read the report. This planet is extremely rich in common resources, and apart from that, there are plenty of rare resources underground such as dark gold mines, purple silver mines, origin crystal mines, and a dozen of different rare materials. These are the important materials for magical star systems, and its market price is 60 anas for 10,000 tons. This planet has billions of tons in the mines. At the extreme north of the planet, we also detected about 800,000 tons of the rare mountain essence. Every ton is priced around 6,000 anas. We also discovered some ingots that had spiritual energy stored within them. There isn't much, and they should be worth about 1,200,000,000 anas. Han Xiao listened for a moment before nodding. Give me an estimate of the planet's value. According to our initial scans, the value of this planet should be about 18 billion anas. If we can find more valuable resources when digging deeper, its value will go up. It's pretty valuable. Han Xiao smiled. This planet could be considered rather resource-rich when compared to other mining planets. However, despite the initial valuation of the planet being high, it would take more than 100 years to fully reap all the benefits. In the universe, resource-rich planets would be tightly grasped in the hands of the various civilizations, and they would not sell them off like uninhabited planets. The civilization would slowly excavate the resources of the planet and ensure that the excavation could be sustained for a long period. Even an advanced civilization would not destroy the golden goose if they did not meet an emergency. Resource-rich planets were an important source of revenue for civilizations. A civilian miner could only mine on the edges of a desolate planet to feed their family. Civilizations did not think much of a desolate planet and would usually sell these planets to civilian organizations. The Black Star Army obtaining the rights to mine on a resource-rich planet was already the limits of a private organization. Exploring the flickering world was definitely a good opportunity for development. After the allies of the dynasty discovered a resource-rich planet, although they needed to inform the dynasty and let the dynasty take the majority of the share, they would be able to gain the rights to mine for a short while and share a portion of the benefits. Since the Black Star Army had discovered planet Pangurus, they would have the rights to leave their forces behind to mine on the planet. The sheer size of a star field represented countless planets and a huge benefit. To the organizations that did not belong to any civilizations, this was akin to obtaining the rights to mine on many resource-rich planets. Furthermore, they would be able to obtain a bonus reward from the dynasty if they reported a certain number of resource-rich planets. However, the advantage of planet Pangurus did not lie only in its resources. It would become one of the doors to enter the Geru star cluster and thus became a trading station in the future. With this point alone, planet Pangurus was not merely an ordinary resource-rich planet but had huge potential. Seeing Han Xiao remain silent, Aurora continued. We detected a large number of living beings on the planet, with the majority of them being wild beasts. We aren't clear how many different species there are, but only one of the species had traces of intelligence and the signs of a civilization. As Aurora explained, a projection appeared in front of everyone. It was the projection of the living being that Aurora was describing. This living being was 3 to 4 meters tall and looked like a human. It looked like the elf clan in the universe, but there were many subtle differences between the two. It was clad in beast skin for clothes like a caveman. According to our observations, this sentient being is a native of the planet, and they have reached the level of a tribal civilization, Aurora said. Their tribes are scattered all around the planet, and they rely on hunting to survive. Our detection fleet has not made contact with them yet. Han Xiao nodded. He had long known that planet Pangurus had a native civilization that called themselves Children of the Forest. In truth, such a title was extremely common in the galaxy, and there were at least a few thousand various native civilizations who call themselves Children of the Forest. Some other complementary names included Children of the Magma, Children of the Mountain, and Children of the Ocean. In his previous life, the others were used to using the name of the planet as a prefix of the civilization's name. This race was called Pangurus Giant Elves. Send out our scouts to make contact with them, Han Xiao said. When pioneering in a new star field, there was a sensitive topic that was publicly acknowledged in the universe. How should they manage their relationship with the natives? There were far too many negative examples in history. Since the advanced civilizations wanted to mine for resources, it was extremely common for them to be treated as invaders and face the retaliation of the natives. Maintaining biodiversity had always been the rule of the advanced civilizations, and a universal civilization like the Crimson Dynasty would not begin a needless massacre just to mine for resources. Thus, Tarakov had explicitly stated that their priority should be to communicate with the natives, and they should not use violence senselessly. Under such circumstances, it would be far easier to handle the weaker natives, and the discovery of natives could also earn them reward. On planet Pangurus, the green stream was a dense jungle with large trees that were over 50 meters tall. The leaves of the trees formed an ocean, and it swayed in the wind. The sunlight that managed to shine through the thick sea of leaves became spots of light that swayed together with the leaves. A clear stream went through the jungle and cut the jungle in two. More than 106 to 7-meter tall beast skin tents were set up on both sides of the stream. Outside the tents, bunches of golden red dried fruits were hanging as though they were decorations. This was one of the tribes of the Pangurus giant elf race. There were some climbing up trees to pick fruits, others waving their sticks to chase their reared animals, and some who were holding onto spears and shields in preparation of a hunt. At the entrance of the tribe, the chief said to the hunters who were about to leave, "Hunters, our tribe doesn't have enough food. You guys must hunt for a little more food this time. Ha! Just wait for our bountiful return," the captain of the hunter squad said with a loud laugh. The chief then let out a sigh. "We were attacked by the other tribes half a year ago, and our youths have been severely wounded. We can only rely on you old hunters to hunt for some food. However, all of you are growing older by the day, and I really don't know what we should do in the future." The hunting captain then patted the shoulders of a youth beside him. "Don't worry, we are training a new batch of youths. Duki is the fastest learner, and he is already able to go hunting together with us. He may be the one to succeed us in the future." Duki puffed up his chest and had a look of pride on his face. "What a good lad. We shall rely on you in the future." All the villagers by the side praised him with a respectful tone. Upon hearing the praise of the villagers, Duki had a face full of confidence. All of a sudden, his gaze looked through the crowd and arrived at a small campfire. A youth was sitting beside the campfire and looking at him with a face full of envy. It was his good friend, Rizzo. Duki raised his arms and flexed his muscles to Rizzo, who was sitting afar, and both of them broke out into laughter. "Let's go," the hunter captain said before setting off with the other hunters. Upon seeing that, Duki waved to Rizzo and hurriedly followed behind the hunters. The groups of hunters then entered the forest and disappeared before the sights of the crowd. Rizzo looked at his good friend leaving and suddenly let out a sigh. "Hunter. Sigh." The hunters had the responsibility to hunt and fight, and they were the most highly respected within the tribe. Almost every youth aimed to become a hunter, but Rizzo was an exception. He did not have any interest in hunting and fighting, and he did not have any talent in that regard. Rizzo preferred to do other things that seemed meaningless to others, such as writing or thinking. However, this made plenty of people in the tribe dissatisfied with him and felt as though he was a sloth who did not want to do anything but get protected by others. However, he also wanted to receive the respect of others like his good friend. Thus, he worked harder to pick fruits, sew clothes, and anything else within his abilities. However, these jobs were usually done by the old, young, and weak, and it was not enough to change the others' impression of him. Although Rizzo cared about how others looked at him, he did not wish to go against his own heart and do something that he was not good at just to change the impression that others had of him. He wished to use another method to contribute to the tribe. However, it seemed as though every youth in the tribe should only have become a hunter as their sole goal. Right at this moment, a huge gust of wind suddenly blew over. Whoosh! Ripples could be seen on the clear stream, and a huge cloud of sand was blown up by the winds. What is going on? Rizzo raised his head and looked up with his eyes wide open in shock. He had never seen something like this before. A black, squarish box floated down from the skies and hovered right above their tents, covering their entire tribe with a huge shadow. The Panguru's giant elves in the tribe were all shocked. Our god of the forest! What is this thing? Is it a monster that can fly? Run! Upon witnessing a scene that none of them could understand, many of them became anxious. All of a sudden, a small hole could be seen on the belly of this black beast, and a bunch of strange-looking beings covered in metal descended from the sky. The 10 or so warriors who had remained in the tribe charged forward, and their wooden spears struck these beings who descended from the skies. Kacha-kacha! Their wooden spears snapped upon coming into contact with the surface of the armor. Taking off their helmets, half of them were the warriors of the army, while the other half were players with their IDs above their heads. The majority of the players present were the core members of clubs, such as Han Xiao and Frenzied Sword. These players had accepted the mission to meet the natives without killing them. Frenzied Sword pressed onto the galactic translator and tried to speak with sincerity. $0026 hashtag at duh. Just what are you saying? The Panguru's giant elves were completely puzzled. Could not be helped. This was the first time that the Panguru's giant elf race had come into contact with the galaxy, and their language was not in the database yet. Monsters! Monsters! Many ladies let out a shriek, and they began picking up stones to hurl at the monsters. The stones landed on the armor of the warriors and were naturally useless. All the players looked at each other with helpless looks on their faces. How were they supposed to console the agitated natives if they could not even communicate? On the other side, the NPC captain raised his rifle up and fired at the forest by the side. Xiao! A blue laser shot out and penetrated a few dozen trees, leaving behind a hole, following which, a loud explosion could be heard from the forest, and a huge crater was blown up. This scene frightened all the natives, and a look of disbelief and fear could be seen on their faces after witnessing the carnage of the attack. They all stopped attacking and began trembling with fear. Who? The captain then looked toward the players. Brother, did you see that? The best way to deal with natives that you can't communicate with is to scare them. Just when the atmosphere was tense and the Panguru's giant elf race was in fear, Rizzo tried his best to maintain his cool and analyze the intentions of the strange creatures before them. These living beings don't seem to be hostile. Frubnell.com. Although I can't understand what they're saying, they seem to be talking just now? Could it be that they have intelligence as well? This shouldn't be wrong. They also want to communicate with us. Rizzo hesitated for a moment before taking in a deep breath and walking forward. His actions immediately attracted the attention of both parties, and everyone's attention was focused on him. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Rizzo looked at his tribe mates and said, "Everyone, don't be afraid. They do not wish to kill us. Please do not provoke them." He then walked forward to Frenzied Sword and looked down at this dwarf, who was only up until his waist. Suppressing his fear, he half-knelt so both of their heights were the same before pointing at his mouth and ears, hoping that the other party would understand what he was trying to say. Frenzied Sword understood what the other party meant and threw a galactic translator over, gesturing to show the other party how to put it on. Rizzo understood what the other party meant and hurriedly put on the translator. The translator immediately read his mind and understood his thoughts. "Can you understand me now?" Rizzo's eyes lit up and he nodded. The captain then chuckled. "He knows how to communicate with us. This fellow is pretty smart. He shall be the representative of this tribe." Chapter 824 Homeland. Chapter 824 Homeland. The sudden descent of the battleship from the sky and the loud explosion that came from the tribe resulted in all the hunters who left not too long ago rushing back. Their eyes were glued on the mountain like flying beasts before them. All the hunters hurriedly returned to the tribe, and although the members of the tribe were still trembling in fear, there were no casualties. Only then did the anxious hearts of the hunters ease up as they asked around to find out what had happened. Dookie looked around, and his heart immediately sank. He could not find the figure of his good friend Rizzo among the crowd. He anxiously went around to ask the different members of his tribe. Those individuals said a few words to Rizzo before taking him away. Before leaving, he asked us not to be afraid and said that they did not come with ill intentions. In which direction did they go? Dookie was enraged. He could not be bothered with what Rizzo had said and only knew that his good friend had been taken away by a bunch of aliens. He could not sit around and do nothing. The villager pointed in a direction. The members of the army did not return to the spaceship but walked into the forest instead. Dookie raised his weapon and charged in that direction without saying another word. The hunters beside him shouted for him to stop, but he ignored them completely and only thought about saving his friend from the hands of those beasts. Upon witnessing such a scene, the hunting captain immediately followed behind Dookie, afraid that Dookie would meet with some danger. The gigantic elves weaved through the jungle nimbly, and Dookie could recognize the footprints on the ground. After running for a while, he finally caught up to the members of the army. All the players were currently swinging their weapons to clear out a piece of land. They were preparing to form a mini stronghold. According to their mission requirements and the orders of the army, they were to come meet the natives and set up a stronghold near the tribe for future communication. A life form is approaching. Frenzied Sword waved his blade to slice down a tree, and his radar detected the presence of Dookie. Dookie was currently squatting in the bushes, completely unaware that his whereabouts had already been exposed. He looked around and observed the beast, who were clad in metal. He immediately spotted Rizzo, who was currently surrounded, and his face broke out with a smile. Ha! The next moment, Dookie pounced into the air and landed not too far away from Rizzo. He then charged forward and aimed his spear at the lower body of the metal beast to launch a one-hit KO attack. Pa! His wooden spear snapped into two instantly. The member of the army gently sent out a kick, afraid that he may kill the native and fail the mission. However, in Dookie's eyes, this kick was fast to the point he could not react. He raised his shield to block the kick, and an irresistible force smashed down on his shield. Boom! The wooden shield exploded and was shattered into wooden splinters. Dookie's body was sent flying a few meters away, and a sharp pain could be felt in his arms. His chest had a dull aching pain, and he could not help but vomit out a stomach full of gastric juices. He lay flat on the ground and could not get up, staring at the attacker with a look of fear and disbelief. Don't kill him. He's my friend. Rizzo cried out and looked toward Dookie. What are you here for? Cough cough. I am here to save you, Dookie said with a weak voice. He was only an ordinary being but had been kicked by a grade C warrior. The only reason he was alive was because the other party had only used 1% of his strength. Sigh. I don't need you to save me. They didn't come with ill intentions and are my friends. Hurry up and leave. Rizzo then helplessly pleaded toward the warriors of the army. In that short period of time, he had already found out about the general situation. Although there were many words that he did not understand, it did not stop him from understanding that the other party did not have any ill intentions. Upon hearing Rizzo persuade him to return, Dookie, who was on the ground, raised his head and saw Rizzo talking to the unknown beings in some strange language. Rizzo was not in any danger at all and did not need any saving. Rizzo received a reply and said with joy, I have pleaded on your behalf, and they have agreed to let you go. Hurry up and return to the tribe. I am doing fine, and you just need to wait for news from me. Please do not make any rash moves again. Let me go. Dookie repeated those words again, and he looked at Rizzo with a complicated expression. It was as though he had a new understanding of this good friend of his who had never been welcomed since a young age. A sense of defeat rose in his heart, and Dookie clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, the hunting captain finally arrived, and he looked at the members of the army warily. Upon seeing Duki lying on the ground, he was extremely surprised. Rizzo then hurriedly called out to him and explained the situation. The hunting captain then supported Duki, who had temporarily lost the ability to move, and left. Rizzo looked at their departures and heaved a sigh of relief. Many different troops landed from the sky and came into contact with the tribes scattered all around the planet. The gigantic battleship that descended from the sky was like the descent of a celestial being to the Panguru's giant elves. The silence in their lives had been disturbed, and all the natives looked at the descending aliens with fear and wariness. The members of the army set up a stronghold beside the tribes and chose one or a few representatives from each tribe. These representatives were taught how to use the translating device so that the army could communicate with them. At the same time, Han Xiao did not let the others remain idle and sent out the mining squad to the various resource-rich locations. They began to construct a new base and started their mining operations. Large patches of forests were uprooted and replaced with cold metal. With a large amount of manpower under his charge, Han Xiao did not need to take action personally. He only needed to command the operation from the flagship and was extremely idle. Your Excellency Black Star, you discovered a resource-rich planet that has rare materials? Seneco from the dynasty was overjoyed when he received the piece of news. At this moment, the majority of the forces were still exploring the first star zone, and the majority of the resource-rich planets that they had found only contained ordinary resources. There were extremely few planets that had a value of over 6 billion anas. Planet Pangurus was the most valuable planet that they had discovered in the first star zone to date. Yes, I have already updated the information of the planet in the database. There are natives living on the planet, and my men are keeping in contact with them, Han Xiao said. Seneco thought for a moment before saying, I see. The mining operation for the planet shall be handed over to you then. I will send a team over to help you. According to the rules, Han Xiao would be able to temporarily enjoy mining rights to a planet that the Black Star Army discovered. But if the planet was discovered by the dynasty's forces, the allies of the dynasty would have limited rights over the planet. Thus, the only way to maximize their benefits would be to mine a planet that they discovered. Seneco's troops were both his comrades and competition. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao hung up and opened the interface. A few notifications popped up from the Flickering World main storyline mission. His discovery of a resource-rich planet and native civilization awarded him with quite a few exploration points. The players who followed him to Planet Pangurus were the ones who got the greatest rewards among the players. On the forums, the players who explored the different planets began to show off their own exploration points. However, they were extremely envious of the exploration points that the players on Planet Pangurus got. We can earn the most from following our army commander. Sigh. What a pity. Most of the slots to follow Black Star have been given to the large guilds. I didn't manage to snatch the remaining slots because I was too ugly. Although the players went to explore the various planets, they could still communicate with each other through the forums and share information with each other. Of the players that Han Xiao had taken along with him, a large number of them were players from the various clubs, and many professional players were included. Closing the interface, Han Xiao looked at the dots of light on the map that indicated the presence of his troops and asked, "How is their contact with the natives going? Did anyone fight back?" Aurora shook her head and said, "There are more than 10,000 tribes on the planet, and the population of the Panguru's giant elf race is about 10 million. Our warriors used scare tactics to instill fear in them, and thus we don't have any injuries temporarily. There seem to be some accidental deaths, but the numbers wouldn't exceed 100. Han Xiao replied with a nod. The natives of this planet were still at the elementary stage, and their population was small. Under 100 deaths on their first contact was still within an acceptable range. Let the ground troops console those tribes and slowly educate them. This is only the first day, and it will be a long process. Tell our men not to be eager for success. Even if the natives fight back, they won't cause much harm to us. Try not to deal with them using violence. Even if no one fought back currently, it did not mean that no one would in the future. The natives had not understood just what they were facing. One day, some of them would fight back because of their love for the land. Thankfully, the natives were far too weak, and their retaliation would be meaningless. This was also their saving grace. Han Xiao knew that there were a few native civilizations who could barely reach the level of a star system in the Renault star cluster, and it was far more difficult to deal with them. If the bloodshed land met those civilizations, they would have to suffer for a period. It would take far too long to educate a bunch of natives. This was a job that would take a few decades or even centuries. Han Xiao naturally would not remain on a single planet for such a long time. He was only setting the foundation and would hand over the job of educating the natives to the dynasty when they arrived. He only needed to leave behind some forces for his mining operation, and he could go and explore another planet. The representatives of the tribes returned to their tribes with the goodwill of the Black Star Army and conveyed the message that the Black Star Army had no intention of harming them. At the same time, they brought back with them the seeds of a few different crops suitable for the climate of the planet. With the assurance of the representatives, the Panguru's giant elf race was no longer that fearful toward their guests from the sky. After overcoming their fear, they could not help but be curious toward these guests. Every stronghold beside the tribe had the function of being a school. The school was open to the natives, and because the translator had gathered enough information about the natives' language, it was possible for them to communicate normally. There were a few bolder natives who had even attempted to study in the strongholds. The stronghold taught them various different life skills, including farming and craftsmanship. They also gave out seeds and food for free, and some of the natives returned to set up their own plantation after learning from the stronghold. Through this process, the various tribes understood the identities of these guests who had descended from the sky. They found out about the existence of the Black Star Army and the Crimson Dynasty. freewebnovel.com. The members of the army passed on some basic knowledge to the natives and the history of the army. The natives were not able to believe that there were such powerful organizations living in the sky, capable of easily traversing through the universe. Everything had exceeded their knowledge, and the existence of the Black Star Army was like a miracle in their eyes. In the Clear Stream tribe, Rizzo's life was getting better. After becoming the representative of the tribe to communicate with the guests from the sky, Rizzo continued to learn new knowledge and brought all his knowledge back to the tribe. He was extremely talented in this regard, and the tribe began to learn new things from the Black Star Army, changing their lifestyle. Rizzo suddenly realized that the members of his tribe who had disdained him were finally treating him with respect. In his tribe, his status had exceeded the chief's, and he became the most respected person within the tribe. The culture of these natives had not been completely formed and did not have any concept of abandoning their own traditions. They were all immediately entranced by the new inflow of knowledge. The most respected people in the past were the hunters who brought food back to feed the tribe. Now, the most respected ones were those who brought back knowledge from the stronghold. The seeds and food that they brought back allowed the tribe to feed themselves much more easily. The craftsmanship that they had obtained allowed clothes to be more comfortable and the tents to be warmer. Some of them even brought back a free weapon to the tribe called a crossbow. With this weapon, hunting became even easier. The hunters were the warriors of the tribe, and they had the responsibility of protecting the tribe. However, these hunters were completely helpless before the members of the army, and the tribe gradually lost their reliance on the hunters. Although the hunters still received some form of respect, they were gradually being pushed to the periphery. Duki looked at Rizzo, who was being surrounded by the tribe, and had a complicated feeling in his heart. This had once been his honor, and although he treated Rizzo as his good friend, a sense of superiority had budded in his heart. He had felt that he was protecting Rizzo at that time, but now their statuses had been swapped. Rizzo, who had not been popular in the tribe, was now a respected individual, and the young hunter who had been the hope of the tribe was now ignored. Duki felt more and more depressed. After talking to the members of his tribe, Rizzo saw Duki and said with concern, "How are your injuries?" Upon hearing Rizzo's words of concern, Duki found it to be extremely piercing for some reason. "I am fine," he replied coldly and walked away. Upon seeing Duki's cold response, Rizzo was completely puzzled. Duki had been extremely cheerful in the past and became depressed after being beaten up previously. Rizzo could not understand why Duki seemed to be avoiding him. On the other side, Duki walked out of the tribe and sprinted at top speed in the forest to vent his frustrations. Feeling the wind blowing on his face, his mood immediately became better. After running for a long while, Duki wanted to go to his own secret base. He had once happened upon a clear lake in the forest, and he liked going there to take a bath occasionally. However, the scene stunned him upon his arrival. The lake had disappeared, and in its place was a deep crater. A few metallic towers were beside the crater, and the members of the army were using some strange apparatus to dig up the soil. "What are you guys doing?" Duki flew into a rage. He disliked these guests from the sky and was about to charge forward with his weapon in his hands. All of a sudden, a member of the army blocked him. "The mining site is up ahead, and it isn't open to outsiders. Please leave immediately. Where is the lake over here? Where is the lake? What did you guys do?" Duki roared angrily and wanted to barge his way into the mine. Bang! Duki was pushed down by a powerful force and clutched his stomach in pain. "I am sorry. Please do not obstruct our mining operations. If you have any requests, you can go to the stronghold near your tribe. This place is not open to outsiders. What right do you have to stop me? This is obviously a place that I discovered." Duki clenched his fists, and his face turned red from anger. At this moment, he saw the guests from the sky digging out a large pile of shiny crystal from the original position of the lake. Upon witnessing that, he understood that this was their true intention. Raising his head, he looked around at the trees that were chopped down and replaced with metal. Thinking back to his experiences over the past few days, he could not help but feel a sense of desolation but did not understand where it came from. However, Duki slowly had a feeling in his heart. All of those things should have belonged to them. For the first time, he felt that this forest, land, and planet was their home. In the flagship, Aurora hesitated for a moment before saying, "Uncle, is it all right for us to do this?" Han Xiao raised his brows and asked, "What do you want to say?" Gila, who was by the side, also looked over. "We are actually invading the homes of the natives," Aurora said softly. "I know what you mean." Han Xiao waved his hands. "However, we are educating the natives and bringing knowledge to them. This is different from just invading their homes." However, Aurora plucked up her courage. This planet is their home, and the natives do not have the ability to protect themselves. They can only watch as their homes are being invaded by us and all their resources taken away. Aren't we being too much of a bully? They should be glad that they do not have the ability to fight back. If not, the fatalities would only increase. "But, Sai, you don't need to continue." Han Xiao interrupted Aurora and said helplessly, "Do you think that they have a choice?" Aurora blinked and said, "Actually, we can avoid the planets with natives and explore other uninhabited planets." Han Xiao shook his head and looked out of the window at the universe. "You are far too idealistic. This planet. No, when this star field was discovered by the three great civilizations, the destiny of all the living beings changed. They no longer have the right to develop with freedom. We can avoid the planets where there are natives, but when the Crimson Dynasty opens up the flickering world to the outside world, do you think that other wolf-like civilizations will let go of them? They are destined to lose many things and let outsiders share their homeland. This is already a very good ending. The weak will never be able to achieve perfection." Aurora fell silent, and her heart was in turmoil. Because of her life esper ability, she was extremely sensitive toward the lives of others. She empathized with the natives. Even if the Panguru's giant elf race still did not understand the meaning behind what was going on, she could not help but dislike the world where the strong preyed on the weak. Gila had a calm look on her face. She was different from her sister, and she had always believed that it was a crime to be weak. Han Xiao paused for a while before continuing. "You don't have to think too much about this. Digging up their resources isn't a classy action, but you have to know that nobody has the obligation to aid another race in their development. The dynasty will only educate the natives because of the rich resources on the planet, and this is a kind of exchange, an exchange that the natives are unable to reject." In his previous life, after many years of development, Planet Pangurus had become a transit station, and the natives were split into two factions. One faction was educated by the dynasty and turned into galactic residents. They learned various technological skills and began building their own skill trees. Their civilization rapidly skipped past the primal stage. As a result, planet Pangurus had their own cities, and the inhabitants of the planet could even travel to other planets. The other faction rejected the education and chose to maintain their original lifestyle. They tried to put up a resistance, but it was completely useless. Thus, they decided not to come into contact with the outside world and lived deep in the mountains. They continued to live with beasts as their companions, and no one bothered them. The Pangurus' giant elf race was split in two because of this reason. However, there would always be some from the primal faction leaving the forests and joining the bustling cities. Compared to the exploration era, this is pretty good, Fiden said from the side. Upon hearing that, Han Xiao nodded in agreement. The exploration of the flickering world was similar to the exploration era. The only difference being that the three universal civilizations had enough strength in the universe to suppress anyone who was dissatisfied. Thus, they had the confidence to employ some warmer means. In the exploration era, the first thought after discovering another civilization would be to exterminate the other party. War broke out all around. It was a dark time. Chapter 825. 825 Unexpected Hidden Mission. 825 Unexpected Hidden Mission. In front of absolute power, regardless of what the Pangurus' giant elf race felt or wanted to do, they would not be able to stop the fleet from mining resources. The efficiency of the galactic mining equipment was extremely high, and resources were rapidly unearthed from all around the planet, filling up the warehouses with batches of raw materials. During the mining process, some of the exploratory troops discovered even more resources hidden underground, raising the value of the planet even further. Han Xiao was extremely satisfied as he looked at the report in his hands. Although the benefits of mining the various resource-rich planets in the Shattered Star Ring were not small, he was still in the territory of others, and there was not enough freedom. However, he could do whatever he liked on a resource-rich planet that he discovered in the flickering world. As long as he did not engage in unsustainable mining practices, the dynasty would not interfere. These materials could be sold back to the dynasty or brought back to the Shattered Star Ring to sell. Han Xiao temporarily stored all of them and got an experienced individual to oversee sales. After the construction of the Stargate, a small troop from the dynasty appeared. After greeting Han Xiao, they also joined in the mining operation and took over the job of educating the natives. After a simple handing over, Han Xiao called back a portion of his forces. They had completed the elementary phase of exploring planet Pangurus, and the only thing left for him to do would be to begin mining. He decided to remain on the planet for another 2 days and allow the players to enjoy themselves for a bit before setting off to discover another planet. All the players from the army had discovered their first planet and had a certain understanding of the Flickering World mission. Furthermore, all the players who discovered a resource-rich planet could choose to stay behind and mine for resources. The ordinary players would naturally reject such a proposal. Why would they give up the entire forest for a single tree? However, many of the first-rate guilds actually did the opposite. Because the majority of their core members followed Han Xiao's main fleet, they could not bear to give up the precious resources on planet Pangurus. To the guilds, 10 birds in the forest could not beat one in their hands. They needed a long-term supply of resources to provide benefits for the guild. As such, many of the guilds left behind a portion of their manpower to mine for resources. Because the large mining equipment all belonged to the army, these guilds could only purchase a batch of worker bee armor to issue to their members and allow them to mine freely. The resources that they obtained would be the long-term harvest of the guild. The players had their own methods to harvest rewards, and Han Xiao would not stop them. After all, it was peanuts to him, and it would not be efficient for him to stop the players from freely doing as they wished. As long as he could satisfy the hunger of these guilds, their sense of belonging to the army would only be strengthened. The various guilds that came from the Constellation Corridor had also managed to groom a batch of players and left some players behind to mine for resources. As the 4 large guilds saw that, they decided to work together with the other first-rate guilds and make trouble for these outsiders after the main fleet left. As long as the main fleet left, the outsiders would definitely be at their mercy. In version 4.0 of Han Xiao's previous life, the various guilds were busy destroying each other's mining locations when they were in the flickering world. Now that players from the other countries were in the territory of the Chinese guilds definitely would not let them develop in peace. Because Han Xiao had allowed the players to cross star fields ahead of time, the competition between guilds appeared earlier. A large storm was raging over some ocean on planet Pangurus, and the waves were turbulent. One of the mining bases was located on the ocean, and it remained steady despite the raging waves. A spherical shield covered the base from the waves, and droplets could be seen on the shield as the waves crashed into it. At the edge of the base, many warriors could be seen diving down into the ocean with exploratory equipment on their backs. Underneath the base was a fusion crystal vein, and these individuals were diving underwater to investigate the situation of the ocean. Maple Moon had also accepted this mission. She put on her armor and very quickly dove down a few thousand meters. Her field of vision was a deep dark blue, and the waters became black as she looked far ahead. The sense of the unknown filled her with fear, and she could only hear her radar beeping, her own breathing, and her heart beating. This silent, frightening atmosphere made Maple Moon shudder, and she wanted to curl up in a ball. I should probably return. I won't do this mission at the very most. Maple Moon was terrified in her heart. Although she had already reached grade B, the attributes of her character would not help prevent her from feeling fear. She had a feeling that she had a slight phobia toward the deep ocean. Just when she was prepared to swim upward, an alarm rang on her radar, detecting a large living being. The target is currently approaching. The waters around her began to surge, and Maple Moon felt as though she could not control her body. She hurriedly activated her stabilizing device, and white light could be seen shooting out from her armor before her body was stabilized. Before she could even observe her surroundings, her radar displayed a dot of light shooting toward her like a missile. Maple Moon turned around in a fluster, and a gigantic beast suddenly appeared in her sights. It had countless claws, and its head seemed like a combination of a snake and a dragon. The mouth of the beast was wide open and approaching her rapidly. Her sights then blacked out, and she was swallowed by the beast. The beast slowed down after completing its hunt and was about to enjoy its meal. However, its body suddenly began contorting as though it was in immense pain. The next moment, a brilliant blue light exploded forth from the body of the beast, and the beast exploded into pieces. Boom! Fresh, purple blood and meat fragments exploded in the ocean, and Maple Moon's armor was covered in a sticky liquid. It was the mixture of the beast's blood and digestive juices. Upon witnessing this bloody scene, Maple Moon hurriedly turned off the mature content, and the scene became less gory. She had previously been shocked by the sudden appearance of the beast and forgotten to fight back. She only managed to snap back to her senses after being swallowed by the beast and used her grade B strength to easily eliminate it. Maple Moon put her weapon away and was prepared to swim upward. All of a sudden, her radar detected an abnormal metal object that was inside the body of the beast. What did I discover? Maple Moon's eyes shone. As a player who enjoyed storylines, she was an extremely curious individual, and her instinct told her that she had found something important. After hesitating for half a second, she stopped swimming upward and flipped through the corpse of the beast while bearing with her disgust. Dang! A 1-meter metal object was sucked into her palms by the magnetic force given out by her palms. It looked like some form of a detection device and was extremely tattered. It had signs of being corroded all around it, with many craters on the surface of the device as though it was bitten by living beings. You have discovered an unknown detection device. Unknown detection device. This seems to be the wreckage of some galactic detection device. It is badly damaged, but the technology of the device has far exceeded the range of the planet's natives. It seems to be from another civilization and may have some hidden message within it. You can attempt to appraise it or give it to a special NPC in exchange for a reward. Or you can attempt to repair it and activate the device. This will result in a special outcome. Please consider your choice carefully. Requires the ability of a mechanic. You have received 6 exploration points. It really is a hidden mission. Maple Moon's eyes lit up, and the fear that she had felt was thrown to the back of her mind. She then toyed around with the unknown detection device with curiosity. She loved digging up such unknown storylines the most. Without any hesitation, she immediately took the item back to the base. Without removing her armor, she hurriedly appraised the detection device. Her mechanic ability had reached the prerequisite requirements, and the outcome of her appraisal popped up on the interface. freeobnovel.com. Appraisal complete. You have obtained Broken Coordinate Marker. This item is used to mark a coordinate in space. Current status: severe damage, system malfunction, and all functions disabled. This is some high-level tech. Maple Moon was surprised. This item had already reached the level of a star system. Could this mean that planet Pangurus had been discovered by some civilization before? There was also the possibility that this marker had been destroyed in the universe and eventually drawn planet Pangurus because of gravity. It then landed in the ocean and was swallowed by the oceanic beasts. If not, planet Pangurus would have been visited by guests a long time ago. Maple Moon fell into a dilemma. This marker was indeed valuable intelligence, and she would receive a reward if she handed it over to the army. However, she could not rein in her curiosity, and she wanted to fix this marker to see what the special effect was and what kind of people she would attract. After hesitating for a moment, Maple Moon gritted her teeth, and her curiosity emerged victorious. You have used Intermediate Repair on the Broken Coordinate Marker. Judgment success. Your level INT class knowledge and skills have reached the prerequisite requirements. Repair progress 2%, 14%, 35%. Repair complete. You have obtained Barely Fixed Coordinate Marker. Maple Moon was overjoyed and immediately activated the marker without any hesitation. DD. The marker lit up and began sending out coordinates toward an unknown organization. You have triggered Coordinate Marker of Unknown Origin. Mission Introduction. You have discovered a pretty high-tech coordinate marker on a native planet. You do not know who sent out this marker but chose to activate it. After the coordinates are sent out, it may attract an unknown organization. Mission requirements. Come into contact with the unknown organization. Reward: 3 million experience, 70 exploration point. X1. Bold Explorer Skill Fragment. Requires 2 fragments to be combined. Bold Explorer. Special skill. When exploring an unknown location and appraising an unknown object, you can use this skill to obtain some information. It can be used repeatedly on the same target. Cooldown: 7 days. Every time the skill is used, you will fall into a rash state. Minus 60% LUK. Lasts for 14 days. Remark: as long as you are bold, the universe is your home. This mission is connected to the Flickering World main storyline mission. You can report the situation to your faction and obtain the aid of an NPC faction. Strongly recommended. The reward is a skill fragment. Such a reward is pretty rare. I can seek help from the faction as well. Does this mean that the outcome of activating the marker is extremely severe? Maple Moon was shocked. Upon thinking about handing the marker over, the figure of her army commander floated up in her head. You discovered a coordinate marker of an advanced civilization on this planet? Looking at the coordinate marker in Maple Moon's hands, Han Xiao could not help but be surprised. He had thought that Maple Moon was there to learn skills from him, not expecting her to bring him a hidden tool. Only the dynasty was exploring this region, and this marker could only belong to one of the unknown native civilizations in the Flickering World. According to the technological skills within the marker, the origin of the marker should be a star system level civilization. Furthermore, this marker made use of an ordinary thruster technology to travel. Even if it traveled for a few hundred years, its speed would still be limited. This meant that the civilization that sent out this marker should be within the star system. However, Han Xiao could not remember any star system civilizations around the southern region of the Geru star cluster in his previous life. The exploratory data of the Crimson Dynasty did not indicate any star system civilization in the region. He also had not heard of such an incident from the NPCs in his previous life. Could it be that the civilization that sent out this marker had already been destroyed and only their remains were left? That was a possibility as well. However, the hidden mission also popped up on Han Xiao's interface when he received the marker, and the mission requirement suggests that the unknown civilization was still around. In his previous life, the initial exploratory phase of the flickering world was during the version update period, and the players only managed to piece together information of the initial exploratory phase by finding various records and stories. Could it be that this hidden storyline had not been found by the dynasty in his previous life? Maple Moon did not know that Han Xiao could also accept the mission and was thinking about how she should explain to Han Xiao that this marker was still useful. "Let me study this thing for a while," Han Xiao said at this moment. "I may be able to find something." Upon hearing that, Maple Moon thought that she was handing over the mission object and did not object. Upon witnessing Maple Moon leave, Han Xiao began to study the marker in his hands with his eyes glowing. "I never expected to make such a discovery on planet Pangurus. The ability of the players to find hidden missions is truly reliable." Han Xiao chuckled to himself. The reward of the hidden mission had truly tempted him. Bold Explorer was an appraisal skill and reached the level of appraising the unknown. There were very few players who had such a skill in his previous life. Although it was not useful to combat, it was very useful to dig out hidden storylines. However, he did not know how to obtain any additional skill fragments. Although the skill was extremely limited, it was still useful to him. Not to mention anything else, he still did not have any progress on the strange data that ES-God had left behind. Aesop was not able to predict anything either. If he could obtain this skill, he may be able to find some clues. "It is a pity that it isn't a complete skill but only a skill fragment," Han Xiao said with pity. Shaking his head, Han Xiao entered the quantum network and began studying the marker. Since the marker also made use of quantum network technology, Han Xiao could use his virtual mechanics skill to trace the origin of the item. The mission required him to come into contact with the unknown organization, and it seemed as though he had to wait for their appearance. However, there was a hidden trick within it. The flickering world was not like the explored universe, and there were no laws in place. The native civilizations were still in an era of darkness and did not know of each other's existence. Thus, the moment they discovered that the marker was activated, this would mean war for the civilization who sent it out. Coming into contact with the marker was akin to being attacked by the other party. As such, rather than waiting for the other party to find him, Han Xiao would prefer to take the initiative by sending his forces over. Since the mission only required him to come into contact with the other party, it would not matter who took the initiative. After backtracking the roots of the marker through the quantum network for a while, Han Xiao opened his eyes abruptly. He then opened a star map and pointed at a location a couple of star zones away from planet Pangurus. "I found you." Han Xiao's eyes narrowed. He remembered that there was no native civilization at this location in his previous life. After thinking for a moment, Han Xiao snapped his fingers and Psionic Prime appeared before him. "Master, I have a mission for you," Han Xiao said slowly. "Bring a few mechanical lives and a mechanical army to find the fellows who sent out this coordinate marker. Subdue them if they attack you." "Yes, Master." Psionic Prime nodded and immediately left the room to organize his troops. Because it was a few star zones away and would be a waste of time for him to go, Han Xiao did not plan to make a personal trip. His mechanical lives could now hold their own, and he could transmit his mechanical force to the mechanical soldiers not beside him through the quantum infinite distance transmission channel. Thus, his mechanical army had the ability to set off on a long-distance expedition, and he would still have the combat strength of a Beyond Grade A Super even if it was a few light years away. This was one of the reasons Beyond Grade A mechanics were feared in the galaxy. The range of their ability was the most frightening among all the classes. Chapter 826 826 Great Cosmos Core. 826 Great Cosmos Core. At the same time, the location data sent out by the marker had reached a certain desolate planet a few star zones away through its quantum link. A mountainous disc-shaped battleship was parked in a crater. It was completely metal gray colored, and its diameter was more than 30 miles. The material used was an ordinary alloy considered to be the most basic spaceship battleship material in the known universe. This disc-shaped battleship had anti-gravity suspension and highly condensed nuclear thrusters. Its hyperdrive technology was very elementary. If there were galactic residents there, they would know that the technology level of this battleship was somewhere between the level of a star system civilization and a planet surface civilization. The only technology worth mentioning was that it had quantum communication technology. There were a large number of frozen sleeping capsules at the bottom of the cabin where countless ship members were sleeping in. Only a very few were awake and maintaining the functions of the spaceship from the bridge. Dozens of creatures wearing simple battle suits were busy in front of the control desks. These creatures were rather short, with gray skin and 6 arms. This time, an alert suddenly popped up on one of the control desks. Beep! Marker 0278 is activated. Location data received. All the people in the room suddenly turned around and swarmed toward this control desk, speaking among themselves. Then, a tall creature that was clearly of a different species pushed the crowd aside and squeezed to the front of this control desk. Out of my way, let me take a look. Have we discovered another new planet? This tall creature was clearly their leader. He was close to 3 meters tall. The others around him were only as tall as his knees. He was wearing full metal armor that made clanking sounds as he walked. He looked absolutely barbaric, even more ferocious than the beastmen, and did not match the aesthetic of most human-shaped beings. Great Chieftain Kikiga, we lost contact with this marker a long time ago. Now that it is activated, it means that our marker has been discovered by an unknown intelligent species. They have repaired the marker. One of the operators was rather nervous. Isn't that even better? We can even make them slaves and give them to the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor loves new species. Kikiga laughed out loud. Jury, Great Chieftain, it's not that simple. The target this time is different from the races we have invaded in the past. The fact that they can repair the marker means that their technological level is close to ours. There are only a few in the entire universe who have this kind of technology. The target this time isn't going to be easy to deal with. The reason they repaired the marker might be to look for us. What, they dare look for us? Kikiga's expression became fearsome. He said furiously, what an ignorant bunch. Have they not heard of us, the Great Cosmos Core? They want to track us? They must have a death wish. If Han Xiao was there, he would not be a stranger to the name Great Cosmos Cores. This was a native organization of the flickering world. It was once a wandering civilization that had lost its mothership to a disaster. It was originally wandering in the center of the Geru star cluster looking for resources to sustain life. When they started wandering, they searched for planets around them through markers and gradually discovered some undeveloped civilizations. Due to the complete lack of trust and means of communication, they eliminated all the civilizations they had met and robbed a ton of resources and technology. Gradually, they got used to this method of development and turned from a wandering civilization into a galactic pirate organization. As most of the native civilizations in the Geru star cluster were very weak and had no contact with each other, this organization became unstoppable in the central area of the star cluster. Through robbing others, they had accumulated a ton of resources and manpower, and there were no longer any civilizations nearby that could match them. Hence, these people thought that they were the kings of this universe and called themselves the Great Cosmos Core. It was obvious how arrogant these people were just from this name they gave themselves. Afterward, the Great Cosmos Core started to explore toward further areas. Of course, with their technology, they had no way of figuring out the overall structure of the star cluster, so they were completely ignorant of what was in the unknown areas and could only slowly explore. Although they had taken over many planets as their territory, they did not do a complete exploration of this star system and lacked all kinds of fundamental facilities. They thought that they ruled over this area just because they had some of the planets under their control. Compared to the control the civilizations in the known universe had over their territory, these people were a complete mess. This was a lawless star field that had yet to be explored, which was why special organizations like this had appeared. They had control over an area much larger than star system civilizations, but they were weaker than the weakest star system civilizations. Due to the lack of opponents, they felt very good about themselves. Being strong, in their mind, was only based on the standard of the natives. In the previous life, the dynasty left very little information of this organization throughout the exploration of the Geru star cluster, and Han Xiao had quite a good laugh from reading it. However, the hidden mission status was quite misleading when Han Xiao discovered the marker. It made Han Xiao form a preconceived idea that this was from some mysterious civilization. Furthermore, in the dynasty's records in the previous life, it did not mention the Great Cosmos Core appearing in the south border star system of the Geru star cluster. The dynasty only had very brief records of the Great Cosmos Core, as this native organization was way too weak and made the most common and frequent mistake which natives made, being arrogant. There was nothing about this that was worth recording in the eyes of the dynasty. In his previous life, the dynasty carried out their exploration during the version update, and the players did not experience it. By the time they officially entered the flickering world, the Great Cosmos Core was long gone, and Han Xiao had only found out about them through the very brief record the dynasty had on them. It did not feel important, so Han Xiao did not have a deep impression of them. Therefore, he did not think about it for the time being and did not know that this organization was the mission target. Nonetheless, even if he did know, it would not make a difference. I think it would still be better to report this to the Great Emperor, the operator said while shivering. We might not be able to win with the forces here. What did you say? Kikiga slammed the table with rage. He was testy and prone to anger. Don't be angry, Great Chieftain. The Great Emperor has made you responsible for this area. If we make our own move on something this significant, the Great Emperor will not be happy about it. Realizing that the Great Emperor might be angered by this, Kikiga shivered, and his rage disappeared. He then said with hesitation, "Then, let's report this to the Great Emperor." The others hastily contacted the Great Emperor and held their breath. Very soon, the projection of a person appeared on the screen. The person on the screen was a humanoid in dark purple armor and a bright red half-shoulder cape, only showing his head. He had messy black long hair and pale skin, and the metal mask on the bottom half of his face covered his appearance. His eyes were filled with coldness. Thick, muscular, and enormous tentacles extended from behind him, covered in some armor as well, like multiple mechanical tails surrounding this person. He sat on a metal throne of a battleship. Behind him was a metal wall with the logo of the Great Cosmos Core and the skulls of many different beasts. This person was the leader of the Great Cosmos Core, Adamo, who also called himself the Great Emperor of the Universe. Kikiga immediately stood straight as he saw this person. Adamo raised his eyelids and said with a cold tone, "You'd better have a reason for disturbing me." Kikiga shivered. He had become one of the chieftains because of his exceptional combat capability. Despite being bad-tempered, he was afraid of Adamo from the bottom of his heart. Under the constant reminder of the operators, he finally completed reporting what had just happened and cautiously waited for a response. "So, you were discovered by an unknown force with advanced technology?" "Yes, what should we do? Invade their planet, rob their technology, snatch their resources, and eliminate and enslave them," Adamo said with the same cold tone. "Do I still need to teach you these things?" Understood. Kikiga hastily nodded. After the communication ended, Kikiga breathed a sigh of relief. He then stared at the operators around him with rage and loudly yelled, "You heard it! The Great Emperor has told us to eliminate the enemies. Wake up all those who are asleep. We have a war to fight." 2 days passed in a flash. Han Xiao's main fleet officially departed and left planet Pangurus, only leaving some behind to mine the resources. The next planet that Han Xiao was planning to personally explore was an average resource planet in the first star zone of the border star system. The famous planets in his memories were spread out in many areas. Compared to the entire star cluster, the first star zone was tiny. Other than planet Pangurus, he had a rough image of about 10 or so planets in the star zone, all of which he had personally visited before. Some of them were resource planets that he had visited to rob resources from other guilds, while others were functional planets such as Stargate stations and supply stations of sorts. The Black Star Army Exploration Team and the Seneco Exploration Team's millions of spaceships split up. According to the current progress, it would take about 17 to 18 days to finish exploring all the planets in the first star zone. This meant that it would take about half a year to finish exploring the star system, and most of that time would be spent on traveling. After all, not every planet had natives, and it was easy to explore normal planets. As for the Special Task Force, as they would be traveling non-stop in high-speed spaceships, they would be able to build a long-distance Stargate route in just 4 months. In this time, Han Xiao felt that he should be able to visit all the planets that he had a memory of in this star system. On the other side, a few battleships deviated from the others, carrying the mechanical troops that Han Xiao dispatched, and headed to the location of Kikiga and the others. Inside the spaceship, rows of mechanical soldiers were on standby under Sparta's control. They were completely still. Inside the cabin, however, there was a group that was completely different from the lifeless mechanical soldiers. They were the mechanical lives that Han Xiao had created. Guys, this is the first time the Master has sent us out to a battle. We must not disappoint our Master. In the wide room, dozens of mechanical lives were either seated or standing, looking at Psionic Prime, who was speaking with a formal tone. As soon as his sentence ended, a silver mechanical life who was leaning back on the sofa spoke with a simulated impatient tone. Humph, we're all first-generation children of the Master. You were just born the earliest, yet you think of yourself as our leader. There were thousands of first-generation mechanical lives that Han Xiao created personally. Psionic Prime was their leader, but some mechanical lives were not satisfied with that. Mechanical lives had emotion modules. Due to different original models, they would shapeshift into a body shape of their own preference through nanotechnology. According to the bloodline relationship of flesh beings, I'm your older brother, Silver Flash, Psionic Prime said. The mechanical life who spoke was called Silver Flash. He had always been envious of how Psionic Prime would always be on Han Xiao's side. Psionic Prime was just a hovering fissionist. The Master's favorite should be him. A thick, long, and manly planetary obliteration cannon. Fight! Fight! The winner gets to be the older brother. A black-red mechanical life who was clearly shorter than everyone else jumped left and right and cheered. Its original model was a dark energy hovering artillery. Its name was Scarlet Flame. Stop messing around. Psionic Prime waved. No! Silver Flash suddenly pounced at Psionic Prime, shattering the sofa below him. Psionic Prime instantly split up from his human shape into multiple hovering guards, causing Silver Flash to go right through him and miss. Pa! With one hand pressed on the ground, Silver Flash's body spun as he launched a kick towards Psionic Prime. He was a planetary obliteration cannon, so he did not dare fire inside the ship and could only use close-range combat techniques. 2 hovering guards suddenly assembled and turned into a palm, grabbing Silver Flash's leg. Then, Psionic Prime returned to his human form and threw Silver Flash right over his shoulder. Bang! The bulky mechanical body crashed onto the metal ground and made a dent. Still want to play? Psionic Prime held tight onto Silver Flash's hand and emitted a restraining force field from his palm, preventing Silver Flash from escaping by nano-shapeshifting. Silver Flash fell onto the ground. One of his legs was caught, and the other kept kicking at Psionic Prime like a child fighting, but his attacks were all dodged by Psionic Prime. As the 2 mechanical lives fought, the room became a mess. The mechanical lives around quickly backed off and gave them space. Mechanical lives had been sparring all the time inside Han Xiao's secondary dimension army base, so the others were all used to it. Are you guys not properly oiled? Come on. Scarlet Flame cheered from the side. Don't destroy the spaceship. Go to the combat room if you want to fight. A Ranger mechanical life yelled. At this time, all the mechanical lives' movement suddenly stopped. Sparta's cold voice appeared out of nowhere. The Master has finally given you guys missions, and you're making such a mess. All of you, reflect on yourselves. Mechanical lives had free will, but Han Xiao's artificial intelligence had a higher control priority in their fundamental logic that was only lower than Han Xiao. Usually, Han Xiao would let the mechanical lives move freely to maximize their growth. However, Sparta did not want to let these mechanical lives keep making a mess. So he took away the control these mechanical lives had of their body and made them walk back to the cabin and stand still. However, although these mechanical lives could not control their bodies, their minds were still active, and they were still arguing through their network link. If this was an open area, you'd already have become a pile of trash, Silver Flash yelled. Psionic Prime just chuckled. Hee hee. It's all your fault, the ranger said. None of us can move now. Silver Flash. When we're done with the mission, I'm going to dismantle you and send you back to the master to be rebuilt. Oathkeeper growled. You think I'm afraid of you? Let me fire at you if you have the guts. Let's see if you can even be rebuilt. Chapter 827 Black Star Army? Never heard of I. 827 Black Star Army? Never heard of I. After Han Xiao's fleet left planet Pangurus, the guild players who stayed behind could not wait to make their moves. The 4 largest Chinese guilds pretended not to be involved while secretly gathering the members of the other guilds who had stayed behind, including the guilds of the Thunderstorm Club, Fanatics Club, Rivervale Club, and many more. The number of members in these guilds who had stayed behind was around 60 to 70 each. They were mostly studio players who took on manual labor jobs from guilds and charged them a fee. They were more organized compared to normal guild players, who were much larger in terms of numbers. Hundreds of players gathered and discussed the plan. The Russians and Australians have insufficient manpower. They left fewer than 20 people per club. There are a total of about 100 people on each side. However, they're not splitting up, and the hundreds of them are mining together, although the Russians and Australians had established an agreement with the 4 largest Chinese clubs. The guild players who had stayed behind all stayed together to do mining. The Russians were led by the Power and Glory Guild, and the Australians were led by the Kangaroo Boxing Guild. They each gathered in one place of their own and had close to about 100 people on each side, which was close to the number of people the top-tier Chinese guilds had. It seemed that this was safer and would prevent them from being attacked. However, never would they have thought that the Chinese top-tier guilds would work together against them. The Chinese guilds discussed for a while and decided with a plan. They had the absolute upper hand in terms of number, so they decided to split into 2 groups and attack the Russians and the Australians' resource points. The grouping was decided very soon, and they started the operation. At the Kangaroo Boxing Guild's resource point, dozens of Australian players were hard at work in the mines, wearing the worker bee armor, placing the resources into their armor, and transporting them back to the mini-guild warehouse on the ground time after time. There were many warehouses that belonged to the various Australian guilds, and there were patrolling studio players around. Although they moved as a group for safety, this did not mean that they were sharing resources. These warehouses were bought by the various guilds from the army using their own funds, and they were quite expensive. They were equivalent to their stronghold at the resource point. At this time, groups of well-equipped first-tier guild players appeared in the patrolling players' sites and were charging right toward them from afar. Gather immediately. Our resource point is being attacked. These Australian club guilds hastily summoned those who were mining for resources, but it was too late. The close to 300 first-tier guild players rushed right into this resource point. The Australian players who rushed back from the mines clashed with those players instantly. A scrimmage erupted in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. Pugilists blasted the backlands with energy flames. Espers threw out all sorts of colorful energy of different abilities. Mages constantly channeled spells, and psychics non-stop used OE psychic attacks. The mechanics made the greatest impact. Version 3.0 was the version where mechanics shone very brightly. This was because the mechanic players would finally be able to learn the ability that would completely evolve their combat method in this version, compression technology. Compressed orbs expanded on the battlefield one after another, turning into artilleries, mini-mechanical soldiers, mechanical traps, and all kinds of equipment. Be it financial power, combat capability, or manpower, the first-tier Chinese guilds had the complete upper hand and very quickly thrashed the Australian players. While they sent some people to the revive point to keep attacking, they started to attack the guild warehouses of the Australians and very soon destroyed all of them. The resources that the Australians had been collecting all this time were now robbed as loot. The resource point became a mess. After they completely depleted the Australian players of their daily maximum revive count, the first-tier Chinese guild players retreated with the loot. About 100 souls hovered above the revive point and watched them leave with rage in their eyes. Meanwhile, the Russians' resource point was treated equally. Our resource points were destroyed. Inside a certain transport ship of the main fleet, Vodka was shocked to receive this news from the member who had stayed behind. After hearing that the first-tier Chinese guilds were the ones who did this, he was furious. He immediately sent messages to the guild presidents of Long Sky and Dynasty and questioned them. Why did you attack our resource point? Jade Green Sky pretended to be confused. What are you talking about? When did we do such a thing? You'd better have proof, or I'm suing you for slander. Just moments ago, the resource point we left on the planet was destroyed by your Chinese guild's members. The players were spawn-camped and finished their revive counts. They won't be able to revive in the next 6 in-game days. Why did those Chinese guild members attack us? Well, ask them, not like we're the ones who did it. Jade Green Sky held back his laughter. We buy equipment from you guys, and in exchange you promised to provide protection to us, Vodka said furiously. You've violated our agreement. Jade Green Sky knew exactly what tricks these foreign guilds had been pulling. These guilds bought equipment from them on the surface but secretly worked together with other Chinese players to secretly enjoy the full 10% discount. Morning Snow Twilight Frost smiled faintly. We did not know about this in advance. After all, those first-tier guilds have their own thoughts too. They're not working under us. We'll ask them about it. Don't worry. I'll try to convince these guilds. That'd be for the best. Vodka nodded. As Vodka ended the communication, he was extremely displeased. These first-tier guilds working together against them was connected to the 4 largest Chinese clubs, no matter how he looked at it. This might happen again in the future. He contacted the captain of the people who stayed behind and said, after you revive, I'll send some funds to you guys for you to buy some alarm devices in the army, such as automatic artilleries, traps, and laser formations. Deploy these around the new resource point. Buy as many as possible, don't be afraid to spend. By the way, give up on your current location and look for a harsher location to mine resources. On the other side, Morning Snow Twilight Frost and Jade Green Sky were discussing the matter as well. This attack will make them cautious and cause them to spend more money on unnecessary defense measures. These first-tier guilds never planned to attack them frequently, so we can just say that this is because we convinced these guilds and kept our promise. When these people build a new resource point and have recovered for some time, we shall organize an attack again. By then, there will be a new batch of resources stored in their warehouses, and it will all be robbed. As this goes on, the profit they gain from their resource points will be extremely limited. All we have to do is force them to turn this into a large guild war, so that we can completely obliterate their guild's core members with our numerical advantage. Cunning as always. Jade Green Sky gave him a thumbs up. Morning Snow Twilight Frost shook his head. Sadly, they did not send their professional players here, or we would have been able to help the club eliminate some opponents. Pro players were the pillars of clubs, so clubs took the safety of the pro players very seriously. Of course, they did not dare send the character of their pro players to someone else's territory. One of the reasons the Chinese clubs were targeting the foreign guilds was also to protect their own pro players. If the foreign guilds built a stable foundation in their own territory, the chance of them causing the Chinese pro players trouble would not be negligible at all. The others could come here from another star field, but they could not go to another star field, so the Chinese guilds were actually on the more passive side. This was why they had decided to work together to compete with the foreign guilds and guard their profit. A few days later, in another star zone, the Great Cosmos Core Fleet led by Kikiga was slowly heading toward the location of the marker. Other than the main ship, which was dozens of miles long, there were 30 or so guard battleships. All the warriors who were awoken were training. There were around 1 million people. Inside the main ship, Kikiga rubbed his hands with anticipation. He loved plundering and was looking forward to the war. How long till we arrive at the marker's location? Kikiga asked this question many times every single day. Chieftain, the location of the marker has been moving for the past few days. I think that this is the enemy's trick to confuse us, so we're now heading toward the location where the marker was activated first. It's not very far away, the team leader of the operators said with resignation. He had to repeat this many times every day. The faster the better. I can't wait, Kikiga said with a wild tone. This time, one of the operators yelled, Chieftain, 3 unknown targets are approaching us. It's not meteoroids, right? Kikiga was shocked. In his mind, very few could travel in the universe like them, so his first thought was to assume that they were meteoroids. It doesn't look like it. They're flying toward us. Chieftain, I request to enter alert status. Overreacting. Kikiga murmured and waved. Alert then! The fleet activated its various weapons very quickly and waited with focus. Not long after, the 3 spaceships with Psionic Prime and the others on them slowly stopped before Kikiga and their fleet. Real spaceships? Kikiga was shocked. The operator quickly said, like I suspected, they can indeed track our marker and have very advanced technology. They can travel in the universe, too. Kikiga sized the 3 spaceships up for a while before suddenly laughing. What are you afraid of? Look at those 3 spaceships. How strong can they be when they're so small? Indeed, the spaceships that Psionic Prime and the others were in looked tiny compared to the main ship of Kikiga's fleet. To Kikiga, the size of spaceships was directly proportionate to the spaceship's power. Also, look, they only have 3 spaceships. We have more than 10 times that number. We will be able to beat them with ease. What are you guys panicking for? Embarrassing. Kikiga shook his head. The rest thought that what Kikiga said made sense and felt relieved. Chieftain, what should we do now? Looking at their spaceship, it's clear they're from a small civilization that has just started to travel the universe and don't know what fear is. Kikiga replied, which is why they dared track our signal. Humph, as seniors, we have to teach them a lesson and make them understand the taste of fear. This time, an operator smiled and said, Chieftain, they've sent us a message and said that they want to communicate with us. Hearing this, everyone laughed and agreed with Kikiga. Only a civilization that had just started exploring the universe would be this naive. What did they say? Let me see. They said that they belong to the Black Star Army and told us to immediately deactivate our weapons and not resist. This person burst into laughter before he finished the sentence. As if the others were infected by him, almost everyone on the bridge burst into laughter. The room's atmosphere was filled with joy. Ha ha ha! Kikiga could not stop laughing. Quick! Reply to them. What do we say? Ask them if they have heard of us, the Great Cosmos Corps. Ha ha ha! Kikiga was almost tearing up from laughing. The Black Star Army? What **T is that? Never even heard of it, yet they think they're famous? Don't they know that the Great Cosmos Corps is the ruler of the universe, wanting us to stop resisting and give up? I've never heard such a funny joke. Kikiga gasped for air and suppressed his laughter. These arrogant natives really are the fountain of joy. Always makes me laugh. Before he could finish, he almost burst out laughing again. Chieftain, should we attack? Eliminate them. No, don't kill them. Capture them and give them to the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor will definitely think these guys are funny. 2. Kikiga guffawed. As everyone was laughing non-stop, the team captain of the operators felt his heart skip a beat as he noticed something that they had previously overlooked. When they came into contact with natives in the past, there was no way to communicate with them as they had different languages. These natives, despite meeting us for the first time, why do they know our language? Why are they able to communicate with us? He trembled. As he was about to report this abnormality, those 3 spaceships changed. The cabin of those 3 spaceships opened, and black machinery gushed out. Suddenly, blue-gold lightning appeared out of nowhere and landed on every machine, causing a blinding surge of light. What are those? The smile on the faces of Kikiga and the others disappeared as they watched this with confusion. The next moment, a silver beam of light instantly penetrated the shield of their main ship and its body, leaving a huge hole. The tough spaceship armor could not have been more fragile in the face of this energy beam. Everyone was stunned. Before they could react, the violent trembling shook them onto the ground. The deafening alarm rang instantly, and the lights inside the spaceship all turned red. Woo! Alert! Alert! Shield broken, hull damage increasing, 7.8%, 8.6%, 10.3%. Please take measures as soon as possible. Please take measures as soon as possible. With one attack, the main ship's defense had been completely obliterated. Kikiga did not even climb up. He sat on the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief, his face covered in despair. What just happened? Chapter 828. 828 Player Military Operation. 828 Player Military Operation. The battle between more than 30 battleships built with star system grade technology and the mechanical lives that were receiving Han Xiao's mechanical force bonuses through quantum infinite distance transmission channel, ended with zero suspense. The battle ended instantly. This great Cosmos Core fleet was wiped out without being able to fight back at all. The main ship became a firework in the universe. Before the main ship exploded, having realized he was facing doom, Kikiga wanted to escape in an escape pod. However, the escape pod was blasted midway by Scarlet Flame. He initially wanted to flee from the enemies with his extraordinary combat capability, but was completely destroyed by Psionic Prime in one kick and was captured. Psionic Prime and the others obeyed the order with full loyalty, capturing more than a dozen upper echelons. As for the rest of the great Cosmos Core warriors, they became ash together with their spaceships. Inside the spaceship, Kikiga and the group of operators were tied up by electromagnetic chains and lying on the ground. The shadow of the mechanical lives shrouded them and made them so nervous that they could hardly breathe. They looked at the tall and large mechanical lives around them and shivered. Mechanical lives had no expressions, so they could not tell what these metal beings were thinking. They had no idea what would happen to them next. Kikiga's face was stiff. He was still in disbelief. His powerful fleet had been eliminated by these strange creatures so easily. Plus, he was no match for these monsters at all. The great Cosmos Core respected the strong. Some of its members were supers. However, these people did not have any properly classified super knowledge, so every super was extremely rare in the great Cosmos Core and took on important positions. Kikiga, being one of them, had become the chieftain of a division because of his combat capability. He initially had a lot of confidence in his own strength, but Psionic Prime had completely evaporated that confidence and made him start doubting the meaning of life. What monsters were those metal beings? He had never seen such lives throughout the years he had been robbing. What the hell are you? Kikiga was shivering. I'm Psionic Prime, the leader of the Black Star Army's machinery troops. Psionic Prime spoke with his completely emotionless electronic voice. Black Star Army. This was the second time that Kikiga had heard this name today. He thought they were just a bunch of natives when he heard it for the first time. Now, however, that belittlement disappeared together with his fleet, leaving him only panic and fear. Kikiga swallowed his saliva. What was this Black Star Army? How could they possibly be this strong? He had never heard of the name of this organization and felt that it was extremely mysterious. Seeing that Kikiga was stunned and filled with terror, Psionic Prime tilted his head, raised his finger, and emitted a beam, forming a hologram in front of everyone. On the screen, images and text descriptions displayed the history of the Black Star Army. Philip had invaded the enemy's spaceship long before the battle even started. The language of the Great Cosmos Core had been recorded into the database beforehand, which was what allowed them to communicate in the first place. Other than language, the information stored in this fleet had also been duplicated. Their virtual technology was basically as good as non-existent in front of Philip. He could do whatever he wanted. As the curtain began to unfold on the Black Star Army, Kikiga and the others' eyes and mouths were opened wide. The origin of the Black Star Army had shattered their worldview. Godora, Darkstar, Bloodshed Land, Purple Crystal Civilization, the Crimson Dynasty. There are so many organizations in the universe. Why have we never heard of them? Beyond Grade A? In Kikiga's impression, Adamo was the strongest person in this entire universe. He could not even imagine how anyone could possess strength far greater than Adamo. Kikiga had initially fantasized that Adamo would lead his army and avenge them. However, having just seen the tip of the iceberg of the Black Star Army, he only had one thought toward Adamo. Please don't come. They've captured them? Han Xiao received Psionic Prime's message while commanding his fleet in exploring another resource planet. He immediately browsed through the data copied by Philip in the database. After looking through, Han Xiao was surprised. That's what I thought. There is indeed no hidden star system civilization in this area. So, it turns out that it's those idiots from the Great Cosmos Core. Apparently, they have a division here. Han Xiao giggled in his mind. So, the goal of this hidden mission is them. They did not meet the dynasty this time and met me instead. They're still quite unlucky. The Great Cosmos Core's territory was mainly located at the center of the Geru star cluster. According to the normal exploration progress, it would take a few years before anyone would arrive at that location. However, Han Xiao had now met them in advance. After eliminating one of their fleets, they would definitely not let this end easily. Although these people would not be able to cause any problems for him or the dynasty, it was not his style to leave them be. Han Xiao walked back and forth pondering with hands behind his back. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled. That's right, these people have robbed many planets. They definitely have the data of those planets. Even if they've destroyed some of those planets, there will still be ruins that give exploration points. This intel is very valuable to the dynasty and can be considered an achievement. If he obtained this information, the total exploration points of his main storyline mission would grow quite a lot, most likely an entire grade. Plus, this would be considered quite an achievement, and the dynasty would reward him for it, making his exploration progress look more successful than the Bloodshed lands. This is quite a good opportunity. Although the Great Cosmos Core was weak, the intelligence they had was useful. He turned his communicator on and contacted the chief commander, Terakov, through Seneko. Black Star, what's this about? Terakov was a little shocked. Normal matters could all be discussed with Seneko, yet Han Xiao had gone straight to him. Could he have met some kind of special situation? Chief Commander, I have made a discovery, Han Xiao said slowly. A few days ago, my army warriors discovered a damaged marker on planet Pangurus. He roughly explained the situation and then emphasized, according to the data, this organization robs others for a living and has been active in the center area of the Geru star cluster. They seem to have quite a large territory. The way I see it, the planetary information in their hands will be very useful to our exploration. I see. Terakov contemplated a while before nodding. If you're not mistaken, this will indeed give us a lot of information on multiple planets at once. This is quite a significant achievement. Did you skip Seneko and came to me because you wanted to ask me to allow you to start a war? Han Xiao did not deny it. In the laws stated by the dynasty, they had to take the peaceful approach when contacting the natives. In order to start a war with a star system level native force, the dynasty had to permit it. If anyone eliminated natives for no reason, the dynasty would be displeased. After all, the star field belonged to the dynasty. Its allies were just people helping in the mining process. Therefore, the chief commander's approval was needed to eliminate the Great Cosmos Core. Only then would there be no negative effects. Han Xiao did not feel any guilt over eliminating the Great Cosmos Core. These people robbed others for a living and had enslaved dozens of native races. They were basically galactic pirates. Terakov considered it for a while before speaking in a deep voice. I will write an order and give it to the Black Star Army, representing that what you guys are doing is on my orders. I shall leave the task of gathering information to you. There's no need to spare these people. Okay. Han Xiao nodded. I will report the fact that the Black Star Army was the one that discovered this piece of intelligence. This is your achievement, so the merit naturally belongs to you. Terakov smiled and spoke in a friendly way. After a pause, Terakov suddenly changed the topic and said with a meaningful tone, Renault is in the middle of the 3-star clusters that will be explored in the first stage. Its geographical location is superior and looks like the richest. Therefore, the upper echelons of the dynasty are paying the most attention to the development of the Renault star cluster. Why mention another star cluster suddenly? Isn't Renault the Bloodshed Lands exploration area? Han Xiao was stunned for a moment. As for the Geru star cluster, Terakov continued, due to it having rather a large number of desolate universe belts, the upper echelons of the dynasty have the lowest expectations for it. This is also why fewer people chose to explore the Geru star cluster. However, if the exploration of Geru goes very well, it will be a pleasant surprise to the dynasty. Han Xiao figured out what Terakov was trying to convey. Terakov was leaking a tiny bit of internal information of the dynasty and giving him a reminder. The dynasty paid the most attention to Renault and had the highest expectations for it, which meant that the Bloodshed Land had to achieve more to meet their expectations. However, it would be a pleasant surprise as long as his exploration of Geru was not too horrible, so earning merit for him would be comparatively easier. There were both pros and cons. Seeing that Han Xiao was pondering, Terakov smiled and moved away from this topic. Other than wanting to build a good relationship with Han Xiao, He reminded Han Xiao also to encourage the Black Star Army. This was one of his jobs as the chief commander. After chatting casually for a while, they ended the communication. This time, a notification popped up on Han Xiao's interface. Coordinate marker of unknown origin complete. You have received 3 million EXP and 70 individual exploration points. You have received 1 Bold Explorer ability shard. 2 shards are needed to fuse. With 1 shard, there's at least a start. I'll have to try to obtain the 2nd shard. Han Xiao was joyous. This was a very pleasant surprise. Maple Moon was really quite lucky. This time, more notifications popped up on the interface. You have triggered faction mission. Wipe out the Great Cosmos Corps. Mission introduction. The Great Cosmos Corps is a pillaging organization in the Geru Star Cluster, evil and lawless. I hereby request the Black Star Army to eliminate this organization. Dynasty Exploration Army Chief Commander Terekov. Tip. This is a submission of the Flickering World. Exploration points will be rewarded. Tip. This is a faction series mission. You can complete the following requirements during this mission. Eliminate enemies. Kill 10 normal Great Cosmos Corps warriors. Rewards. 750,000 EXP and 3 exploration points. Eliminate enemies. 2. Kill 10 elite Great Cosmos Corps warriors. Rewards. 1,500,000 EXP and 6 exploration points. Eliminate enemies. 3. Kill 10 spaceship operators. Rewards. 2 million EXP and 9 exploration points. Destroy ships. Destroy 1 enemy guard battleship. Rewards. 3,600,000 EXP and 12 exploration points. King before men. Kill 1 high-level combatant. Reward. 5,500,000 EXP and 25 exploration points. King before men. 2. Kill 1 chieftain. Reward. 7 million EXP and 30 exploration points. King before men. 3. Kill Great Emperor Adamo. Reward. 22 million EXP and 60 exploration points. When the mission ends, based on the number of targets completed, the rating and bonus rewards will be given. Han Xiao figured that this faction mission was given to the entire Black Star Army, which meant that the other army players would be able to accept it as well. Han Xiao was initially planning to send out his machinery troops to eliminate the Great Cosmos Corps, but he changed his mind. Since the players were able to accept this mission, he would leave it to the players. Spending a little bit more time was not an issue. This Great Cosmos Corps was not especially powerful, so it was suitable for the players to deal with. The average strength of the players had been gradually growing, so he planned to let just the players eliminate the Great Cosmos Corps. Other than providing spaceships, he was not planning to let any NPC take part in this operation. This would be the first military operation with only players. This way, the players would have a better experience in exploring the Flickering World. After all, compared to purely exploring, most players preferred fighting. The Great Cosmos Corps people were all walking experience, so Han Xiao basically considered letting the players eliminate them as watering his leeks. It was still the early stage of version 3.0, so there were no max-level players yet. Furthermore, after a war, the players would have to replenish their ammunition and repair their equipment, which would all cost money. Han Xiao never ignored the ammunition business of the army, and he was going to make a fortune from this war. I'll have to make the enemies gather and attack first so that it'll take less time. Han Xiao contacted Philip and spoke a few words to Psionic Prime. Central area of the Geru Star Cluster, Great Cosmos Corps headquarters. A deputy hastily came before Adamo's throne and said with a shivering voice, "Gr. Great Emperor, we've lost contact with Chieftain Kikiga's team." A glow of coldness flashed past Adamo's eyes. He said with a low voice, "What happened?" "They were planning to invade the location of the marker but met the enemy's team midway and were eliminated," this deputy said cautiously. "Those enemies call themselves the Black Star Army, and they've sent a message." "Black Star Army," Adamo frowned. "What did they say?" The deputy played this message on the screen while shivering. Psionic Prime appeared on the screen, and Kikiga was trembling on the ground beside his feet. "I'm the leader of the mechanical army of the Black Star Army, Psionic Prime. Listen carefully, people of the Great Cosmos Corps. The Black Star Army will seize all your territory, kill all your warriors, and take away your everything. Tell your leader, Adamo, our army commander will drink wine from his skull." The moment the sentence ended, Psionic Prime's arm turned into a blade flickering with psionic energy and slashed through Kikiga's neck. Poochie! Blood gushed out, Kikiga's head rolled on the floor, and his headless body fell onto the ground, still shivering. Psionic Prime said with an emotionless tone, "Get ready for war." Then the screen turned black, and the message came to an end. Adamo was initially watching this recording with an indifferent face, but when Kikiga's head was chopped off right before his eyes flickered a little. "Great Emperor, this is a provocation. What should we do?" Adamo stood up slowly. "Gather all the fleets, combatants, and chieftains." Adamo's tone was cold. "I will lead the charge this time. If they want war, I shall give them war." Coordinate marker of unknown origin complete. Maple Moon was farming dungeons with Bun Hit Dog and others, and was fighting a boss when the mission completion notification suddenly popped up on her interface. She was shocked, and her movements stiffened for a moment. "It's only been a few days, and the mission is already completed. I've not even done anything yet." Maple Moon was shocked. She had turned over the marker to the army as suggested by the mission. It was clear that this was thanks to the faction. Giving things to the army was indeed the right choice. Don't just stand there. Control the field. Bun Hit Dog was being thrown around by the boss as he yelled. Maple Moon completely ignored him, deep in thought. Phoebnovel.com. She had been thinking for the past few days. The requirement of this mission was just to make contact with the unknown force, which meant that there would definitely be more to it. She immediately opened the faction mission list. As she expected, there were indeed more missions and even large side missions distributed by the dynasty. Great Cosmos Corps, such a lame name, is a pillaging organization. The mission requirement is to eliminate this organization. It seems like it's going to be a group mission. There will definitely be a lot of people participating. Maple Moon pondered. Me. The boss pressed Bun Hit Dog onto the ground and punched his face again and again. Bun Hit Dog could only yell out one syllable at a time during the gap of the punches. His call for help had a constant rhythm. Finally, as his last bit of health disappeared, Bun Hit Dog turned into a white light and died. Maple Moon finally regained her focus and looked up. She threw out a ton of compressed orbs, and machinery filled up the field. The large number of machines drowned this boss. Not long after, the boss who had half health was defeated by Maple Moon alone. After playing for 3 versions, she had realized that she was quite talented in this aspect, and her PvP skills had been becoming stronger and stronger. Furthermore, this version was the powerful period for the mechanic class, so farming dungeons was much easier. Mechanics above level 100 were welcomed by most dungeon teams. The group came out of the dungeon and returned to the army's battleship. "Why were you distracted?" Bun Hit Dog complained. "I didn't actually have to use 1 revive count. Look at the faction mission." Bun Hit Dog opened the faction interface and saw the Wipe Out the Great Cosmos Corps mission. Surprised, he opened the forums and realized that the army's players were already overjoyed. Although the exploration of the main storyline mission was filled with uncertainties and was quite interesting, the players spent most of their time in spaceships and hardly had any opportunities to fight. Most players were itching for a brawl and could only enter dungeons. Now that there was an opportunity to fight in the main storyline mission, all the army players were excited. Wiping out an entire organization sounded like quite a large mission. Chapter 829 Black Star Army. Not bad. Chapter 829 Black Star Army. Not bad. In the Geratin star system of the Renault star cluster, the Alliance exploration team of the Bloodshed Land and the Clent Kingdom was executing their plan step by step, slowly painting the gray areas on the star map green. The internal Stargate network of the first star zone was gradually being built. The exploration of planets was completed one after another. Detailed data was added to the database. Tons of space buoys were left wherever they passed. The exploration of the Bloodshed Land was smooth and peaceful. There were quite many resource planets in the Geratin star system, but they had yet to meet any native civilizations. Heber had been very free in the past 10 days or so. The large fleet was operating according to plan and did not need his command. Therefore, he found a fixed star to train his energy. At a hot red fixed star in the star zone, Heber walked on the fixed star's surface. The energy of the fixed star within tens of miles from him formed a moving vortex, spinning around him. Under the stimulation of energy, his cells devoured the powerful radiation around him and turned it into his energy. White bright energy patches appeared on his skin. Heber exhaled deeply. He stomped the ground. The enormous strength turned into a rippling impact wave, and the energy vortex around him shattered instantly. Covered in thick energy flames, Heber broke away from the powerful gravitational pull of the fixed star and rocketed up like a beam of light shooting into space. Very soon, he left the fixed star and returned to the waiting fleet. Heber walked into the spaceship and casually wore his cape. He then took the communicator from his subordinate. It was a message from Clint. "Your Excellency Tyrant, we have just received news that the Chief Commander has given an order to the Black Star Army to eliminate a native organization." Attacking a native organization? Heber's footsteps paused. The dynasty's exploration laws forbid casual use of violence. Our people on Planet Lighthouse have heard that the situation Black Star has met is special. That native organization is a pillager at the center of the star cluster. The Black Star Army's men discovered them coincidentally. The dynasty wants the planetary information this native organization has, so the chief commander allowed the Black Star Army to eliminate them. Heber frowned slightly. While they were progressing stably, the Black Star Army had already gone into the jungle. If the Black Star Army obtained the information the native organization had accumulated, it would be quite a significant achievement. Initially, he had thought that the star system they were exploring was richer and the results of their exploration would definitely exceed the Black Star Army's. Sadly, Black Star was a very lucky person. Heber shook his head. He did not want to see the Black Star Army achieve that, yet there was nothing he could do but watch. He could not help but sigh. This time, the person from Clint said, "Your Excellency Tyrant, our commander has a daring idea. Attack Black Star again?" "That's right. We plan to—" "Enough!" Heber interrupted before he could finish. "I have made a ceasefire agreement with the Black Star Army. I don't want to mess with them now, and neither should you. This is meaningless." He then hung up the communication. The Clint Kingdom had yet to give up. They did not want to see their enemy, the Black Star Army, successfully make such an achievement. Heber did not want to be dragged down by Clint. The commander sent by Clint this time had once been a radical supporter of the secret war, so he harbored a lot of hatred for Han Xiao. What he wanted to do was basically snatch away the Black Star Army's contributions and disrupt Black Star, which not only had a negligible chance of success in Heber's eyes but would also bring the dissatisfaction of Black Star and the dynasty. Furthermore, it would not impact the Black Star Army much, if at all. It was not worth the risk. In the flickering world, Heber really was not willing to fight with Black Star. With such a huge cake, it would be best to just explore his own area. If he and the Black Star Army caused trouble for each other, it would only benefit the other dynasty allies who came to explore in the future. In Han Xiao's previous life, when the players entered the flickering world in version 4.0, the exploration was already complete for many star clusters. Tons of exterior forces entered and fought each other, so the players had plenty of opportunities to fight. The situation was different now. It was now only version 3.0. Because of Han Xiao, the players were able to get involved in the flickering world storyline one version earlier, which also meant that the environment would be different. At the early stage of the exploration, there were only the dynasty and its allies who were all on the same side. Therefore, the players lacked the fighting storyline and had few chances to battle. Therefore, when the Wipe Out the Great Cosmos Corps appeared, all the players who were exploring the flickering world with the Black Star Army took part in this group operation. This mission did not have a maximum participant limit, so most players decided to accept the mission. Han Xiao was happy with this. As the players were currently in different exploration teams and were quite divided, he casually arranged thousands of spaceships to gather these players into an expedition fleet. As it would take quite some time to reach the center area of the Geru star cluster, Han Xiao was not planning to have the players wait in the spaceships. That would be a waste of quality labor. He planned to let this expedition group explore the planets on the way to maximize efficiency. To make the return of the players easier, they also had to build stargates on the way. This way, the exploration plan of the Black Star Army shifted as well. The large team slowly explored the border star system. The first special task force led by Hadavi were building a route from the south of the star cluster to the east, and the expedition team were building the route from the south of the star cluster to the center. As the army's men were split into 3 groups, Han Xiao told Sylvia, who was in the Shattered Star Ring headquarters, to quickly dispatch the second fleet to make up for the manpower. After growing for 2 versions, the players now had grade B strength. Millions of army players were considered quite powerful. Han Xiao was not worried. As versions updated, the players became stronger. They would gradually be noticed by the entire universe. After sending out the player expedition team, Han Xiao left them alone. He explored resource planets one after another according to the plan while expanding his machinery while he had the time. As 2 more star zones were completely explored, 1 month passed peacefully. On this day, Han Xiao finally received Philip's report that the player expedition team had finally met with the Great Cosmos Corps' reconnaissance troops. The team that met the reconnaissance troops was a player team that was deploying space buoys. It was just a small recon ship with around 300 players, while the opponent had 3 battleships. The battle erupted instantly. The moment this reconnaissance team discovered these players, they rushed forward without a word, planning to capture the enemies and interrogate them for intel about the Black Star Army. Shots landed on the shield of this mini recon ship, causing chain exploration, while the flickering shield was unaffected. Alert! The spaceship is being attacked. Remaining shield energy 97.1%. 99.7%. Charge complete. Estimating threat level. Estimation complete. The enemy's firepower is unable to penetrate the shield. Threat level extremely low. The hundreds of players inside the spaceship exchanged looks. The Black Star Army spaceships used the complete star system technology, and some even had star cluster standards, such as the energy core, weapon, and shield. Comparatively, the Great Cosmos Corps spaceships were 2 behind. Without an enormous quantity difference, there was no way they would be of any threat to the Black Star Army's spaceships. Close-range combat was exactly what the players wanted. As the 3 enemy recon ships approached and were about to connect their cabins, more than 10 charge cabins shot out from the side of this mini recon ship, biting into the 3 enemy spaceships. The players inside the charge cabins swarmed out and started a slaughter inside the enemy ships. These players were mostly above level 100, while the people on the enemy ships were ordinary people. Not long after, the hundreds of players wiped out the enemies inside these ships and seized the 3 spaceships. On the other side, Adamo received this news as well. However, he did not receive the video information that the recon group was supposed to send. The strength of the Black Star Army was still unknown to him. Before losing contact, the reconnaissance group only sent back the fact that they had met enemies, and the link was broken right after. "We don't know the process of them fighting their enemies," the deputy said with confusion. Like with Kikiga, Adamo narrowed his eyes, and a rare tint of concern flashed past his eyes. The enemy's quantum technology might far exceed ours. Before the battle erupted, Philip had invaded the enemy's artificial intelligence and forcefully blocked the opponent's communication, like when Kikiga met Psionic Prime. Therefore, Adamo still did not know how many spaceships and men the Black Star Army had. On the other hand, Philip knew where the Adamo's troops were and was ordering the expedition team to head directly toward that direction. No matter the war, the importance of intelligence could never be ignored. The virtual technology of the army was far superior, and the Great Cosmos Corps was basically blind in comparison. Ever since he began ruling the universe, Adamo had never met an enemy that had made him feel any sense of pressure. However, this Black Star Army that appeared out of nowhere had shaken his confidence. This might be the strongest opponent he had ever met. "Black Star Army, not bad," Adamo said with a firm tone. "I can call you the strongest opponent. However, facing my fleet, your end will be no different from the others." Adamo was extremely confident. He had brought all his spaceships, a total of 100,000 battleships. This was the fleet he had accumulated throughout the years, and this was what gave him confidence to rule over the universe. From his perspective, such an enormous fleet could wipe out any enemy. Chapter 830 Surrounding Calamity Grade. Chapter 830 Surrounding Calamity Grade. After meeting the reconnaissance troops, the expedition force reorganized their troops and adjusted their direction toward Adamo's fleet. At the same time, Adamo's fleet also headed toward the reconnaissance troops, and both parties were approaching each other with the gap between them decreasing rapidly. After spending 2 days in hyperdrive, both troops finally met in one of the regions of the universe. We finally found our enemy. The players in the expedition troops looked out at the large fleet of battleships outside the window and all grew excited. The players split up into parties, and the various large guilds were no exception. The various professional teams formed their own parties, and the core members of the guilds formed a protective layer around the professional players. This was not to protect them but to help their own team snatch for the boss. Wipe out the Great Cosmos Core was a faction mission, and there were many mission requirements. The requirements that gave the best rewards included killing the combat troops of the enemy and their leaders. However, there was a limited number to go around to kill. That was especially so for the great Emperor Adamo, of whom there was only one. It was not a single-player mission but only allowed a single party to share the reward. Every club wanted to help their own professional players obtain the highest reward. The players of Dynasty, Temple of God, Long Sky, and Fried Eggplants with Fish were in their respective teams, and the 3 pillars of Long Sky were currently discussing their strategy. Sleepy Winter stroked his chin and said, according to the levels of the rewards, the enemy leader Adamo should have the combat capability of a grade A super. We can only use numbers to crush him. If this is the case, Twinkle Fried Rice said, the party that makes the first move will be in the greatest danger. If we want to snatch the kill, it would be better for us to deal damage silently by the side and let others attract the aggro of the boss. Only the party with the highest damage output will obtain the reward. If we end up getting killed by the boss, it would take far too much time to run back after reviving. We can only output damage if we are still alive. Hao Tian nodded and said, that's right. On another spaceship, Frenzied Sword also formed a party with his team and even brought Maple Moon along. They had a pretty good relationship. Frenzied Sword looked outside the window at the rows of battleships lined up nicely. It was obvious that the guilds were all gathering together, and there was a stark difference between them and the ordinary players. Upon seeing that, Frenzied Sword shook his head and said, with so many guilds trying to snatch the boss, I think that we don't have much hope of succeeding. As long as we don't die, said Rivervale's vice captain, Evil Sword, we may not lose out in terms of damage output. Such a boss will not only stand there for us to kill. The party that outputs the most damage will also face the largest threat and attract the most aggro from the boss. We may have a chance to survive until the very end if that is the case. All the players had some experience and knew that it was extremely difficult to deal with the bosses in Galaxy. To an ordinary player, the situation of the battle was changing every second, and it was rare for a single person to control the aggro of the boss. Instead, the person with the highest damage output would be the target of the boss, and the battle scene was extremely realistic. Thus, it was extremely easy for the aggro to go out of control when fighting the boss, and they needed to react quickly whatever happened. Maple Moon sat by the side with a smile on her face, and she felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. It could be said that this large-scale war had been started by her single-handedly. She was the one who had triggered the storyline and caused this expedition mission. Thus, she had a strong sense of achievement and was feeling extremely satisfied in her heart. Because she was the one who triggered this mission, she had an additional mission compared to the other players. She would be able to gain a bonus reward after the Great Cosmos Core was wiped out, which included a large amount of experience, exploration points, 300 Crimson Dynasty contribution points, and 1,000 Black Star Army contribution points. This was probably the reward for handing the mission tool over to the Dynasty. The reward from this mission was extremely plentiful, and after some calculations, Maple Moon felt that it was possible for her to become the highest-leveled player after the mission. Among the Russian and Australian groups, Vodka and Captain Old Henry were also thinking of snatching the boss. Although the professional players of their own club did not follow them over, If they could prevent the Chinese professional players from snatching the boss reward, it would be akin to helping their own professional players. Although the Russian and Australian players had suffered some losses on Planet Pangurus, their responsibility was still present, and they were not willing to let the Chinese players enjoy all the benefits before their eyes. At the same time, Adamo was also observing the Black Star Army fleet. The enemy only has 10,000 battleships, and we have the absolute advantage in numbers, the vice commander said. Adamo nodded slowly. He had 100,000 battleships, a full 10 times more than the enemy. However, Adamo was still shocked that the Black Star Army could have a full 10,000 battleships. In his memory, every battleship required a large amount of resources and time to construct. The most powerful race that he had met only had a few hundred battleships. He had originally thought that the quantum technology of the Black Star Army was the only advantage that they had, but never had he expected that the fleet of the Black Star Army would not be weak either. No wonder they locked down the news. They didn't want me to find out that they had such a large fleet and wanted to catch me off guard. Adamo felt a sense of lingering fear. To gather a full 10,000 battleships, the other party must have sent out all their forces. Thankfully, he had also brought out his entire fleet. If he had only sent out a few divisions as usual, he would definitely have been in trouble. freewebnovel.com. Indeed, it was the right choice for him to take action personally. Adamo's eyes glowed, and he said slowly, "I want to talk to the other party's leader." In his eyes, this was an all-out war between both parties. The commander of the Black Star Army was an extremely mysterious figure and had never shown himself. Adamo wanted to see what kind of a figure the leader of the Black Star Army was. He actually had 10,000 battleships under his command, and Adamo felt that such an individual had the right to talk to him. After a moment, the vice commander stammered, "The other party rejected our request. They said." "What did they say?" Adamo's eyes narrowed. "They said that you do not have the right to speak to their army commander." Adamo burst into laughter and was not angered at all. "I do not have the rights? Who else would have more rights than me? Forget it, since they are going to die in a short while. There isn't a need to be so calculative." Adamo shook his head and lost all interest in contacting the other party. He then said slowly, "Attack. Wipe them all out." With the order being given, the 100,000 battleships opened fire in unison. Adamo thought that he would witness the scene of the enemy being severely crippled by the firepower of his fleet. However, the scene that unfolded had truly shocked him. As the flames of the cannon fire receded, not a single one of the enemy's 10,000 battleships was destroyed. Although the enemy was lower in numbers, they wanted to surround his fleet instead. The next moment, the 10,000 enemy battleships sped up, and because their speed was far superior to his great Cosmos Corps battleships, Adamo's troops were unable to react in time. The 10,000 enemy battleships had broken through their formation and engaged in closed-range battle with them. This was the battle method that players enjoyed the most, and they were not willing to use their battleships to wipe out the enemy since they would not be able to gain experience this way. The players boarded the enemy battleships with the charge cabin and massacred the members of the enemy battleships. The enemy's fire was unable to break through the shields of the army, and the players charged into the encirclement of the enemy excitedly with a single thought in their mind: "My peerless blade shall dance within the enemy ranks." The majority of the players had not enjoyed such a pleasure of their faction having absolute technological superiority and being able to freely slaughter the enemy. 10,000 battleships charged right into the core of the enemy fleet and were completely unstoppable as they ripped through the enemy's formation. In the flagship, Adamo stood up abruptly and ripped off the mask on his face. His expression had changed greatly, and a look of disbelief could be seen. Their weapons were completely useless against the enemy. One report after another was sent over, and he lost 20,000 battleships in just a short moment. However, not even a single enemy battleship had been destroyed. This is impossible. How can there be such a large technological gap? How can they all be supers? Adamo no longer had his previous cool and confidence, having realized that he had struck a metal plate. The enemy was a civilization that was even more advanced than his and could easily wipe them out. He had roamed unhindered in this region of the universe for far too long and had not met an opponent capable of posing him a threat for far too long. He had already forgotten what it meant to feel fear and respect. However, the scene of his battleships being destroyed one by one had once again triggered the sense of fear in his heart as he began to tremble uncontrollably. He could see the future of his fleet being completely wiped out. Adamo suddenly thought about the matters from a long time ago. At that time, the Great Cosmos Core was only an ordinary drifting civilization with a few spaceships. They were extremely weak and could only explore the universe carefully. They overcame obstacles one after another and gradually became stronger and stronger. However, he had actually lost this sense of wariness that allowed him to survive in the universe for such a long time. If he had not been so rash and made proper plans before the start of the battle. If he had not been so arrogant and sent out scouts to find more information. If he had not been so quick to anger and easily provoked by the Black Star Army. Perhaps the outcome would have been different. However, he didn't know that this was his own wishful thinking. In front of absolute strength and intelligence advantage, it would be impossible for him to have the initiative in his hands. His fate was already sealed a long time ago. Currently, it was useless for Adamo to regret. The excited players were killing to their heart's content and destroying Adamo's fleet. The overwhelming strength of the enemy destroyed the morale of Adamo's forces, and no one wanted to remain behind to be massacred. They all began to escape, and the huge fleet scattered in all directions. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Adamo snapped back to reality and issued an order. Very quickly, the flagship and surrounding frigates turned around and joined in the escaping army. The Great Cosmos Core came with valor but escaped with their tails between their legs. It had only been 20 minutes since their arrival on the battlefield. The various large guilds abandoned the escaping battleships and chased after the enemy's flagship. They all wanted to snatch the head of the boss, and the ordinary players went to chase after the escaping battleships. Philip had already locked onto the location of all the troops through the quantum network, and even if the enemies escaped, the players would still chase after them in the future. Before the start of the battle, Philip had infiltrated the database of the main flagship and made a copy of all the information within the Great Cosmos Core's database. This included information about all the planets that they had robbed over the past years. The information that the dynasty wanted was already in their hands, and the only thing left to do was to uproot the enemy. Philip could only provide some help from the side, and the rest would be left to the players. Very quickly, the players caught up to Adamo's flagship, and he only had a few hundred frigates around him. Philip controlled Adamo's flagship from afar and forced it to land on a desolate planet nearby. The players chased after Adamo and surrounded him. In the center of a circular mountain range, the gigantic flagship stuck out of the ground with black smoke billowing from it. This was Adamo's spaceship, and Philip had very considerately turned off the engine of the spaceship so that they could save some energy when landing. Ka. Many human figures then walked out from the wreckage of the battleships, and the armor that they were wearing helped them withstand the impact of the crash. However, the crash had still killed the majority of the ordinary crew, and less than 10% of them were still alive. Adamo also walked out from the wreckage, holding onto his head. Even with his strength, he was dazed after the crash, and his entire body was aching. Upon looking at the pathetic scene for his eyes, Adamo could not help but fall into a daze. Right at this moment, the sound of gushing wind could be heard, and the battleships of the Black Star Army landed around the circular mountain range. Adamo raised his head, and there were numerous human figures standing all around the mountain range. These were the players who were trying to kill him, and a greedy look could be seen in their eyes. There were more than 300,000 players present, including the various large guilds. It's impossible to escape. Adamo was a proud person, and he could not help but feel a sense of anger upon witnessing the scene before his eyes. "Wanna kill me? Come on." The next moment, Adamo let out a crazed roar, and the 10 or so mechanical arms behind him opened like a peacock's plume. At the same time, yellow laser beams were shot out from the arms in all directions with a stunning firing rate. This was his personal equipment, which was used to aid his Esper ability. His Esper ability was to shoot out laser beams from his body, and the attack would change depending on which part of his body the laser was shot out from. For example, the attack would be an energy blast if he used his palms and an accurate laser beam if he used his fingers. When fighting in close combat, his fists could also be covered with energy blasts, and he could form a shield if he released energy from his entire body. This was truly a jack-of-all-trades ability. Atomo was the most powerful individual in the Great Cosmos Core, and his Calamity-grade Esper ability allowed his laser attacks to be more powerful than normal energy weapons. It could be said that he was a human artillery tower. His arrogance also stemmed from the confidence that he had in his strength. Among the natives of the Flickering World, it was extremely rare to reach the Calamity grade, and he had never met an opponent. He had once wiped out the race of an entire planet single-handedly. Although he was surrounded, Atomo did not fall into despair. He had a great deal of confidence in his own strength, and despite all the enemies before him being supers, he did not treat them as his opponents at all. He might be able to find a path to survival if he was able to kill all of them. Thinking about that, Atomo burst forth with murderous intent and attacked crazily. Pew pew pew. The laser beams came flying toward the players, and the players all began avoiding the attacks. As the laser beams struck the ground, craters that were over 10 meters in diameter exploded all around. If a level 100 paper player was struck by the laser beam, although it would not be able to one-shot the player would only be left with a silver of health. He was a Calamity-grade super indeed. Many of the players felt nervous. This was the first time that they had surrounded a Calamity-grade character without the aid of an NPC. Everyone did not have much confidence in their hearts. They had met many elite Calamity-grade supers in the Secret War that were all capable of killing them in a single hit. The players did not know if their level was enough to kill a Calamity-grade super with a human wave tactic. The battle has started. However, the players did not hesitate and jumped off from the cliffs to begin their attacks. They would soon find out whether or not they could win. Since they could not die anyway, they might as well just charge forward. Chapter 831. 831 First Kill. 831 First Kill. When Atomo's fleet was wiped out, Han Xiao, who was currently slacking off in the Geru star cluster, received a report from Philip. The information collated by the Great Cosmos Core had been sent over to him. Let me see my reward. Han Xiao began to look through the information excitedly. The Great Cosmos Core had discovered many different planets over the past few years and a few star systems scattered all around the Geru star cluster. A portion of these planets had natives living on them, but these natives were all enslaved by the Great Cosmos Core. The information in the Great Cosmos Core's database was not just words but also included some videos of the entire process of capturing a new planet. Shaking his head, Han Xiao contacted the chief commander, Tarakov. The information from the Great Cosmos Core is in my hands. I will send a copy to you. Good job. Tarakov briefly looked through the document and said with a smile, "The dynasty will take note of your contribution." Before Han Xiao could say anything, a notification popped up on his interface. Frubnov.com. You have submitted Great Cosmos Core exploratory information, plus 1,500 the Crimson Dynasty contribution points, plus 550 exploration points. Flickering World, the first phase rating increased. The Flickering World mission was a faction mission, and the exploration of Geru was the first phase. All the players would share the mission rating, and the mission rating would be dependent on the exploration points. After a month of exploration, everyone's mission rating was originally D-, but everyone's rating had increased to grade D. Although it did not seem like much, this was a S+ grade mission, and every small increase in the rating would take a very long time. The increase would also become more difficult toward the end. However, the 1,500 the Crimson Dynasty contribution point was the reward that he was the most excited about. He had spent 6,000 contribution points on the Ultimate Knowledge Mechanical Life Tinder, and he still had just over 2,000 contribution points left. Having obtained 1,500 contribution points in one go, he only needed slightly more than 2,000 points to exchange for a new Ultimate Knowledge. Because of his status, the price of an Ultimate Knowledge was discounted. In his previous life, players needed 12,000 contribution points to purchase one. However, ordinary players could obtain a rank when they joined the Crimson Dynasty and do missions to increase their rank. The higher their rank, the greater the discount that they could enjoy. However, even the maximum discount that they could obtain did not reach his 50% discount. The hidden mission that Maple Moon had discovered gave him great reward, and Han Xiao was truly overjoyed. He definitely had to reward such a capable player greatly so that the other players would be encouraged to dig out other hidden missions. As he was checking the interface, Terekov did not stop talking. This report will save us a great deal of manpower. I will get people to enter the information into a star map. Since you have already sent people to wipe out the Great Cosmos Core, you can temporarily take over their territory. You can also leave some manpower to mine for resources in the center of Geru. All right, Han Xiao smiled. This was also his motive. Compared to the star systems in the periphery, the center of a star cluster was the most prosperous region. In order to wipe out the Great Cosmos Core, his expedition forces had the perfect excuse to set up a long-distance travel route, and he would be able to enter the center of the star cluster in the future directly. This way, he would be able to discover all the famous planets and fill up his warehouse secretly. As long as he discovered a territory first, the other allies of the dynasty who joined in later would not be able to snatch it from him. If he could take the most prosperous region of the star cluster, he would be able to earn the most from this mission. Furthermore, now that he had already made a long-distance trip once, the others would not be suspicious of him if he ran to the east secretly to find the universal treasure. Terekov then said that he would report the matter to the dynasty and let the dynasty reward him with resources and manpower. After chatting for a while more, they hung up. Han Xiao then connected to Philip's view, and he could see the battle between the players and Atomo, which was a few star systems away. Boom! Explosions were never-ending. The flood of players charged toward Atomo, who was in the center. Atomo fought valiantly and weaved around the crowd to avoid all the attacks while launching laser beams from every part of his body. He was like a walking artillery tower, shooting at the crowd in all directions. Beams of light shot through the crowded battlefield, and explosions could be seen all around, sending many human figures covered in shield lights flying. The battle had already been going on for a long while, and the battlefield was covered in a myriad of colors from the various abilities of the players. Atomo had no less than 30 negative statuses on him. Although these statuses did not last long, the sheer number of players he faced meant that the statuses kept refreshing. With the huge gap in their levels, Atomo had the advantage in speed, and the players were not able to lock onto him or stabilize the aggro. It was akin to the players of the different regions facing Atomo's attacks at random. As long as they met Atomo, the players who had only just reached grade B were not able to tank the damage. Players were usually in parties that only consisted of a few dozen players at the very most in the dungeons, and this was the first time that they had fought a boss with so many players together. Every party wanted to output as much damage as they could, and they were not afraid of friendly fire. As such, the battlefield was extremely chaotic. The difficulty of this battle was much higher than what the players had expected, and all the tactics that they had thought of beforehand were completely useless. They could only react to the situation on the spot. However, the players did not know that the pressure that Atomo was enduring was many times greater than theirs. Atomo weaved through the crowd and wanted to use the crowd as his human shield and make the players cautious about friendly fire, thus reducing the intensity of the attacks. However, he was shocked to realize that this bunch of people could not have cared less about the deaths of their comrades and would go all out even if it meant the death of their comrades. Even the cold Atomo could not help but be startled by the players. Even though he did not have any way to escape and the other party already had the upper hand, they still engaged in such a cruel method, disregarding the number of casualties. This was far too cold-blooded. The Black Star Army was actually so unscrupulous in their means. Since the players were not afraid of their deaths, his strategy was completely useless. Atomo could only endure the firepower coming from all directions and had to exhaust energy to maintain his shield. The attacks of the players were only at the grade B level, but Atomo did not dare use his body to tank the collective damage of all the players. After all, he did not have a powerful physique. His shield was unable to block out all the damage, especially the psychic attacks that came from time to time, which gave him a huge headache. Most of the negative statuses inflicted on him were from the psychic attacks. Adamo also had plenty of injuries all over his body, and his health was slowly decreasing. He did not have a powerful recovery capability, so his recovery speed could not keep up even if he used his energy to stimulate the recovery of his cells. Furthermore, with his energy being depleted so quickly, Adamo felt that it was becoming more and more impossible for him to kill all the enemies. Although Adamo felt this way, he would not surrender as long as he had the slightest bit of hope. Even if I can't escape, I have to deal the greatest amount of damage that I can. Adamo thought to himself. Even if he died, he wanted to bite off a huge piece of flesh from the Black Star army. Since these enemies were so crazy in their attacks, he would be able to cause the maximum amount of damage to his enemies. Adamo's body flashed, and he appeared in another region. All of a sudden, a cracking sound could be heard under his feet as he stepped into a series of mechanical traps. The powerful magnetic force tied his body down and slowed his movements greatly. "Everyone, come over! I caught him," one of the players cried out. The players in the surroundings immediately unleashed all their firepower on Adamo. Adamo let out a low growl, and his energy shield glowed brightly. The bullets rained down on his shield, and sparks could be seen bursting all around. Boom! Energy beams shot out in all directions, and the artillery towers that were near him exploded. Following which, he stomped on the ground and destroyed the mechanical traps under his feet, obtaining freedom. Just when Adamo wanted to retreat, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, and more than 10 psychics around him each greeted him with a mental attack. In the momentary delay, a large group of pugilists took the opportunity to charge forward, and their flaming fists crashed down on Adamo's shield. Boom, boom, boom. The shield began flickering, and Adamo gritted his teeth. He then waved his arm, and an energy whip shot out and swept all the incoming pugilists away. Fighting on the ground was extremely disadvantageous to him, so Adamo tried to take flight again. However, he had only flown a few meters into the air before feeling a powerful sense of obstruction, which slowed his movements down greatly. Raising his head to look up, there were countless magical formations floating in the sky to prevent him from flying. It was impossible for Grade B mages to stop him even if they stacked their formations, but it would take a long time for Adamo to weave through the anti-flying region. He did not dare do that as it would turn him into a live target. Furthermore, even if he was able to fly, the enemy could still chase after him if he did not wipe them out. He did not think that his own flying speed was faster than a spaceship, and he would not be able to escape since he was stuck on the planet. Both parties were locked in a long battle, and Adamo could feel a sense of fatigue. He could not remember how many he had killed already. It could be tens of thousands, and the friendly fire among the enemy had probably killed even more people than him. A bunch of maniacs! Adamo spat out a mouthful of spittle and dragged his heavy body to continue fighting. His energy was already running out, and his body felt heavier and heavier by the second. "It seems I don't stand a chance." Adamo's heart sank, and he became even more ferocious. At least the enemy suffered more casualties. He had to drag as many people to die with him as possible. At this moment, Adamo avoided another wave of fire and looked around to observe the densely packed enemy around him. All of a sudden, he felt something extremely strange about the battle. After fighting for such a long time, he should have killed many enemies, and the enemies obviously did not have any reinforcements. Why did it seem that the number of enemies had not changed at all? Adamo was stunned. In his worldview, death was certain, and there was no such thing as revival. Thus, he did not pay close attention to the number of enemies that he had to face. Furthermore, the battlefield was extremely chaotic, and there were thousands and thousands of enemies. He did not have the time to recognize the faces of every individual. Together with the fact that he was trapped in a dangerous situation, he only managed to notice that something was wrong. After realizing this, Adamo began to observe the people around him carefully, and his expression changed greatly. This bunch of people are actually undying. Adamo's expression changed drastically, and he had a look of disbelief on his face. A deep sense of despair filled his heart and spread out to his entire body. No wonder. No wonder they don't care about the fatalities. Turns out that this group of people don't even know the concept of death. He had thought that he was causing severe damage to the enemy, but it turned out that it was only a naive thought. His own retaliation was a pointless struggle. If it was only because he had to face a large number of enemies, Adamo would still have had the desire to fight them to the death. But after discovering that the enemy could still revive, Adamo's mental state completely collapsed. He fell into complete despair, and his will to fight completely disappeared. Arg! Adamo's final trace of hope was destroyed, and he let out a roar to the heavens. He then burst forth with all his remaining strength without reserving the slightest bit of energy. Boom! More than 10 thick pillars of lights swept throughout the battlefield, and all those who came into contact with one were instantly killed. Just this attack alone had wiped out more than 10,000 players. Take note! Everyone drop. This should be the final phase of the boss. We are going to enter the final struggle. All the parties hurriedly dropped to the ground, and the pillar of light floated past their heads. However, the burning energy source still caused some damage to them. The light pillars disappeared quickly, and Adamo's body shook unsteadily from side to side as though he would fall over at any moment. Bang! A cannonball sent Adamo crashing to the ground. As all the players witnessed this scene, they hurriedly got up and began spamming all their attacks at Adamo. Adamo, who had lost his will to fight back, was like a doll for everyone to snatch. His limbs were quickly torn apart, and his body was tortured by the players. His eyes gradually became unfocused, and the players around him were like demons in his eyes. Before his death, Adamo suddenly imagined the faces of all the players becoming his face. He suddenly thought about his many years of robbing and pillaging. Could this be his retribution? Poochie! The next moment, his head was ripped off by someone, and his sight turned gray. Ha ha ha! The reward for killing him is ours. A player from Dynasty cheered. Second Prince then waved Adamo's head excitedly, and King Admiral shook his head by the side. TSK, it actually belongs to Dynasty. I died 3 times but didn't even manage to touch a single hair on his body. What a loss. Why don't we get rid of some over here? The professional players of the other teams looked at Dynasty greedily. Vodka and Captain Old Henry were disappointed that the reward of the boss had been snatched by the large clubs. Dynasty would probably be a powerful enemy again during the upcoming Pro League. During the battle previously, they had aimed their attacks at the Chinese players and wanted to pretend that it was accidental friendly fire. However, they also realized that they had suffered from an unusually large amount of friendly fire, and each of them had died an average of 3 times. They were probably the targets of the Chinese players as well. Although the ordinary players did not receive the reward, they were still extremely excited. Adamo was the first Calamity Grade Super that had died by their hands. This was the first Calamity Grade kill for the players. On the other side, Han Xiao had also received a report from Philip and heaved a sigh of relief. They finally killed a Calamity Grade. If it was a Calamity Grade like Ember, it would have been impossible for the players to kill him regardless of how many times they revived. However, Adamo did not have such a perverse ability and was only an ordinary Calamity Grade Super. Philip had caused the spaceship to crash, but the players had their spaceships to chase after him. Thus, Adamo did not have any route of retreat and had no choice but to face the players. Since the players had the strength of a Grade B Super, their strength had achieved a qualitative change, and Adamo could only die with regrets. In Han Xiao's eyes, this event would be a milestone that belonged to the players, and it was also the turning point for the players' thoughts. In his previous life, the players had only managed to get rid of a Calamity Grade Super during version 4.0. After that, the players knew that they could have the strength of an ordinary Calamity Grade Super, and their mental state had a subtle change. They became even more confident in themselves, and more death-seeking. This was something that could not be avoided as the players were extremely opinionated. However, this influence was limited at the moment. Han Xiao's personal combat strength and organization were sufficient to suppress the little demons in all the players. He had intentionally allowed the players to deal with Adamo so that they could get rid of a Calamity Grade Super as members of the Black Star Army. If they did not have Philip's help, they would not have been able to stop Adamo from escaping, and it would have been impossible for them to kill the first Calamity grade boss. As such, this first kill was the fruit of the players' effort and also the strength of the faction. As long as the players understood this, their sense of belonging to the faction would only increase. Furthermore, this first kill was a milestone event and a combined activity of the army. Through this incident, this would tie even more players to the army. Chapter 832, 832 Merit Seeker. 832 Merit Seeker. After getting rid of Atomo, the Wipe Out the Great Cosmos Core mission did not end immediately, and there were still other players chasing after the other members of the Great Cosmos Core who had escaped. With the battle ending, the hundreds of thousands of players checked their interface and saw a notification. The Black Star Army has submitted Great Cosmos Core exploratory information. Flickering World, the first phase rating increased. Through the Flickering World main storyline mission, Han Xiao was not the only one who received this notification, and the players also received it. This was the army helping them to increase their benefits. The players were all overjoyed, and the accumulated exploration points should be enough to let their mission rating increase from D to C after this mission. Apart from the players, no living beings were left behind on the battlefield. The players then entered the wreckage of the different battleships in search of their spoils of war. Although the technological standard of the Great Cosmos Core was far from that of the Black Star Army, the players would never leave empty-handed and swept across the battlefield like a swarm of locusts, taking everything that was valuable away. The circular mountain range was left with craters all around and the wreckages of the different battleships sticking out from the ground. The players boarded the spaceships and left the planet, leaving behind the mess of their battle and a ground full of corpses that none of them could be bothered to deal with. On the forums, the players who participated in the battle to kill Atomo began to show off their achievement. As the first Calamity grade super that they had killed, it was an extremely memorable event. There were some who had immediately recorded the event in the Galaxy Chronicles. In year 705 of the Galaxy Calendar, we completed the first kill of Atomo. All of them were naturally proud of their achievement. It has already been 3 versions, and they had first seen a Calamity grade super in version 2.0. During version 3.0, they had personally participated in battles with Calamity grade supers, and the strength of the Calamity grade had already been imprinted into their hearts. At this moment, they had finally gotten rid of one by themselves. Even though they had surrounded their enemy with well over 100,000 people, their enemy was a native, and they had only succeeded because the army blocked their enemy's escape route. The players were still extremely excited. Since a long time ago, many had analyzed that as long as there were no major changes to the various grades, the players would become more and more important in the galaxy as their levels increased. This first kill was evidence that supported this theory. As such, many players looked forward to the next version. Perhaps we can also have a fist fight with Heber and Kickpsyker around someday. It was a pity Han Xiao did not know of the dreams of these players. If he did, he would definitely not allow them to continue enjoying their dreams and show them that their dreams were completely empty. The one who took the reward for the kill was Dynasty. As a famous Chinese guild, the players were not too surprised that they were able to get the kill. In fact, the Chinese players would not be surprised if it was any one of the 4 great guilds that got the kill. However, if it was any other guild or an ordinary player who got the kill, the players would then think that it was Dogus H*T-Luck. Looking at Dynasty showing off their reward for the kill, all the players could only watch with envy, with the other guilds being the ones who were the most envious. This was the first kill for a Calamity grade super. The reward aside, the fame brought about by this first kill was what the guilds sought the most. This would be the glory of the guild that they could use to attract other members. Even if the other guilds could kill a few Calamity grade supers after this, the meaning would be completely different from a first kill. Second Prince was the one who completed the final attack, and he posted the pictures of the kill happily on the forums. He could not help but boast about his achievement. Although he was a professional player, he had never bothered about his own personal image. As the number 2 player in Dynasty, he had always wanted to overthrow King Admiral and gave off the impression of someone both mischievous and arrogant. However, after Maple Moon revealed her own mission under the urging of Frenzied Sword, all the players' attention was immediately drawn over to her. Maple Moon revealed how she had discovered the coordinate marker and her own personal mission. All the players had assumed that attacking the Great Cosmos Core was an order from the dynasty. They only realized that this entire mission was a storyline created by a single player after seeing her thread. To them, this was the largest influence that the players had on the army. Oh my goodness! This was actually a player-triggered hidden mission. Maple Moon? This name sounds pretty familiar. Isn't she the one who followed our army commander since very early on in the first version? To think that she was actually able to discover such a hidden mission. What good luck she has. Many players became extremely envious of Maple Moon. She had remained extremely quiet throughout the past 2 versions, and she had stunned the entire world with her actions in one fell swoop. In Han Xiao's previous life, Maple Moon had been extremely famous for digging out hidden storylines. She had gradually become famous in version 3.0 and emerged as a black horse in the 3rd Pro League. This was not too strange as there were black horses every year, with the 3rd Pro League having the most. Version 3.0 was the time for the mechanics to rise, and almost 80% of the black horses were the mechanics who had an extremely awkward position in the first 2 seasons. The rewards of her solo mission were extremely plentiful, and it was even more than the reward to kill Adamo. Thus, the players on the forums all had their eyes turn green with envy. She did not even need to kill the boss and could get a reward even greater than killing the boss just by slacking off by the side. This was too good a deal. Second Prince also stopped boasting and joined the envious army. Compared to the other aloof professional players, he was extremely active and enjoyed playing together with the ordinary players. However, Maple Moon's thread also contained the reward that Black Star gave to her through the faction interface. You have triggered faction mission, Black Star's generosity. Mission complete. Due to your contribution, your faction Black Star Army has rewarded you for your exploration. Plus 10 favorability with Black Star. You have received 25 million experience, 200,000 ANAs, and 2,000 Black Star Army contribution points. Your army rank increased by 1 grade. You have received a new title, Merit Seeker. Merit Seeker, a glorious title in the Black Star Army. You can receive materials, resources, or equipment of no more than 500 ANAs daily for free and 1,000 army contribution points every month. Any member of the army who provides special information can receive this title, only limited to the Flickering World mission. Looking at the reward that the army gave to Maple Moon, the players could not help but drool. My goodness, the army's reward is even more fantastic. 200,000 ANAs was no small sum, and there was the unique army title. The effect of this title was just too tempting. 500 ANAs of resources for free every day. This was 10,500 in a month and 180,000 in a year. The long-term benefits of such a title were truly amazing, and it was akin to earning money just by sitting at home. It had always been them spending money in the army, and this was the first time that they had seen someone taking money from the army. Han Xiao's objective of issuing such a mission was very obvious. Do you see that? That is the treatment of a meritorious subject. Even though both were army titles, Secret Warrior and Merit Seeker were extremely different. The former was given to everyone who participated in the Secret War, whereas Maple Moon was the only one who had the latter. This also verified one of the players' guesses. As long as the method was right, they could directly affect the actions of the entire faction. Many people could not help but be excited at this revelation. Through Maple Moon's thread, many players understood how they could replicate this incident. The only way for them to do so would be to search for hidden missions and hand them over to the army. Since the army is exploring the Flickering World, we should be able to gain the Merit Seeker title as long as we find some hidden information similar to the Great Cosmos Core, right? This is definitely the case. The army has such a title to encourage us to dig out hidden missions for sure. With Maple Moon as an example, all the players became excited, and their passion to search for hidden missions was ignited. Looking at the drooling players on the forums, Han Xiao could not help but chuckle to himself. He had given Maple Moon a title that had both glory and benefits so that the other players would be encouraged to find more hidden missions and hand them over to him. After all, it was the player's specialty to find hidden missions, and they might be able to find the second fragment of the Bold Explorer skill. Apart from this, he also intended to groom Maple Moon. This lady was a character who had risen to prominence in version 3.0 in his previous life. As the trainer of the mechanic class, if the mechanics were able to obtain a good result during the upcoming Pro League, it would give him more opportunities to bluff. Attract new players to choose the mechanic class. This way, he would have more crops to harvest. Maple Moon was the black horse in this Pro League, and Han Xiao did not mind letting this black horse become blacker. With so many rewards, Maple Moon would probably be the first player to reach the maximum level. The other players were still chasing the remnants of the Great Cosmos Core and taking over the territories of the Great Cosmos Core according to the data. Since nothing else would go wrong, Han Xiao left the rest to the players, and he no longer paid attention to it. Looking around, apart from the various operators, the only two officers in the room were Phaidon and Aurora. Aurora was currently seated in front of a control panel with her head crooked, as though she was about to fall asleep. She did not need to manage the autopilot, and she was already drifting off to dreamland. On the other side, Phaidon sat on the sofa and had his eyes shut in meditation. Who knew if he was training his mental force or bickering with Chun Xing in his head? The other Black Star Guards spent most of their time in the combat room under the lead of Gila. The exploration had already been going on for more than a month, and after the initial excitement during the starting phase, the others could not be bothered to monitor the progress carefully every day. Gila truly could not stand slacking off beside Han Xiao every day and thus dragged the other Black Star Guards to train bitterly with her. A woman with the motivation to improve is still pretty attractive. Han Xiao shook his head and entered the quantum network to contact planet Aquamarine. The Black Star Army had already set up a quantum network in the Dawnstar cluster, and he was able to communicate with the Shattered Star Ring through his army's channel. He did not have to go through the Crimson Dynasty as a middleman anymore. Floating Dragon had remained at planet Aquamarine for more than a month, and Han Xiao's main purpose of contacting planet Aquamarine was to ask them about Floating Dragon's situation. Not too long later, Bennett came online. After a period of not contacting Bennett, his voice suddenly seemed full of energy. Bennett reported the recent situation. Floating Dragon had begun their expansion over the past month, and a large number of people and financial groups had flooded over because of Floating Dragon's name. Because of this, Planet Aquamarine had received new opportunities for growth. With Planet Aquamarine's current development speed, Bennett felt that he would be able to move his plan of having colonial planets forward by a few decades. While this was not an easy task to a native civilization like theirs, it would be much easier for them to do so with the aid of so many galactic organizations. With Floating Dragon's protection, the immigrants of the colonial planets would be protected, and Bennett planned to use 5 years to digest the benefits brought about by Floating Dragon before officially starting his plan to expand outward. He called it the 5-year plan, and Han Xiao was truly shocked when he heard it. After reporting the development of Planet Aquamarine, Bennett suddenly mentioned something else. With regards to the extremist group of the Star Pupil Holy Race attacking Planet Aquamarine, I have already gathered the necessary evidence and am planning to mention it during the upcoming Civilization Conference. Not bad. We must make good use of our status. Han Xiao nodded. Since Psyker's race had made a mistake, there was nothing wrong with making the leader take the blame for it. I will join in the meeting through a holographic projection. Black Star, would it be convenient for you to join in the meeting as well? Psyker was a beyond grade A figure after all, and Bennett felt that his status was not sufficient to deal with Psyker. Since Black Star was the representative of Planet Aquamarine, it was normal for him to participate in the meeting too. Me? Haha, of course it's convenient. I have been extremely free recently. Han Xiao chuckled. Joining the meeting personally did not sound too bad. He would be able to personally witness Psyker's expression. Chapter 833 Shattered Star Ring Civilization Conference. Chapter 833 Shattered Star Ring Civilization Conference. Shattered Star Ring Civilization Conference was the civilization conference that was set up by the 7 large star cluster civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring. The motive of the conference was to make it easier to manage the star field. The 3 universal civilizations usually would not interfere with the everyday affairs of the star field, and the star cluster civilizations were usually the ones to deal with the day-to-day issues. The managers of the Shattered Star Ring were the 7 star cluster civilizations, and they were in charge of mediating the conflicts of the various star system civilizations. Although their motive was to help everyone resolve their conflicts, the Civilization Conference was usually just a debate session where all the civilizations would make use of this opportunity to argue about almost everything and anything. However, they had rarely solved any problems. During the secret war that had occurred not too long ago, even Purple Crystal and Clent, who were supposed to be the judges, had personally fought each other, and the usefulness of the Civilization Conference could easily be seen. After all, the Shattered Star Ring was the border of the discovered universe, and chaos lingered in the region. A very long time ago, the various civilizations would send their envoys to participate in the conference personally, but after the 7-star cluster civilizations could not stand the brawls that were happening during the conference, they changed the meeting method to using holographic projections. Since everyone was only a projection, it was impossible for them to break out into a fight. In any case, the Civilization Conference was a few days away, and this would be the first time that planet Aquamarine had joined the conference. Usually, only star system-level civilizations would have the right to enter the conference, but Han Xiao had made a deal with the various star cluster civilizations to let planet Aquamarine have the rights to enter the conference. Planet Aquamarine was also the only civilization to enter the conference at the level of a surface civilization. A few days later, the meeting was held as per usual, and Han Xiao received a notice from Purple Crystal. He then logged in to his own holographic projection account and joined the meeting. Buzz. An electrical buzzing sound could be heard, and Han Xiao felt a blinding light flash in his face. The next moment, he could share the view of his holographic projection, and the scene of the conference was in his eyes. A circular meeting venue appeared before his eyes, and it looked a little like the structure of a coliseum. The black-colored chairs were arranged neatly in a circular formation with the chairs in the middle being the lowest. The chairs gradually increased in height as it got to the outside like a staircase. Surrounding the meeting venue was the starry sky of the universe, and the shrunken-down star map of the Shattered Star Ring formed the backdrop of the room. Han Xiao lowered his head and realized that his projection was already seated down on his own seat with Bennett being seated next to him. A golden Planet Aquamarine sign was placed on the table in front of them, and both of their seats were located at quite a high point. They could see the entire venue, and the various representatives from the other civilizations were slowly coming online. The representatives from the different civilizations were seated a distance away from each other, and they were not squeezed together. This is the venue for the Shattered Star Ring Civilization Conference. Bennett let out a sigh of admiration, and he turned around to greet Han Xiao. Black Star, you are finally online. The meeting hadn't started yet. I came too early. Han Xiao then looked down, and his gaze swept past the center of the venue. The representatives of the 7-star cluster civilizations were already online, and they were waiting for the representatives of the other civilizations to appear. Han Xiao then turned around and asked, "How long have you been here?" "I was the earliest batch to be here," Bennett said. "This is my first time joining a meeting of such a level, and I am a little nervous, so I came earlier to take a look." He naturally would not be nervous because of the majestic setting but only felt the pressure of having the responsibilities of planet Aquamarine on his shoulders. Han Xiao smiled. "This is my first time witnessing the Civilization Conference as well. All the famous civilizations in the starfield were gathered in a single hall, and most of the players did not have the opportunity to join such a meeting in his previous life, including him." "Black Star, thank you," Bennett suddenly said with a solemn tone. "If not for you, it'd probably take a few centuries or millenniums for planet Aquamarine to have a seat in this place. You don't need to stand on ceremony. We are only each taking our own needs." Han Xiao blatantly pointed out that he was only doing so for benefits. He then patted Bennett on the shoulder instinctively, but his palm passed through Bennett's shoulders. He had forgotten that both of them were only holographic projections at this moment. Bennett nodded and did not say anything else. He would not reduce his gratitude toward Han Xiao just because of Han Xiao's words. He had been through many things in life and understood this simple logic. An individual's motive was not as important as their actions. While both of them were chatting, many representatives from the other civilizations also noticed Han Xiao's presence and looked over with complicated gazes. In the venue, planet Aquamarine was an oddball, and Han Xiao had a cooperative relationship with many of the civilizations present. All the civilizations were aware of how Han Xiao had helped planet Aquamarine join the Civilization Conference, and they could not help but be envious of planet Aquamarine's natural advantage. They had the protection of the beyond grade a black star and were now the main camp of Floating Dragon. Just why did such a small planet have such good luck? But despite their envy and jealousy, it was undeniable that planet Aquamarine only managed to gain a seat there because of their own abilities. The civilizations present would not look down on planet Aquamarine at all. Not too long later, everyone finally arrived, and the chattering subsided. At this moment, the representative from one of the star clusters stood up, and his voice was projected through the amplifiers. I am very happy to meet so many familiar friends today. Compared to the previous meeting, the number of people present hasn't decreased. It seems like the security of the Shattered Star Ring has improved. Everyone had a cold expression on their face. This joke was truly too cold and not funny at all. Perhaps everyone has noticed that we have a new member in our midst. The representative then looked toward Han Xiao and briefly introduced him. Planet Aquamarine Civilization, Aquamarine Federation, representative of his civilization. His Excellency Black Star. Everyone then looked over and nodded respectfully. Han Xiao waved his hands and looked around. As he saw Psyker, who was seated in the seat for the Star Pupil Holy Race, he raised his hand to wave. Psyker pretended not to see a thing and remained expressionless. His Excellency Black Star is someone that we are all familiar with, so there's no need for me to give an introduction. Since everyone is present, let's start the meeting and discuss the first matter. Following which, the various delegates began to raise the issues that they had already prepared. The majority of these issues were trade conflicts, border conflicts, foreign affairs conflicts, and other problems that were nothing new. freewebnov.co. The representatives chosen by the civilizations were all extremely eloquent, and every single proposal could be argued for over half a day before coming to a conclusion that the matter had to be delayed to a later date. The process was long and cumbersome, but Bennett sat up straight to study every detail of the meeting to gain experience. Han Xiao had already begun daydreaming a long time ago. After waiting for a long time, the ones queuing in front of them had finally said their piece, and it was now their turn. Proposal number CL7984D66 from the planet Aquamarine. Please give a brief description of the proposal, the purple crystal representative said with a smile. Bennett stood up slowly and began reading the material that he had prepared beforehand. He briefly explained the actions of the Avitan Souls extremists, and his voice reverberated in the meeting venue. Following which, he looked at Psyker and said with a deep voice, "We discovered psionic explosives in the spaceship of these extremists, and the strength of these explosives was sufficient to destroy planet Aquamarine. For such high-grade military weapons to appear in the hands of the extremists, we have reason to believe that these weapons came from the hands of the Star Pupil Holy Race, and the actions of these extremists were instructed by the Star Pupil Holy Race. Planet Aquamarine feels that the Star Pupil Holy Race wishes to go against the Treaty of Cosmic Civilizations, 7th Revision, and wipe out a civilization protected by the treaty. The sponsor of Avitan Souls was actually an opponent of the Star Pupil Holy Race, a star cluster civilization called Talos. However, Bennett had insisted that the sponsor was the Star Pupil Holy Race so that Psyker would take the blame for the matter. An odd look could be seen on the faces of everyone present. They were all experienced individuals and knew that it was impossible for Psyker to have done something like this. A surface civilization that was accepted into the conference by exception actually pouring dirty water on a beyond grade A during their first meeting? They were far too bold. If only they could also have a beyond grade A super as their backer. That way, they would be able to do whatever they wished. The 7-star cluster civilizations then exchanged glances, and 6 of them looked at the one of the representatives. He was the representative of the Talos civilization. The representative of Talos then looked at Psyker and asked with a smile that did not seem like a smile, "Representative of the Star Pupil Holy Race? What do you have to say?" "They are maligning me." Psyker had a calm look on his face and replied slowly, "I would never go against the treaty and have no reason to attack planet Aquamarine. Those extremists weren't following my orders. How do you explain this incident? If I were to make a conjecture, this should be the actual reason. Planet Avitan suffered from an ambush recently, and the evolution cube was lost during the process. Black Star then managed to snatch the evolution cube in the end. As he said that, Psyker glared at Han Xiao coldly before continuing. Because of the ambush, a portion of the survivors of planet Avitan became extremists who wanted to take revenge. In the eyes of the Star Pupil Holy Race, the evolution cube is our national treasure, and Black Star snatched our national treasure away. Thus, the extremist group blamed the matter on him, and this matter is their personal action. It has nothing to do with the officials of the Star Pupil Holy Race. If Planet Aquamarine insists that I am the culprit behind this matter, please provide proper evidence. Han Xiao chuckled and said, "Dead men tell no tales. Do you wish to absolve yourself from guilt with just a few words?" "Ah, likewise to you. Since dead men tell no tales, you are also trying to frame me with a few illogical arguments," Psyker said coldly. The Talos representative then said, "Let us place this matter aside for now. Regardless of whether the Star Pupil Holy Race ordered the assault, the attackers were indeed from your race. Am I right?" Psyker took a deep breath and nodded. "Although they are from our race, the Talos representative interrupted Psyker. "You don't need to say anything else. The Star Pupil Holy Race is extremely different from other races. Your race should be a highly united one, and the presence of an extremist group is a result of your mismanagement. This is my internal affair, and I will personally disband the extremist group called Avitan Souls. None of you have the right to intervene in anything else," Psyker said with a frosty tone. "If you need, we can send some forces to help you wipe out the extremist force as a friendly neighbor." "That's not necessary." Psyker was shocked. "Who would not know what your intention is? You dare mention such a matter in front of so many people? Don't you feel any shame?" The Talos representative then chuckled and got back to the main topic. "Let's talk about your measures to rectify your mistake in the future. We are now discussing your responsibility. This extremist group is from your race, and they were using their identities as citizens of the Star Pupil Holy Race when carrying out the attack. I believe that the Star Pupil Holy Race should take responsibility for this incident. In truth, regardless of whether they were from the same race or citizens of the race, these were not important factors at all. However, the Talos representative wanted to target the Star Pupil Holy Race by harping on about this matter. He was not the only one who did so, in fact. "I think so too," the Purple Crystal representative said. "I agree." The representatives from a few other star clusters also nodded. Purple Crystal was speaking on behalf of Planet Aquamarine because of Han Xiao, and the other star cluster civilizations only wanted to deal a blow to the Star Pupil Holy Race. Because the Star Pupil Holy Race had the support of the Arcane Church, their development was extremely rapid, and they had a chance to become the 8th star cluster civilization. The others were not willing to allow someone else to share benefits with them. As such, all of them stood on the same side and made use of this opportunity to create trouble for the Star Pupil Holy Race. The other representatives remained silent at this moment as they understood what was going on. "Who asked the members of your race to try and destroy another planet and even leave evidence behind? If someone wanted to blow up their mother planet, they would also blame the masters for not reining in the crazy dogs properly." All of a sudden, Psyker became the target of everyone's criticism, and even Bennett was shocked by the scene. He had originally thought that he would just engage in a small squabble with Psyker, but never expected so many people to speak on his behalf. He could not help but look at Han Xiao. Han Xiao smiled, having expected such a scene. He knew that exposing this matter would give the other star cluster civilizations an opportunity to exploit. The Shattered Star Ring had already been split up by the 7-star cluster civilizations, and they were not willing to allow a new member to share the pie with them. As such, even if he did not have any evidence, they would side with him. Psyker's face was extremely ugly. Psyker naturally understood the logic of giving a dog a bad name then hanging him, but he truly did not have sufficient grounds to fight back. The other party was the victim, and he was indeed in the wrong. He could not help but curse the Avitan souls. Those brats did not think about the trouble that their actions would cause to the civilization and had dragged him down to take the rap for them. It was truly a waste to allow them to evolve back then. "How do you guys want to deal with this matter?" Psyker said with frustration. The Talos representative then said, "I think that you need to make a public apology to Planet Aquamarine and provide them with some compensation. Compensation and an apology? Impossible, Psyker said with a deep voice. I can make a donation at most. A donation and compensation had completely different meanings. As the leader of a civilization, he was the image of the star pupil holy race, and he had to consider many different things. It was impossible for him to make a public apology just because of the actions of an extremist group. It was just like how Ghidorah would never apologize because of Darkstar's actions. Furthermore, Psyker was a beyond grade super, and doing so would harm his prestige. Thus, he could not lower his head so easily. Bennett then snapped back to his senses and said under Han Xiao's instructions, Planet Aquamarine strongly condemns the star pupil holy race for their actions and does not accept such an insincere conclusion. Then there isn't a need to continue talking about this. Psyker looked at Han Xiao coldly and suddenly went offline. The star pupil holy race had the backing of the Arcane Church, and the Civilization Conference had a limited restriction on them. It was impossible for the Civilization Conference to force him to lower his head. At the same time, Psyker could not do as he wished and would also suffer some losses. After this incident, it would be far more difficult for the star pupil holy race to seek cooperation. He had lost the evolution cube, and the support of the Arcane Church would also decrease. As such, this storm was extremely disadvantageous to their development. Furthermore, Talos would make use of this opportunity to publicize this matter and sway public opinion against the star pupil holy race. In Psyker's eyes, the culprit of all this was Han Xiao. If not for Han Xiao being insistent on making him take the blame, the situation would not have progressed like that. Psyker's enmity toward Han Xiao increased to the next level. On Han Xiao's side, his interface gave him a notification. His favorability with the star pupil holy race had fallen by 800 points and was now minus 1,250 points. Their relationship went from hostile to enemies. Psyker was indeed infuriated. Han Xiao shook his head. Planet Aquamarine was his mother planet, and it was impossible for him to swallow such a grievance without doing anything. Since Psyker and the Arcane Church would not let go of the evolution cube, they were destined to be enemies, and he would not mind their enmity being deeper. If Planet Aquamarine was really destroyed, Psyker still would not apologize or pay any compensation. He might even gloat at his demise. However, there was no right or wrong to him, and Han Xiao did not think that Psyker's actions were wrong. I wonder how he will retaliate, Han Xiao pondered to himself. Planet Aquamarine was protected by the peace treaty, and Psyker would not take action against anyone else. If Psyker wanted to fight back, Psyker would definitely have his sights set on Han Xiao. Aesop said that the Arcane Church would send people after him, and Psyker would definitely be a member of the party since he was able to lock onto his position. Han Xiao decided to let the main camp keep a lookout for Psyker's movements as it was akin to monitoring the Arcane Church's actions. At the same time, on the mother planet of the star pupil holy race, Psyker disconnected from the meeting venue, and his expression was extremely ugly. After thinking for a while, Psyker sent a message to the Arcane Church. I will agree to that matter. The Arcane Church had given him a mission recently, and Psyker had been thinking about it. He had only made a decision at that moment. Psyker's cold expression could be seen on the screen of the communicator. Black Star, you should stay in the flickering world and never return. Chapter 834 Arcane Church's Trace. Chapter 834 Arcane Church's Trace. Leaving the conference halfway was obviously extremely disrespectful to the other members present. But the 7-star cluster civilizations and the other members weren't too bothered. The star pupil holy race had become the public enemy, and Psyker was only using his actions to show his dissatisfaction. He would still come online obediently during the next meeting. Since their target was gone, this proposal could only be postponed to a later date, and Bennett sat back down. The meeting continued, and the next proposal was raised. The atmosphere of the meeting had become more peaceful. All the other proposals after this did not have anything to do with him anymore, so Han Xiao temporarily cut off from the viewpoint of the projection and began browsing the forums. After another long wait, the meeting on the first day was finally over. Every time a civilization conference was held, they would have to meet for a few days before being able to discuss all the accumulated proposals. Han Xiao only intended to show his face for the first day, and he would not need to be present for all the other meetings. Bennett alone would be enough. Disconnecting from the long-range holographic projection, Han Xiao closed the forums and thought to himself. The star pupil holy race was criticized by Planet Aquamarine, but the future matters will have nothing to do with Planet Aquamarine. Since nothing had actually happened, it would be impossible for them to actually do anything to Psyker. Han Xiao was not counting on the star pupil holy race providing compensation or a donation. The influence of Planet Aquamarine was still too weak, and even after criticizing them, Psyker would not be too affected by it. After this matter was mentioned, the ones who would cause trouble for Psyker would not be Planet Aquamarine but the Talos civilization. The Talos civilization secretly sponsored Avitan souls so that those extremists would create trouble for the star pupil holy race. Although they did not instruct Avitan souls to attack Planet Aquamarine, this unexpected situation was to their advantage, and they could make use of this matter to create trouble. Han Xiao got Bennett to criticize Psyker to give the Talos civilization an excuse, and the Talos civilization understood his intentions. They had wanted to deal with the star pupil holy race a long time ago, and standing up for Planet Aquamarine could also win them Han Xiao's favor. Thus, Planet Aquamarine did not have to do anything after the first day and only had to watch from the side. Han Xiao then contacted Ames and asked her about Floating Dragon's situation. Both of them talked for half an hour before hanging up. Walking to the 3D star map, Han Xiao looked at the map of the Geru star cluster. The explored green region was still extremely small, and it looked like two toothpicks sticking out from a green blob. These tube toothpicks were the two long-distance routes that were currently under construction. Hadavi's Special Task Force needs another 3 months before they can complete the long-distance Stargate. Han Xiao stroked his chin and pondered to himself. According to his plan, the Special Task Force arriving at the east of the Geru star cluster would be the first phase. According to his understanding of the Geru star cluster, there should not be another huge storm like the Great Cosmos Core again, and they would have a calm exploration until they had explored about 80% of the star systems. Time flew by. 3 months later, in the Crimson Dynasty ruler's office, Ernrel currently had a report in her hands, and she was reprimanding one of the upper echelons with a stern voice. The Federation of Light is moving sneakily and has entered our territory. How are you going to take care of this matter? Just watch from the side and let them do as they please? I asked you to keep guard, not retreat all the way. Come up with a plan immediately. Let me think. Ernrel's eyes were extremely stern. The exploration of the flickering world had only been going on for a few months, and the Federation of Light could no longer sit still. They had begun applying pressure on the dynasty from the economic, political, and military side. They were prepared to snatch benefits from the dynasty while the dynasty's attention was fixed on exploring the new star field. This was only the beginning. The dynasty would definitely invest even more manpower and resources in the exploration, and the Federation of Light would increase the intensity of their operations to make things difficult for the dynasty. Although this situation was within Ernrel's expectations, it was something avoidable. Both the Federation of Light and the Crimson Dynasty were at the same level, and their strength was equal. It was extremely difficult for everything to go smoothly and perfectly. If the dynasty wanted to have some reward, they needed to pay the appropriate price. Ernrel had already prepared herself mentally for this. Beep beep. The internal comms line rang. Your Excellency, the Chief Commander of the Exploration Army Terakov is on the line. Ernrel then waved her hand and got the official in front of her to leave. The official felt as though he was pardoned of his crime and hurriedly left the office. Only Ernrel remained in the room. Patch it through. Ernrel nodded. The next moment, Tarakov's figure appeared inside the room, and he gave a military salute to Ernrel. Tarakov, how is the progress for the exploration of the flickering world? The exploration of the flickering world was of strategic importance to the Crimson Dynasty, and Ernrel was extremely concerned about the situation. The information has already been sent to you, and I am here to give you a brief report. Tarakov then began explaining. Ernrel glanced at the report while looking at the information and nodded. In summary, Renault and Crown are being explored by the forces of the Dynasty and Klent. Our progress is only average. On the contrary, the Black Star Army, which chose the Geru star cluster, has discovered a large number of resource-rich planets over the past 4 months and even took over the territory of a local organization, saving us a great deal of effort. Furthermore, the Black Star Army didn't bother about their own losses and are constructing a long-distance Stargate for the convenience of future exploration squads, Terekov said. Urnrel placed down the information in her hands and said with a satisfied look, "Not bad. He is a reliable ally." With a basis of comparison, she was extremely satisfied with Han Xiao's efficiency. The Black Star Army is an ally worthy of grooming. We should increase our support for them in all aspects. Although Terekov seemed to have received some benefits from the Black Star Army and always spoke highly of them, Urnrel was not bothered about the details as long as the Black Star Army produced results. "Apart from this, I have something else to report," Terekov suddenly said with a deep voice. "We've noticed traces of stowaways." The stowaways that he referred to were those who secretly entered the flickering world without approval from the dynasty. Urnrel's eyes narrowed. "Are you sure they aren't natives?" Terekov shook his head and said, "Although I do not have much evidence, our troops stationed in the universe belt between the shattered star ring and flickering world discovered traces of warp-speed hyperdrive by an unknown force. Their technological capabilities have obviously reached the level of a star cluster, and they should be arriving in the flickering world very soon. Some others may have already arrived at the flickering world before this but weren't discovered by us. The Federation of Light and Arcane Church have indeed taken action," Urnrel said. "I think that they will avoid the first 3 star clusters that we have chosen and explore the star clusters located deep within the star field," Terekov said. "They want to swallow our star field on the sly and avoid coming into contact with us." "You're right," Urnrel said slowly. "Send out our forces to patrol the universe belt between the shattered star ring and flickering world. Destroy any stargates built by the enemy that you can find." Those stowaways were probably planning to create their own secret stargate to connect the flickering world to the outside so that they could send a large troop quickly in the future. The hidden stargates would usually be hidden within the universe belt between the 2 star fields. The Crimson Dynasty had publicly forbidden other organizations from privately setting up their own Stargate because of such a consideration. The most effective way to deal with stowaways would be to destroy their Stargates and ensure that the control of the Stargates remained firmly in the Dynasty's hands. The only way to maximize the Dynasty's benefits was to ensure a monopoly on transportation. Terekov shook his head in response. "We will need more manpower." "I know," Urnrel nodded. "I will deploy more troops to head to the flickering world. It is also time for our second batch of allies to move out." At the same time, an arcane church fleet had secretly arrived at the border of the flickering world. "We've finally arrived. Contact the branch division. Have they chosen a location in the desolate universe belt?" Reporting to the captain, "The location has been decided, and they are only waiting for us." They required 2 stargates to form a new path, and stowaway troops would usually split up into 2 groups. One group would choose a location for their secret stargate, and this would be the entrance. The troops that arrived at the flickering world would then build the exit. "Very good. Make sure that we avoid all the detectors of the Crimson Dynasty. Go around the Dawn Star Cluster and head to the desolate universe belt near the Geru Star Cluster to construct a stargate. We will also build a temporary base." The Arcane Church also wanted to set their sights on the flickering world, but this was a long-term job. At the same time, the Arcane Church was even more interested in the Evolution Cube. They had chosen to set up a stargate near the Geru Star Cluster so that it would be easy for them to store their army. It would only be convenient for them to send out beyond grade as supers after constructing their stargates. After all, an expert of such a level would not be willing to spend a few months slowly crossing the desolate universe belt. Black Star had already proven himself to be someone extremely difficult to deal with. In order to guarantee their success, the Arcane Church had sent out more than 1 or 2 beyond grade as supers. Of course, the 3 universal civilizations kept an eye on each other's beyond grade A combatants, and the moment any one of them displayed any strange movements, the other 2 parties would be alerted. If they wanted to allow their beyond grade as supers to move sneakily, they needed to find a reason to fool others. Chapter 835 4 months. Chapter 835 4 months. Ever since the players took over the remaining territories of the Great Cosmos Core and set up a long-distance Stargate, Han Xiao had led his forces to the middle region of the star map. The famous planets within the center region of the star cluster were much greater, and their quality was higher. One of these planets was called Planet Shining Gold, which had been extremely prosperous in Han Xiao's previous life. It was one of the first-rate planets that the dynasty had in the Geru star cluster and was an iconic planet of the flickering world. There was also Planet Auspicious Forest, which was a transit station within the Geru star cluster. During its most prosperous time, it had over 500 Stargate entrances and was the heart of the star cluster. Apart from this, Han Xiao had also occupied many resource-rich planets that were famous for producing various valuable resources. In his previous life, these famous planets had an important status in the Geru star cluster, and the dynasty might take back these planets after opening up the flickering world to the public. But during the exploration period, these planets were all the territory of the Black Star Army, and the Black Star Army had the right to enjoy the special produce of these planets. The exploration had already been going on for 4 months, and the progress of the various exploration squads was similar. The Bloodshed Land had taken a steady approach in their exploration and had almost completed the exploration of the Geratin star system. Although they had pretty decent rewards, the outcome was within the dynasty's expectations, and it would not cause too big a storm. In comparison, even though Han Xiao's exploration squad had taken the approach of spreading out their forces, which resulted in taking a longer time to explore a single star system, Han Xiao had managed to provide the dynasty with quite a number of surprises because he had managed to find a large number of famous planets from his previous life. Because of this, the dynasty increased their support for him as well. Han Xiao had heard rumors about the Klent exploration team mimicking his method and sending out troops to the planets of the other regions. However, it was a pity that they were not familiar with the situation on the other planets and did not have good results. Over the past 4 months, the benefits of the flickering world had begun to show. The rewards that the Black Star Army received from the flickering world almost rivaled the combined total of the other armies. As more and more planets were explored, their rewards continued to snowball. Countless uninhabited planets were waiting to be excavated. If not, why would they say that the flickering world was a huge opportunity? The gains of the army soared rapidly, and after the exploration team sent these earnings back to the main camp in the Shattered Star Ring, Sylvia began to expand the army even further under Han Xiao's instructions. They attracted more new members and increased the scale of their training camp. On the player's side, as the resource-rich planets increased in numbers, the guilds also ran out of manpower and could only selectively choose the planets to mine on. The best resource-rich planets were naturally taken by the 4 great guilds and the others by the first-rate guilds. The Australian and Russian guilds were bullied badly and no longer wished to play on the same planet as any of the powerful Chinese guilds. Thus, they chose a few lousier resource-rich planets and competed with the second-rate Chinese guilds instead. Over the past 4 months, the average level of the players had gone up a great deal, and Maple Moon, who had received bountiful rewards from the hidden mission, was the highest-leveled player. She was already at level 113 and only needed 7 more levels to reach the max level. With Maple Moon as an example, all the players searched for hidden missions like crazy, and there were a few who had indeed managed to find some. However, it was a pity that there was no reward for the second Bold Explorer skill fragment. Han Xiao had not remained idle over the past 4 months either. The experience punishment of the evolution cube would end in 8 months, so he was not in a rush to level up. Apart from monitoring the progress of the exploration and scrolling through the forums, Han Xiao spent most of his time in his workshop, expanding his mechanical army. Currently, his mechanical army had already exceeded 10 million soldiers in number, and their attributes were extremely powerful. Under the boost of his mechanical force, this army of his had the strength to wipe out a weaker star system civilization. Among the 5 main classes, the destructiveness of a mechanic was the greatest toward a civilization. The other 4 classes were more suitable to fight a single target, and only a powerful beyond grade A mechanic had the ability to fight a large-scale galactic war. Han Xiao was currently standing in front of the 3D star map, waiting for a special piece of news. Today was a special day as the special task force that Hadavi was leading would complete the construction of the long-distance Stargate. He was waiting for Hadavi's word. But before news from Hadavi could arrive, Terakov contacted him. Beep beep. Han Xiao looked at his communicator and could only pick up the call with resignation. Chief Commander, What's the matter? I need to inform you about something. We found traces of stowaways. Stowaways? They should be from the organizations who ignored the dynasty's warning and want to have a share of the flickering world, right? This was something that the players found out from the background description in his previous life. This matter happened during the version update period, and the players did not participate in the event. When the players joined in, the flickering world had already opened to the outside world, and the other organizations were allowed to enter the flickering world. In the dynasty's records, they had fought a long battle with the stowaways. The star field was far too big, and there were too many regions to explore. As such, the dynasty was not able to completely uproot the stowaways. Even if they could get rid of one batch, another batch would arrive very quickly. Tarakov nodded and said, "It should be the forces of some superstar cluster civilizations. You should keep an eye out for them and report to me if you find any stowaways. We must find their secret stargates, and we will request aid from your troops if necessary." Okay. A new mission immediately popped up on Han Xiao's interface. You have triggered Stowaway's Clue. Repeatable. Mission Introduction. A new star field is a treasure trove, and every organization wants a share of it. No one is willing to see the Crimson Dynasty swallow all the benefits alone, and even if the flickering world is the Crimson Dynasty's territory in name, it is impossible to stop their greed. As one of the dynasty's allies, the Stowaway's infiltration is also an opportunity for you. The dynasty needs your help. Mission requirements. Hand in all information related to stowaways, kill a batch of stowaways, or destroy the secret stargates. Reward, 2 million to 50 million experience and 50 to 700 the Crimson Dynasty contribution points. Remark. This is a branch mission of the flickering world. This was a repeatable mission, and he would receive a reward every time he dealt with stowaways. The rewards were only SOSO, but Han Xiao was the most interested in the dynasty contribution points. However, stowaways were stealthy in their actions and extremely difficult to find. Han Xiao can only try his luck. Furthermore, the stowaways were not natives, and if they set up a secret stargate, it would only be possible to destroy the stargate with a battle. Han Xiao only intended to provide the clues and was not planning to pick a fight with the superstar cluster civilizations. However, the dynasty were not afraid of offending them and would be the most suitable party to do so. The Arcane Church should also be included among the stowaways. Aesop had prophesied that the Arcane Church would bring him danger in the flickering world, and Han Xiao was concerned about it. If the Arcane Church wanted to deal with me, they would definitely have to send a large force. Because they'll need to build up their forces, they won't take action soon. However, I'd better remain vigilant during this period. Han Xiao thought to himself. Psyker was able to locate him, and the Arcane Church would definitely get Psyker to join them. Thus, observing Psyker's whereabouts would be the most direct way to find out when the Arcane Church was planning to attack. It was a pity that the observer's mark that he had placed on Psyker's body had already been removed. If not, things would have been much easier for him. Although Psyker was not able to remove it on his own, he could feel that he was being spied on. Psyker had already found out that he was the culprit, and it was impossible for Psyker to ignore the matter after a good half a year. Psyker must have gotten someone from the Arcane Church to get rid of the observer's mark for him. After all, Austin was not the only beyond grade A mage. Han Xiao conveyed his worries to Tarakov, and Tarakov replied with a smile as though he had already expected it. The dynasty has also considered the possibility that the Arcane Church will try to snatch the evolution cube when you are in the flickering world. Thus, the dynasty will keep a close eye on the movements of the beyond grade A supers of the Arcane Church. Furthermore, Her Excellency has already sent out a second wave of troops to the flickering world, which includes many of the dynasty's allies. We will also send out a beyond grade A super that is a direct subordinate of the dynasty to follow you and protect you temporarily. The second batch of allies. It seems like the competition is here. On account of the evolution cube, the dynasty sent manpower to protect him. However, Han Xiao knew that the dynasty would prefer him to not run around with the evolution cube. After retrieving that ownerless universal treasure, I shall return to Planet Lighthouse for a period of time. Since he knew that the enemy wanted to deal with him, Han Xiao decided to be on the safer side. After all, the Arcane Church was not that easy to deal with. Thus, it would be best for him to remain on the dynasty's outpost, Planet Lighthouse, rather than running all around. Furthermore, he would still be present in the flickering world and could continue to monitor the progress of the exploration. Please thank Ruler Erinrel for me. Han Xiao was caught up in his thoughts but did not forget to be polite. Haha. The ruler recently checked on our progress, and she is extremely satisfied with you, Terekov said with a smile. After having a casual chat for a while, Han Xiao hung up. Right at this moment, Hadavi finally sent news. After waiting for 4 months, the Stargate was finally complete. Good job! Han Xiao was overjoyed. With this passageway, Han Xiao could finally obtain the ownerless universal treasure. Hadavi had also displayed his dissatisfaction in his message. He had not sparred with Han Xiao for 4 months and was extremely dissatisfied. He wanted to immediately return to Han Xiao's side so that he could be beaten up by Han Xiao. Being in a good mood, Han Xiao immediately promised to beat Hadavi up 3 times a day and fulfill his wishes. Han Xiao immediately ordered the fleet to change direction and head toward the Stargate. This news was quickly spread to Seneko. However, he was already used to Black Star moving around without any set pattern and did not have any suspicions. Chapter 836 Spacetime Amber. Chapter 836 Spacetime Amber. Some of the Universal Social Studies scholars believed that there were 3 factors of building a lawful galactic society from nothing. First, communication in the form of a galactic war where part of the civilizations survived and obtained knowledge of each other. Second, one or more powerful rulers that had the strength to forcefully decide rules for other civilizations, forming laws. Third, the reduction of distance achieved through hyperdrive, Stargate, and quantum communication technology. In the eyes of some scholars, these 3 technologies were the greatest inventions of the universe era. They allowed civilizations to communicate with each other while being countless light years apart. These were what formed the stable galactic societal structure of the entire known universe. After pioneering in the flickering world for 4 months, including Han Xiao, the Black Star Army started to agree more and more with this statement. The special task force led by Hadavi took 4 whole months to arrive at the east of the Geru star cluster from the south, while Han Xiao's main ship fleet crossed that distance through the stargates built by the special task force in less than 2 days. At the eastern border star system, 2 fleets rendezvoused in space. The special task force spaceships returned to the main ship. Han Xiao waited for a while in the command room, and very soon, Hadavi and his subordinates came from the dock. Army Commander. Hadavi opened his arms wide and pounced over with excitement on his face. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He hesitated for a moment but decided not to back away and gave Hadavi a hug. It's been 4 whole months, Hadavi said with an overjoyed tone. Do you have to be so excited? Feeling Hadavi's arms tightly wrapped around his waist, Han Xiao casually patted his shoulder and dragged him off with one hand. What he did not know was that these 4 months had been extremely tough for Hadavi. His hardened Esper ability could only be improved through powerful external stimulation. As a Beyond Grade A seed, he had become Han Xiao's subordinate for the opportunity to spar with a Beyond Grade A. After he came under Han Xiao's command, he had felt his Esper ability grow again after being stagnant for an exceptionally long time. This made him overjoyed. However, the sign of becoming stronger disappeared once again in these 4 months away. Furthermore, there was not even a calamity-grade officer in the special task force, so he could not even find a sparring opponent. To a battle maniac like him, this was unbearable. When he saw Han Xiao again, in Hadavi's eyes, it was as if a halo was hovering above Han Xiao's head. He realized just how much he missed Han Xiao's fists. Hadavi was in a particularly good mood. He looked at Hila, who was beside them, grinned, and opened his arms, attempting to give her a hug too. Try touching me. Death energy appeared in Hila's eyes as she glared at Hadavi. Hadavi's expression became stiff, and he awkwardly lowered his arms, thinking, there's no way I, a Beyond Grade A seed, would treat you this kindly if not for the army commander. Come on, Hadavi is at least a Beyond Grade A seed. Don't be so harsh with your words. Han Xiao, however, was the one who felt that Hila's attitude toward a member of the Black Star Guards needed improvement. He patted her shoulder and pressed her shoulder bone. Quite nice. Hila's expression tensed up. She glanced at Han Xiao's palm, and the overflowing red energy in her eyes vanished. "Okay," she said reluctantly. Hadavi greeted Phaidon and the other Black Star guards. He then looked at Han Xiao and asked, "Following your orders? The Special Task Force has already set up the long-distance stargates. What do we do next?" Han Xiao did not reply directly but snapped his fingers and summoned the 3D star map in front of everyone. He carefully searched through the star map and finally confirmed the planet with the ownerless universal treasure that was in the desolate universe belt outside the Geru star cluster. In his previous life, this planet was called Planet Amber. Now, it was still a planet with just a serial number and no name. "Are we going to this planet?" Aurora asked curiously. "Is there anything special about it?" Han Xiao nodded and randomly made up some reasons. Some time ago, when a group of army members were exploring desolate planets, they discovered some information left by aliens. It seemed to be the traveling records of a certain explorer, and it had information about this planet which stated that there was a civilization on it. "Since we're here, we shall go and take a look." This reason was completely logical. Since Han Xiao was the one who said it, despite the others being somewhat puzzled, they had no doubts. After all, given what had happened with the Great Cosmos Core, the existence of natives in the flickering world was no longer shocking to them. Han Xiao did not exactly lie. Planet Amber was indeed the ruins of an extinct native civilization, and that universal treasure was in those ruins. Spacetime Amber was the name of this universal treasure. It was not built by this native civilization but an extraterrestrial object that landed on the planet accidentally. This civilization had once viewed it as their holy relic. In his previous life, as the dynasty's allies steadily developed forward, the spacetime Amber ended up in the hands of one of the dynasty's allies who took part in the exploration. That person was Raven Laudy, one of the Beyond Grade as whom Han Xiao had met on the Crimson Dynasty's mother planet, the member of the Ancient Ones who had a bad relationship with Aesop. After that, Raven Laudy was defeated by another Beyond Grade A in the Calamity of the Supers version, and the Spacetime Amber was taken away. After many incidents, the owner of the Spacetime Amber changed many times, one of them even being someone from the World Tree civilization. In the end, it landed in the hands of the Federation of Light. The origin of the Spacetime Amber was very mysterious. The players in his previous life only found out about its origin at the late stages through special intelligence channels. It was not some shocking secret but involved the primordial ones and had a story to it. As for the effects of the Spacetime Amber, only one word could describe it: unique. It basically would not increase one's strength at all, but its effects were terrifying even for Beyond Grade as, according to Han Xiao's memories of the storyline in his previous life, after the Spacetime Amber was discovered, more than 5 Beyond Grade as were defeated by it. Since this thing had no owner other than him, no one else even knew about the existence of the Spacetime Amber. He would be able to obtain it easily. A few days later, the fleet arrived at Planet Amber and entered its atmosphere. The fixed star was relatively close to this planet, and the burning sun shone from the sky. The surface of Planet Amber was mainly desert with everlasting dull gray sandstorms roaming across the land. No signs of any civilizations could be seen. Han Xiao was just about to send out detection ships when Aurora closed her eyes for a moment and shook her head. "There are no vital signs on this planet. Your vital sign detection range can now cover an entire planet?" Shock flashed across Gila's face. Seeing that everyone was looking, Aurora gave a shy smile but said with somewhat a proud tone, "I've grown too." "Not bad, not bad." Han Xiao smiled with satisfaction. Every time Aurora became stronger, he would always be quite happy. After all, this meant that Aurora's healing power had become stronger. The Aurora character summon cards effect was full recovery, but that came from the interface, and Aurora's healing power was limited. The cost of her ability was her own life force. With the astronomical amount of energy in his cells as a Beyond Grade A, Aurora would most likely be drained just from fully healing him 1 or 2 times. Since there are no vital signs, the civilization you mentioned might have gone extinct, only leaving ruins, Phaidon said. Han Xiao nodded. He looked at the yellow desert and sent out detection ships to collect information of the planet's underground environment. In the dynasty's records, the civilization ruins that the Spacetime Amber was in were buried under the sand. As for the details of discovering the spacetime amber, there were no records. Therefore, he did not know its exact location. However, with the galactic grade detection devices he had, finding the civilization's ruins was just a matter of time. As expected, before Han Xiao finished spectating a match of Wayne card between Hadavi and another Black Star Guard, he received a message from the detection ships. Many city-like ruins had been discovered under the desert. However, no special energy source was detected. No abnormal energy signal detected? The spacetime amber should be on this planet. Maybe it's because it hasn't been charged for a very long time. Han Xiao looked at the ruins marked on the planet map and shook his head with resignation. Looks like I have to search all of them. TSK, why didn't the dynasty record the details of discovering the spacetime amber? Now I have to spend time searching for it slowly. Han Xiao told the fleet to stand by outside the atmosphere. Looking down at the ground under his feet, Han Xiao waved his hand. An enormous mass of mechanical force gushed out, stirring up energy ripples. A gigantic light gate opened behind him, and inside were countless mechanical soldiers. This was the secondary dimensional army base that he had with him at all times. Clank! Countless mechanical soldiers swarmed out, with psionic prime and the thousands of mechanical lives at the front. They all looked at Han Xiao. After releasing millions of machines, Han Xiao then closed the secondary dimensional army base. The mechanical army aligned neatly in front of him, covering the sky. You guys search through the ruins, report any special discovery to me, and also look for this thing. Han Xiao drew out the appearance of the spacetime amber in the quantum network and sent out this order to all the machines through Philip. Who? The next moment, the mechanical army before him split up and dug into the desert to explore the ruins. With so many helpful machinery assistants, Han Xiao did not want to waste time personally searching through so many ruins. Master, we've discovered something special. Not long after, Psionic Prime sent back some good news together with images. Han Xiao glanced at it. On the image was a huge room like some sort of a hall. The walls and the pillars were covered in drawings. In the middle of the room was a gigantic black disc with circuit-like patterns on it. It might be a product of mixing magic and technology. On the ground around the disc, there were many translucent spherical crystals, each about 1.5 meters tall with creatures of a certain species in them. Their bodies had no signs of rotting, but their expressions and movements were all completely still. They had no vital signs, like being solidified by amber. This phenomenon is the effect of the spacetime amber. Han Xiao was surprised. He had visited planet Amber in his previous life, but there were only ruins at that time, and these amber creatures were not there. These creatures must be the race that had once lived there. Maybe when Ravenloudy discovered the spacetime amber, he took away those specimens. However, this was good news. It meant that he was near the spacetime amber. Han Xiao called the fleet down. The spaceships used their traction beams and sucked this area of the desert dry, exposing the ruins where Psionic Prime was. The group of them quickly descended and landed in the ruins, following Psionic Prime's signal deep into the heart of the ruins while observing the city on the way. Although the ruins seemed to be ancient, the original look of this civilization could still somewhat be seen. The patterns could still display their sense of beauty. This civilization seemed to be quite good at art. They must have been quite a beautiful civilization, Faiden said. Maybe. Han Xiao did not deny it. Very soon, they came to the center of the ruins. This was an enormous fortress, like it was a gigantic safe house or sanctuary assembled from tons of tough materials. Psionic Prime's team was in this fortress. Han Xiao and the others entered the hall in the image very soon. With a rough look, they realized that there were at least 20,000 ambers. What are these? It looks like amber. Hadavi touched a piece of amber beside him with curiosity. The texture was very strange. He could not feel any temperature on the amber, but his hand could not move an inch further. Han Xiao causally came before a piece of amber and looked at the creature inside it. These creatures should be carbon-based mammals. They looked hairy and somewhat similar to sloths. It was about 1 meter tall. Its eyes were wide open, and it had this constant anxious and uneasy expression on its face. Han Xiao turned around and glanced at Hila. He then signaled with his lips and said, "Try attacking it." Swoosh! Without hesitation, a wave of energy gushed out from Gila's eyes and landed on one piece of amber. The next moment, something strange happened. Although the amber was blown away, it was completely undamaged. The energy Gila released dissipated on the smooth surface of the amber completely. Gila frowned. Unconvinced, energy concentrated once again as she planned to launch a much more powerful attack. Seeing this, Han Xiao hastily stopped her. "Enough, you don't have to try again, or you're going to destroy this entire room." Gila had no choice but to stop, then wondered, "This thing is immune to my attacks. Even my spiritual attack could not penetrate it." Not just that, Han Xiao pressed on one piece of amber, and mechanical force gushed out from his palm. However, the lightning only swam on the surface of the amber. The amber itself was not damaged at all. More accurately, this thing should be immune to all kinds of energy. Can't be destroyed or damaged. Han Xiao raised one piece of amber up and weighed it. It was not heavy. He put it down, shook his head, and said, "Beyond grade as, or even the strongest planetary obliteration weapons of universal civilizations, can't damage this amber." Everyone was shocked. How can there be such powerful material in the world? Even beyond grade as can't destroy it? Impossible. Could it be? Gila had a flash of insight. Is this another space wonder? Han Xiao caressed his chin and pretended to be thinking. Possibly. It feels like the evolution cube, like a man-made product. He was not very clear on how this kind of amber formed, but space wonders were always difficult to explain. According to the data in his previous life, this amber seemed to have solidified the time and space of a small area. Objects inside the amber would be isolated from reality, as if existing in another dimension that had no factor of time. According to that logic, the bodies of beings covered in this amber should not change. They should have a long or even infinite lifespan, like sleeping in a capsule, and their minds should be frozen as well. However, according to the NPCs who fought against it in his previous life, when they were trapped by the spacetime amber, they were indeed unable to control their bodies, and their energy could not escape it as well, but their mind was active. They could even see and hear what was happening outside the amber. They could even feel the passage of time in the outside world. It was like their minds were trapped in their bodies. This was what contradicted the logic, and one of the important reasons this was one of the space wonders. Only the minds of individuals trapped too long by the spacetime amber would enter stagnation and vanish in the end, giving up on maintaining thoughts. Stronger individuals would be able to last longer. Therefore, this thing could create a cell that could trap any beings and not worry about the prisoner running away, while at the same time being a terrible torture. Even if the target was a beyond grade A. The only problem was that the process of activating the spacetime amber was quite long. It would be extremely difficult to trap a beyond grade A with it. If this falls into the hands of an enemy, it's very threatening to me. I will have one less thing to worry about if it's in my hands. All kinds of thoughts flashed past Han Xiao's mind. He turned around and looked at the roughly 10-meter-wide black disc in the middle of the room. He observed the patterns on the disc for a while and roughly confirmed that this was some kind of pattern to transmit energy. Looks like this thing needs energy to be activated. Han Xiao waved. Psionic Prime obediently turned into many hovering guards and shot out beams at the disc, transferring energy. The disc suddenly shivered. As if some kind of device had been activated, the patterns lit up, and the dust on it fell off. The next moment, this disc lit up entirely and displayed its real function. It was a screen. A video started playing on the screen. A creature of this civilization appeared and slowly spoke. At the time, their translators had yet to record this language, so they had no idea what it was saying. However, this did not prevent them from understanding the images. The images of the civilization before it went extinct appeared on the screen, as if it was displaying its entire history from the beginning. They started as primal beings, gradually learned to use tools. They invented airplanes and hovering cars, and they were trying to build galactic spaceships. The cities were beautiful and the people were living peacefully. However, due to the abnormal activity of their fixed star, the environment of this planet changed drastically. A disaster that was more than enough to wipe out all lives on the planet occurred. In order to preserve their civilization, they used their holy relic to seal their people and saved all the information of their civilization in the database. There were databases in every ruin to make sure whoever discovered this would receive this information. The appearance of that holy relic was indeed the space-time amber in Han Xiao's memories. Realizing that he had come to the right place, Han Xiao was secretly relieved and continued watching. A large amount of energy was needed in order to use the space-time amber. This civilization had almost depleted all their energy sources just to charge it so that they could use it multiple times. There were ambers not just in the city's ruins but in every ruin. While they were watching this recording, the teams that were exploring the other ruins discovered more and more amber as well. At the end of the recording, the whereabouts of the space-time amber was finally mentioned. It seemed to be placed in a huge city, but that was before the civilization went extinct, so they did not know which ruin it was. I'll have Philip copy their database first. If their language is deciphered, I will be able to understand what this recording was talking about and find the ruins the space-time amber is at. Han Xiao was just about to act when a notification popped up on the interface. You have triggered the hidden mission, Traces of Existence. Mission Introduction. Due to the abnormal activity of the fixed star, a world-ending disaster engulfed the Yasser civilization. Before their doom, the Yasrians selected two paths at the same time. They wanted to preserve a small part of their race with their holy relic so that they could survive this disaster and rebuild their civilization in the future. So, they were waiting for someone to use the holy relic to release them in the future. However, if no one came, the Yasrians were willing to become eternal specimens and preserve all the information about their civilization, leaving the traces of their existence in the wide and endless universe. You are the visitor they have waited many years for. Sadly, time has already decided their final fate. Mission requirements. Using the Yasser civilization's holy relic, released all the Yasrians from the effect of their holy relic. Rewards: 1,500,000,000 EXP, 1 legendary point, 1 random reward, 780 exploration points, and 1 bold explorer ability shard. Chapter 837 The Last Witness. 837 The Last Witness. Hidden Mission. Han Xiao was stunned for a moment. When he then saw the mission reward, surprise appeared on his face. The second, Bold Explorer Ability Shard. Han Xiao immediately turned to look at Phaidon, who had all his attention on the Yasser civilization recording. He gripped his shoulders and shook him vigorously. What are you doing? Phaidon stared at the overjoyed Han Xiao with a puzzled look on his face. You? Amazing! Han Xiao was ecstatic. In his eyes, it was as if Phaidon was emitting holy light from all over his body. There was a slim chance that hidden missions would reward bold explorer ability shards. Over the past few months, the players had discovered quite a number of hidden missions and shared them with him. However, he had never triggered this reward. The goddess of luck loathed him as usual. With Phaidon along with him, the goddess of luck basically deliberately lifted her dress to show Phaidon the holy light. Han Xiao could not help but sigh in his mind. Overflowing charm, exceptional luck, a wife who he could sleep with in his mind, and the goddess of luck willing to be his mistress. Phaidon was probably the biggest winner in life throughout the Black Star Army. Although Nero also had the advanced luck glow. He was not handsome enough. You're still the most reliable. Han Xiao patted Phaidon's shoulder heavily with satisfaction on his face. Phaidon's face was filled with question marks. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with confusion, Han Xiao calmed himself down, coughed, and explained. This civilization used its holy relic to build this kind of special amber. No one else other than us has visited this planet ever since. This means that this holy relic will be ours. I'm guessing that this is going to be another universal treasure. The others did not know that Han Xiao had come to this planet with a clear goal. They nodded and suspected nothing. Han Xiao told the machines to search and found the database. Philip copied all the data inside and finally deciphered the language of the Yasser civilization. Having updated the language packs of the translator, they returned to the black disk again and rewatched the recording. This time, they understood what it was about. I'm the leader of the Yasrians. Lucky visitors, when you see this recording, we might have already gone extinct. No matter who you are, please watch this recording till the end. The mission introduction on the interface had already explained the rough situation, so Han Xiao just filled in the details by watching it again. The recording talked about the situation of the Yasser civilization, which was within their expectations. At the end of the recording, the Yasrian hoped that the visitor could complete two things. One was to undo the effects of the spacetime amber, and the Yasrians shared their knowledge of the spacetime amber to make things easier. However, they had very limited knowledge about this extraterrestrial object that exceeded their understanding. The second thing was for the visitor to preserve the information about the Yasser civilization if the Yasrians were extinct so that the traces of their existence would remain. The group of them had been traveling the universe for many years and were used to the end of civilizations long ago. This was what the universe was. New species were born, and old species went extinct every second. If they would easily be affected every time, they would have no time to do anything else. However, every civilization was a miracle of life, so they would still respect the final wishes of a civilization when necessary. Before that, Han Xiao had to first do what he had gone there to do. With the translation, he knew the location of the spacetime amber. Han Xiao told the machines to bring out all of the ambers from every ruins and gather at the location of the spacetime amber. Not long after, they landed at the ruins where the spacetime amber was. Following the images, Han Xiao came to an empty room in the middle of this ruin's central sanctuary. A mural entered his sights. It was about 8 meters tall and 30 meters wide. The drawings were about the history of the Yasrians. One of the images was a meteor-like black stone falling down from the clouds, with a group of tiny people below looking up. Han Xiao hovered up and came before this painting. He extended his hand and touched the meteor on this drawing. His palm pressed onto the wall, and energy blew away the thick accumulated layer of dust. Hoo! The dust was blown away. Han Xiao pressed down heavily and cracked the meteor drawing open. Stones fell onto the ground. Ka! He dug out a dim white crystal from behind the wall, which had the same shape as the meteor in the painting. Looking at the white crystal in his hands, Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. This ordinary-looking crystal was the core of the spacetime amber. The Yasrians had hidden it in this mural. You have received spacetime amber. Spacetime amber. A space wonder object with an unknown origin. It can freeze spacetime and form a solid layer with the appearance of amber around all kinds of things. Energy cost depends on the size of the amber formed. Current energy value 0. I got it. Han Xiao was thrilled. This was the easiest to obtain universal treasure for him. After all, no one else knew about this thing's existence other than him. As he landed on the ground, the others surrounded him and sized the spacetime amber up with curiosity. This is the holy relic that can create amber that can block all kinds of attacks? Gila sized the spacetime amber up. Why does it not have any energy reaction at all? This thing needs to be charged to be used, Han Xiao explained. He then shot out a powerful flow of energy into the spacetime amber in his hands. Boom! An invisible impact wave exploded from Han Xiao's body like a tornado. This was the aura that Han Xiao emitted when he released his energy at the maximum capacity. The mechanical force flew into the spacetime amber as the dim spacetime amber started to gradually light up. In the past 4 months, Han Xiao had completed the Heber-Stellar Furnace cultivation training. Having spent 3.9 billion EXP, his maximum energy had increased by more than 17,000, which was quite worth it for him. The spacetime amber was like a bottomless pit that could devour an infinite amount of energy. Its energy value slowly grew. Using the spacetime amber required a large amount of energy, but to a mechanic who had mastered the psionic energy, there was more than enough energy. Han Xiao thought about it and stopped using his own energy. He took out a few psionic reactors as batteries and linked them with the spacetime amber to keep charging it. It seemed like there was no limit to the amount of energy the spacetime amber could contain, so he did not worry about overcharging it. After charging it, the spacetime amber finally showed an energy reaction. With the spacetime amber in his hands, Han Xiao could feel the energy inside it. The method to use the spacetime amber was very simple. He just had to guide energy within it. The way the Yasser civilization used it was quite rough and did not have much to learn from, but Han Xiao recalled the better ways to use it, which the owners of the spacetime amber in his previous life had used. He could build a device that had the same frequency as the spacetime amber and put the spacetime amber in it. He could then connect to the device with nerves connection, so he would be able to control the spacetime amber with his mind and with greater accuracy. Han Xiao would be able to easily build such a device, but now was not the time. He was not in a hurry to test the spacetime amber's powers, so he decided to complete the hidden mission first. The group of them walked out of the central sanctuary of the ruins. All of the Yasrian's ambers were moved into those ruins. There were so many of them that they could not see the end of it. Han Xiao came before a Yasrian and slashed the amber's surface with the spacetime amber. The spacetime amber cut the translucent amber open with ease. The spacetime amber could freely penetrate the amber created from itself and would not be affected by the frozen spacetime. Pa! Like a bubble, this piece of amber dissipated in the air. The Yasrian inside collapsed onto the ground. Aurora hastily helped him up and said with joy, "There are vital signs. He's still alive. His soul has died. Although his body is still alive, he's a living dead man." Gila shook her head. Unlike Aurora, she could sense the soul of lives, and she knew that the body of this Yasrian was just an empty shell despite it being still alive. Han Xiao scanned through it. Due to the spacetime amber, the body of this Yasrian was maintained at the state it was in before being frozen. Although its brain had stopped working, it did not show any signs of deterioration and was still very much alive like his body. This meant that this person's brain was frozen as well. However, if one's brain was frozen too, there should not be any brain activity at all. He made a speculation. Since one's body energy would not be used in the amber, maybe it was their soul energy that supported their brain activity. This meant that soul energy being depleted was what caused their mind to die off. The stronger the individual, the more soul energy they had, so they could last longer. That's not impossible. Having thought of the origin of the spacetime amber, Han Xiao did not think that this was a strange phenomenon. The effect of the spacetime amber came from the Esper ability of one of the primordial ones, whose Esper ability was spacetime freeze, which was on the super high-risk Esper ability list. Most of the abilities on the super high-risk Esper ability list had existed before, and this primordial one was the first Esper who was discovered to be able to freeze space and time. Such abilities were exceedingly rare. It was also a high-level forbidden technique in the mage class. Back then, this primordial one was under the command of an advanced civilization and was killed in action. He had a primordial one friend whose ability was to modify the properties of objects. That person turned his body into a crystal that would never rot and let it wander the universe as a form of burial. However, somehow, while wandering the universe, this crystal underwent a change that no one knew the cause of. It not only preserved the primordial one's ability to freeze spacetime, but its ability mutated too and became a space wonder. This was the origin of the spacetime amber, which the players only found out about in the later versions. Pulling his thoughts back, Han Xiao used the spacetime amber to release all the Yasrians. After checking through, none of their souls were still alive. "Sigh, they're all dead." Fiden shook his head. Han Xiao initially had a little bit of hope, thinking that maybe there would be a protagonist-type character among the Yasrians who would make it. Sadly, there were none. In the face of time, it seemed like no one could escape death. Seeing this, although they were used to seeing the ends of civilizations, they all had no mood to chat and kept silent. "You have released all the Yasrians from the effects of the spacetime amber. Traces of existence. Completed. You have received 1,500,000,000 EXP and 780 exploration points. You have received 1 random reward. You have received 1 legendary point. Planet legendary point, Yasrians. The last witness. You witnessed the last moment of Yasrians with your own eyes. A civilization's last sign of life vanished right before your eyes. Maybe, in the end, everything vanishes with time, but at least they existed." Han Xiao sighed. "Philip, move these bodies onto the ship. Cremate them and release them in the universe." Fiden looked over. "Are you not preserving specimens using the spacetime amber? Their souls dissipated with their civilization. Their bodies should be released too." Han Xiao had already scanned the bodies of the Yzrians, and there was nothing special. Furthermore, the spacetime amber had yet to be shown to the world, so he wanted to keep it as a trump card and not leave any clues behind. He still remembered that he was a member of the Spacetime Research Council, which preserved the data of all the civilizations that had disappeared throughout history and shared this knowledge with others, so more people would know about these civilizations that had once existed in the universe. Giving the data to the Spacetime Research Council was probably the best ending for this civilization. Master Hum, do you want me to upload the data of the Yasser civilization to the Spacetime Research Council database? Upload it. Han Xiao nodded. He temporarily hid away the data regarding the spacetime amber. With the spacetime amber in his hands, they returned to the fleet and headed back. Inside different spaceships, the bodies of the Yzrians were cremated one after another and then poured into the universe. The fleet dragged along a tail of ash as it departed. As the fleet entered hyperdrive, Han Xiao rejected Hadavi's request to spar for the time being and locked himself up in the machinery modification room. He planned to first build the portable device of the spacetime amber. As the devices were connected to the spacetime amber and detecting its perimeters, Han Xiao stood aside and looked at it. This is the second universal treasure I have obtained, which means it's a new trump card. The evolution cube can make genes evolve, and the spacetime amber can freeze spacetime. The evolution cube could be used for networking, and the spacetime amber could perhaps be used as a tool of intimidation. This time, Han Xiao suddenly had a flash of insight. Since the spacetime amber could block the transmit of energy, if he covered the evolution cube with amber, did that mean Psyker would not be able to sense it? Makes sense. Anyway, I don't use the evolution cube all the time, and I can unseal it when I need to. But I'm not sure if this will stop Psyker from wanting to take it back. I know the Arcane Church most likely won't give up. He planned to first give the spacetime amber a portable device and then test if this idea would work. After all, building a small device would only take him a few minutes. Han Xiao temporarily placed this matter aside. He opened the interface and looked at his ability list. With the 2 ability shards of the Bold Explorer, this ability was activated. He could activate it when exploring the unknown or studying objects, which would give him partial information of these things. Cooldown is 7 days, and the side effect is decreased luck for 14 days. Not like that makes a difference. Any side effects that were related to luck were meaningless to him. Han Xiao smiled with pride. Wait a minute, this isn't something to be proud of. Han Xiao looked at the side. He decided to use the effect of this ability on the spacetime amber. He knew the origin of the spacetime amber, so he could use it to see the accuracy of this ability. Chapter 838 Inheritance of a Primordial One and Tez. Chapter 838 Inheritance of a Primordial One and Tez. You have used ability, Bold Explorer, on Spacetime Amber. You have received the following information. Everything in his sights suddenly shattered into pieces. His vision was pulled away, and he flew out of the star system and the star field. As if he rode the river of time on an amber boat, he started seeing images of the past. The next moment, his vision suddenly pulled in like he was falling from the sky. The pieces reformed into an image in front of him. It was a person. A video started playing before his eyes. This person was on a planet. Beside him were countless enemies, and above him were fleets that shrouded the entire sky. With every movement this person made, an impact wave of energy emitted from his body and froze spacetime, freezing countless spaceships and supers. The images were as if Han Xiao was there when it happened. He knew that the person in the image was the primordial one who became the spacetime amber, and these images were the past of the spacetime amber. I see. So, this ability's method of relaying information is to let me see some images directly. That's quite similar to the Destiny's Child character summon card I once had. Very soon, this primordial one met a strong opponent. This time, the image of the battle fast-forwarded and skipped the details of the battle, arriving at the results. The consciousness of this primordial one was heavily damaged. His soul was shattering, and he was at the doorstep of death. Another beyond grade A friend of his arrived and guarded him while retreating. This time, this primordial one whose consciousness was already blurry suddenly grabbed onto the shoulder of his friend. I'm done for. Don't let my body fall into the hands of the enemies. Okay. The expression of his friend was hidden behind his armor as he pressed onto the body of this primordial one without hesitation and activated his ability. Visit our comic site readfreewebnovel.live. This primordial one lowered all his defenses and did not resist at all. His body crystallized at a visible rate, gradually shrinking into a palm-sized crystal, and was thrown into the cosmic space by his friend. At this time, the images stopped, and Han Xiao regained his focus. Although I knew about this long ago, if I didn't know, this would basically have uncovered the origin of the spacetime amber. That's quite an important piece of information. The ability's effect is quite good. Han Xiao nodded. This effect was suitable for finding out hidden factors and could even be used multiple times on the same target, each time supposedly getting different pieces of information. If used enough times, there would be a high chance of finding out all the information about an unknown object or matter. As for the 60% luck decrease for 14 days, Han Xiao ignored it completely. His luck was only 1 to start with, and it would never become negative, so it made absolutely no difference. Since the test results were accurate, Han Xiao planned to use this on that set of wormhole data God wanted after the cooldown ended. If he was not able to figure it out the first time, he would use it multiple times until he did. At this time, a notification popped up on the interface and broke Han Xiao's train of thought. You have triggered the hidden chain mission inheritance of a primordial one, spacetime freezer. Mission introduction. Through some means, you came to know that it turns out the spacetime amber is the remnant of a beyond grade A. He is one of the primordial ones, spacetime freezer. You have received his inheritance. If you can fulfill his wishes, you will have a deeper understanding of the spacetime amber. Round 1 mission requirements. Find out the wishes of the spacetime freezer. Reward, +1 soul connection with the spacetime amber. Han Xiao was puzzled. What the hell is this mission? I have never even heard of it before. How was this hidden mission triggered? Oh, I get it. Han Xiao figured out very soon after being surprised for a while. Although he had known about the origin of the spacetime amber since long ago, personal memories had zero influence on the interface. Only when he obtained information through his actions would the interface recognize that as him fulfilling the prerequisite of the hidden mission. By using Bold Explorer and seeing the images about the origin of the spacetime amber, he had triggered the mission. In his previous life, no player had ever obtained the spacetime amber, so of course, no one knew that this mission existed. He was the first person to ever trigger this mission. As for the soul connection, Han Xiao knew what it was. It was more common among mages and psychics, and it could be understood as the affinity with a certain object. For example, the higher the soul connection one had with a certain item, the more powerful that item would be when that person used it, and the easier it would be for that person to control that item. There was an example right under his nose, Psyker and the evolution cube. Having controlled the evolution cube for such a long time, Psyker had planted a deep psychic mark on the evolution cube long ago, and could receive benefits from the evolution cube that strengthened his psychic power. This was because Psyker's soul connection with the evolution cube was very high. In Han Xiao's previous life, this function only became available in the later versions, and only some special equipment or items had soul connections. However, this was not absolute. If a player had a normal object on them all the time, they might still be able to create a soul connection with that item. I'm not a psychic nor mage, so God knows when I would have formed a soul connection with this thing. This mission skipped the hardest part for me. From a certain perspective, the spacetime amber is basically the body of that primordial one. The fact that completing his wishes increases my soul connection with the spacetime amber might mean that I'm more accepted by his body. Ha ha ha. Han Xiao grinned and opened the interface. There was now also a new field under the item description of the spacetime amber. Spacetime amber soul connection, 0 out of 5. With such a reward, Han Xiao was more willing to complete this mission. Although the primordial ones were from a very long time ago, as the first batch of Beyond Grade, as information about them was quite rich. Many institutions were passionate about studying them. Spacetime Freezer was not someone unknown, so it was easy to obtain information about him. As for the wishes of Spacetime Freezer, Han Xiao was not worried about not being able to find out. According to the way the interface worked, he did not really have to study the life of Spacetime Freezer. As long as he had actions of browsing through data about Spacetime Freezer, the interface should treat it as him completing the requirement and give him the next round's mission requirements. While he told Philip to research online, Han Xiao also started to build a simple control device for the Spacetime Amber. As long as he could establish a soul connection with the Spacetime Amber, not only would he be able to receive benefits from this universal treasure, but he would also most likely be able to control the Spacetime Amber with his mind. However, he had yet to receive the reward, so he needed a mechanical device to use the Spacetime Amber. Han Xiao finished building it very quickly. The Spacetime Amber was covered in a black, spherical device. This device could activate the energy of the Spacetime Amber and allow Han Xiao to control it with his mind. At the same time, it also had functions of a hovering guard such as flight, shield, and others. With a thought in Han Xiao's mind, he controlled the Spacetime Amber to hover and activated the device. Clank! A small hole cracked open on the spherical device. The next moment, invisible energy shot out from the hole and started to change the properties of an area of space. The area of influence slowly expanded. When Han Xiao stopped the energy output of the Spacetime Amber, only then was this area solidified into amber. The output of the Spacetime Amber seems to be fixed, and the speed of creating amber is quite slow. At this speed, it would take many minutes to create the amount of amber needed to cover a 2-meter-tall creature. Plus, the area only turns into amber when the energy output is cut off. After some thought, Han Xiao called Psionic Prime out to do tests and very soon received multiple test results. When Psionic Prime was completely covered, he was unable to move, his signals were cut off, he could not communicate with the outside world, and Philip could not send him orders. Han Xiao also tried to only cover a part of Psionic Prime's body to see if he could cut off Psionic Prime's control of those parts. However, this failed. Apparently, during the process of solidifying spacetime, the edge had to be unobstructed. If it was obstructed by a physical object, the amber would not form. This was really similar to blowing bubbles. Therefore, in order to freeze a target, the only way is to completely cover it. Han Xiao caressed his chin and had an idea. Since the spacetime amber could block all kinds of energy and redirect them away, it could be used as a special kind of external armor. The only problem was that he could not shape the amber to his will for the time being. The amber he created would only be spherical. Furthermore, the spacetime amber would only cause the energy to slip away but not block it. In order to make it useful on his armor, he had to use it over large areas. Since he could not manipulate its shape, he could not achieve something like that yet. Maybe he would only be able to after establishing a soul connection with the spacetime amber. Nonetheless, Han Xiao still had a way. He planned to create some amber spheres larger than himself. Then he would use devices with nano shapeshifting functions to cover these amber spheres. When attacked, he could use those amber spheres as a barrier, which might be even stronger than his tank talents. That can be considered a special means of defense. No wonder so many people had fought for this universal treasure in his previous life. Although the spacetime amber was not originally a combat tool, as long as he used it properly, it could still have astonishing effects. Its impact on battles was even larger than the evolution cube. After he finished testing the spacetime amber's effects, he then used it to seal the evolution cube. At the same time, on the star pupil Holy Race Mother Planet. Black Star. Outside the room, two guards were startled by the sudden furious yell of their leader and exchanged looks. Inside the room, Psyker's face was filled with rage and shock. All along, despite having lost the evolution cube, Psyker did not look anxious. This was because of his deep connection with the evolution cube. Even though the evolution cube was not in his hands, the marker that he had on the evolution cube still strengthened his psychic power all the time. It was like Black Star had only stolen the evolution cube's body but not its heart, and Psyker knew the evolution cube still loved him. As he could always locate the evolution cube, Psyker felt like the situation was still in his control. However, moments earlier, Psyker had shockingly discovered that his senses for the evolution cube had vanished without a trace. To him, this was as if his wife, who had only been enduring the enemy in order to survive, had suddenly developed feelings for the enemy and lost feelings for him. All Psyker could feel was rage in all 5 of his hearts and a greener than ever emotion. Chapter 839, Change and Superstition. Chapter 839 Change and Superstition. How did Black Star block my psychic senses of the evolution cube? Beep beep. While Psyker was shocked and bewildered, his communicator suddenly rang. As he took it out and looked at it, his pupils constricted, and he clenched his teeth. It was a call from Black Star. Hello? Hello? Is this Psyker? Han Xiao appeared on the screen. Black Star. What did you do? Psyker yelled. Seeing this, Han Xiao pretended to be shocked and replied, Yo, I haven't seen you in some time. When did your skin become so green? After some mocking, seeing that Psyker's face was filled with rage, Han Xiao chuckled and immediately hung up the communication without waiting for Psyker's reply. In order to test out the effect, Han Xiao had made a call to Psyker. Having heard Psyker's tone, he knew that it had worked. Therefore, he had nothing more to say to old Psy and hung up immediately. Originally, Psyker's link to the evolution cube had been a hidden threat. Now, he had finally gotten rid of this advantage Psyker had on him. Han Xiao felt much more secured. The Arcane Church had no intelligence network in the flickering world, so they would have to rely on Psyker's link to the evolution cube to track him if they wanted to attack him. And now, the Arcane Church no longer had that. Part of the Arcane Church's strong desire for the evolution cube came from how Psyker was able to locate the evolution cube, as they thought they had a good chance to snatch it back. Once they lost that, they would have to carefully reconsider if they wanted to take the evolution cube back. Although he had decided to stay in Planet Lighthouse and lie low for some time, there was no way for him to keep hiding. Furthermore, the Arcane Church definitely would not think that the dynasty did not speculate their intentions. If there were really no chances of sneak attacking, it was not impossible for them to directly attack Planet Lighthouse. Due to the exploration of a new star field, the dynasty was currently in a weaker state among the three civilizations, and the other two had always been looking for opportunities. It was totally possible for the Arcane Church to start a direct conflict with the dynasty. Although the chances of the Arcane Church using such an aggressive plan were not high given their style, Han Xiao did not completely exclude this possibility. After all, he had changed the storyline. Compared to the same time period in his previous life, the relationship between organizations had changed subtly. Even he did not know how far the Arcane Church would go to obtain the evolution cube. If he could make the Arcane Church give up this time, he would not have to be on the passive side in the future. As for whether Psyker would still follow the Arcane Church to make a move on him, Han Xiao was not worried. Even just to find out why his senses were blocked, Psyker would certainly come. Evolution Cube had belonged to Psyker, so the Arcane Church would not leave its formal owner out of it. Therefore, he could still indirectly find out about the Arcane Church's movements through paying attention to Psyker's whereabouts. Psyker was just about to question when he realized the call had ended. The anger was stuck in his throat and made his blood boil. Psyker paused. He then contacted the upper echelons of the Arcane Church with a long face. There's been a change. I can no longer locate Black Star. What? The upper echelons of the Arcane Church were shocked. The operation plan has already been decided. For such an accident to happen now, since we no longer know Black Star's accurate location, we will have to change our operation plan. The Arcane Church's original plan was to discreetly gather an overwhelming beyond great a force and have them secretly go to the flickering world, sneak up on Black Star when he was out exploring, and kill him at once. The crux for this plan to work was the fact that Psyker could locate Han Xiao. Psyker had never had a problem locating Black Star, but Black Star had managed to suddenly cut Psyker's senses off at such a crucial moment, and this disrupted the Arcane Church's plan. Originally, they planned to have a group of Beyond Grade as attack Black Star when he was alone, so they could eliminate Black Star in a short time and immediately return to the Shattered Star Ring afterward through their secret Stargate. Since they could not directly locate Black Star, they might have to give up on killing Black Star and capture Black Star instead so that they could interrogate him about the location of the evolution cube. This meant that their Beyond Grade as would need to spend a very long time in the flickering world. In that new star field, the Arcane Church basically had no backup at all. Every second those Beyond Grade as remained there, their risks would increase. If their secret Stargate was discovered and destroyed by the dynasty during their operation, those Beyond Grade as would have no way to leave the flickering world and would be trapped there till their doom. I need to report this to the Pope and the bishops to let them decide, this upper echelon said. Frubuvel. CM. Due to this change, the risk of this operation had increased tremendously, so it was no longer a decision he could make. Nonetheless, he was secretly glad that this had happened before the operation started. For the time being, their team was still secretly on the way to the Geru star cluster and had yet to build the exit of the Stargate, and the Beyond Grade as of the Arcane Church were still standing by. There was still room to make changes to the plan. Okay, Psyker replied with resignation. Despite being more impatient than ever, he knew that there was no way he would be able to order the Arcane Church around. Through the Stargates, it only took Han Xiao a few days of beating up Hadavi for his fleet to return to Planet Lighthouse in the Dawn Star Cluster. Terekhov had already spoken to Han Xiao and knew that Han Xiao would be lying low on Planet Lighthouse for a while. He welcomed Han Xiao personally with his people at the dock. The fleet landed, and Han Xiao disembarked from his spaceship with his officers, meeting Terekhov. Chief Commander, Your Excellency Black Star. After a handshake and a greeting, the two of them headed toward the base of the Planet Lighthouse in a vehicle and started chatting. Who's in the second batch that will be taking part in the exploration? Han Xiao asked casually. Terekhov gave him a knowing expression before pressing on his bracelet, which projected the information of 11 organizations. Han Xiao glanced through and nodded in his mind. He knew these organizations. They were all renowned organizations of the different star fields. There were Beyond Grade A allied organizations. There were also star cluster civilizations like Klent, and they all were on the Dynasty side. Constellation Corridors Arcane Institute, Primeval Star Rivers Pyre Demon Tribe, Black Hole Edges Dragonblood Nation, Sea of Star Spirit City of the Giant Fleet. A total of 4 Beyond Grade A organizations. 3 of them are familiar faces. During his trip to the Dynasty's mother planet a few months ago, Han Xiao had come to know 7 Beyond Grade A Dynasty allies, 3 of whom had joined this exploration. The leader of the Arcane Institute was a member of the universe-renowned elderly celebrity group, a member of the Ancient Ones, Raven Loudy. The leader of the Pyre Demon Tribe was an old friend, Baoni, who had fought Esgod alongside him. The leader of the City of the Giant Fleet was also someone he had met before. He was a Beyond Grade A mechanic. The only person he had never met before was the leader of the Dragonblood Nation, Milizaus. This guy was one of the 3 strongest national pillars, someone on the same level as Dark Lord Claudi, and the strongest individual in this exploration team. Among the 4 of them, Han Xiao paid more attention to Raven Loudy. The area this guy would be exploring was the same as him, the Geru Star Cluster. He was a direct competitor. Also, Raven Loudy was the first owner of the Spacetime Amber in his previous life. Of course, this time, Han Xiao had gotten it first, and Raven Loudy had missed the opportunity. Han Xiao thought for a while and asked, "The Dynasty said they will send 1 Beyond Grade A directly under them to protect me from the Arcane Church's possible sudden attack. Who will that be?" Terekhov waved and said, "The plan has changed. Milizaus and Baoni have personally requested to protect you. This is a better option." Han Xiao was stunned for a moment. Then it occurred to him and he smiled. They must have said their terms. Yes, Terekhov smiled too. They want to exchange this for a chance at using the evolution cube. Han Xiao had expressed his stand long ago. He would not let the other dynasty allies use the evolution cube for free. If they wanted to use it, they had to give something in exchange. Therefore, Milizaus and Baoni both wanted to make a deal with Han Xiao. What do you think? Do you agree with their terms? Han Xiao considered for a while before nodding. Sure. This meant that he would have one more person to help him than previously planned and a much stronger one. Therefore, he had no objections. He could even use this opportunity to network a little. He recalled that the Dragonblood Nation's faction specialty was all kinds of Dragonblood potions that would increase one's attributes permanently. He was thinking that he might be able to obtain some of it this time. Han Xiao's goal was not high at all. A mere few hundred tons would be enough. The second batch of the exploration team took different routes. The quicker ones would only take around 10 days to arrive, and the slower ones might need a month. However, they had already gathered their teams, so that would not cause any unnecessary delays. Having traveled all the way to the base, Han Xiao and his officers settled down in their residence that had been arranged for them long ago. For the time he would be staying there, he would temporarily stop going out and only remotely command the Black Star Army to do their exploration. There was no need for him to be there personally for the usual exploration. In a desolate universe belt of the central galaxy, the enormous Fallen Ark fleet was slowly moving in the cosmic space like a sea made of battleships. The Arcane Church said the operation is going to be delayed? Having been awoken, Yesgod narrowed his eyes as he heard Fakizan's report. Reason. The Arcane Church said there was a problem with the building of the secret Stargate, and the Crimson Dynasty has sent out a second batch of the exploration team. Therefore, the risk of the operation has increased, and they need to adjust the plan. They told us to be patient and continue waiting, Fakizan reported. Yesgod slowly nodded. Then let's do as they asked. One more thing, Fakizan said. The Arcane Church said that there might be a possibility of directly attacking, so they hope that we can send out more fleets if that happens. So, they want us to send out more men to reduce their losses due to higher risks. Their style is becoming more and more similar to that of the Federation of Light. Yesgod's tone was cold and indifferent. Agree to it. As long as he could obtain the evolution cube, the casualties of his subordinates did not matter to him at all. As he had been tricked by Black Star using a fake evolution cube the last time, Yesgod wanted to work with the Arcane Church by using the Arcane Church as the middleman to borrow Psyker's psychic locating ability, so he would not make the same mistake again. This was an important factor in their cooperation. However, Psyker could no longer use his psychic power to locate the evolution cube, and if Yesgod came to know about this, he would most likely reconsider their partnership. Although the Arcane Church had yet to make a new plan, they did not want Yesgod to back away from this operation. Therefore, they purposely kept the information about Psyker no longer being able to locate the evolution cube a secret from Yesgod, and found another logical reason to explain the delay of the operation. Due to the deep hatred Psyker had for Yesgod for what happened to planet Avitan, of course, the Arcane Church did not tell Psyker that Yesgod was part of this operation too. Therefore, Yesgod did not know about what had happened with Psyker and waited for the operation to start. After staying for 2 days on Planet Lighthouse, Han Xiao had already finished looking through all the information about Spacetime Freezer that had been collected by Philip. As expected, when he was done, a notification popped up on the interface. The first round of the mission was an easy one. Having received the reward, his soul connection with the Spacetime Amber increased by 1. Han Xiao could immediately feel the difference. Somehow, he could feel that his soul had established a link with the Spacetime Amber. He no longer needed any supportive device and could now directly control the Spacetime Amber with his mind. At the same time, a special energy flowed into his body through the soul connection that made him feel warm all over. Han Xiao exhaled with comfort. This energy only disappeared after a while. Han Xiao instantly felt that this energy had enhanced his body to a certain extent. He opened the interface to look at the notification. You have established a soul connection with Spacetime Amber. Current soul connection level 1 out of 5. Spacetime Amber. Grade Gold. Item type, Universal Treasure. You have received the buff, Blessing of the Spacetime Amber. Blessing of the Spacetime Amber, LV.1. Plus 10% maximum energy, plus 50 STR, plus 50 DEX, plus 50 END, plus 100 INT, plus 25 MYS, plus 25 CHA, plus 50% basic space resistance, plus 20% basic psychological resistance. The effect of all your spacetime-related abilities are increased by 12% to 24%. Buff duration. Fixed. It's just level 1, and the effect is already this good. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Just like how the evolution cube strengthened Psyker's psychic power, when he made a soul connection with the Spacetime Amber, he became stronger. Han Xiao took out the Spacetime Amber and tried to use it. He realized that the energy output was higher, and the speed of creating amber increased significantly for about 20 to 30%. Looks like the stronger the soul connection, the faster I'm able to create amber with this thing. Han Xiao looked at the second round of the mission, which also increased the soul connection. The mission requirement was to find the whereabouts of Spacetime Freezer's race and make contact with his descendants who had carried on his legacy. This requirement. Han Xiao had a strange expression on his face. It was not that he could not find the descendants of Spacetime Freezer, but they were too easy to find. He had already finished reading all the data regarding Spacetime Freezer. He knew that this guy's race still existed and had always been under the civilization that Spacetime Freezer had once belonged to. The only problem was, basically every descendant race of a Beyond Grade A had extraordinary talents and a very high percentage of supers. They were always seen as an important resource by the civilizations and were protected heavily to produce warriors. Spacetime Freezer's descendant race was also protected by the civilization that they belonged to and were practically not allowed to make any contact with outsiders. This civilization had survived in the exploration era and had become an astronomical force. It was one of the three universal civilizations, the Federation of Light. If I, a Beyond Grade A on the Dynasty's side suddenly, run to the Federation of Light's territory, do I have to sneak in again? If I get found out this time, I'm probably going to be surrounded and beaten to death in the Federation of Light's territory. Han Xiao's lips twitched. He was in the flickering world and did not have time to leave, so it was clear that he would not be able to complete the second round of the mission anytime soon. Therefore, he put it aside for the time being. Anyway, he had the treasure in his hands, so he was in no hurry. He had something else to do. 7 days had already passed since the last time he used Bold Explorer. The cooldown had ended. This ability was like some sort of crystal ball magic, superstitious in every way. However, after testing it out, its effect was exceptional. Han Xiao brought up the set of wormhole data that ESGod wanted and grinned slightly. I can finally uncover the secret in this set of data. Although he had already shared this set of data with the Dynasty, and the Dynasty Science Institute would most likely decipher it in the future to obtain accurate clues. Today, he decided to believe in superstition. Chapter 840. 840 The Biggest Butterfly Effect. 840 The Biggest Butterfly Effect. With the notification of Bold Explorer being activated popping up on the interface, Han Xiao's sights were filled with another illusion. Knowing how this ability worked, he focused on what he was seeing. Two people appeared in the illusions, surrounded by messy black and blue space energy, like they were inside a wormhole path. These two people were familiar. One was his past self and the other was the ESGod doppelganger. This set of wormhole data came from the wormhole that ESGod doppelganger had entered back when the two of them first fought. These were the images from that time. As the scene played on, his past self fled from the wormhole following the original event, while Han Xiao's vision was locked onto the ESGod doppelganger, watching it flow between the streams of space energy. Come on! Han Xiao was excited. When he banished the ESGod doppelganger, he had no idea what happened to it. Now, it seemed like he would finally learn about what happened to the ESGod doppelganger on the other side of the wormhole that made ESGod care so much about this set of data. The next moment, ESGod finally passed through the tunnel and was spat out by the wormhole, appearing in a pitch-black cosmic space. Having realized that Han Xiao was not going there either, the ESGod doppelganger in the images looked a little angry, knowing that it had been tricked. It stopped for a while but then suddenly continuously teleported in one direction. Han Xiao's vision followed it throughout. Not long after, the ESGod suddenly stopped. A strange planet appeared in front of it. Above the atmosphere of this planet, there were multiple wormholes. Roots of enormous plants extended from within and connected to the planet's surface. Waves of energy were flowing up the roots from the surface, like it was absorbing the nutrients of this planet. This is... Han Xiao's pupils instantly constricted as he was astounded. He had never expected to see this thing here. Before he had time to think, a sudden change happened. Out of nowhere, multiple black space cracks opened beside the ESGod doppelganger. More than 10 thin, long roots launched out from within like vines and wrapped around the ESGod doppelganger completely. At this time, the illusions disappeared, and the images stopped. Han Xiao's vision returned to normal. **T. Why did it stop there? Han Xiao almost cussed. He was just paying full attention to what would happen to the ESGod doppelganger next, and it ended there, so upsetting. Han Xiao took a deep breath and recalled what he had just seen. His expression was grave. If this piece of information was shown to anyone other than him, people would only feel it was weird and had no value. In fact, in this entire universe, he was probably the only one that knew what this information signified. He might very well be the only person that knew what these roots were. They came from the universal civilization that carried out a large-scale invasion in the later versions in his previous life, the World Tree Civilization. There are still many versions till the World Tree Civilization version. Why is it appearing at this stage? Han Xiao subconsciously bit his fingernails. His expression was extremely grave. He finally understood. It turned out that this set of wormhole data connected to the World Tree Civilization's territory, and the ESGA doppelganger went there out of pure coincidence. The World Tree Civilization was located in the unexplored universe that was extremely far from the known universe. The three civilizations and the World Tree Civilization were both unaware of each other's existence. To a powerful civilization, exploring unknown areas was a must, so their meeting would happen sooner or later. In the later versions in his previous life, the World Tree Civilization discovered the existence of the three civilizations and decided to invade in the end. Just like that, an astronomically huge universal war erupted. However, at this stage, the two sides should not have had any contact at all. Without me, the Darkstar leader would not have brought along an ESGod doppelganger to attack me, and ESGod would not have met the World Tree Civilization. *T. This might be the biggest butterfly effect I have ever caused. Han Xiao's expression was grave. The footage he had just watched contained a lot of information. He knew that the World Tree Civilization was a civilization with a very special structure. The World Tree was equivalent to their universal treasure, and a universal treasure of the highest grade at that. It was worshipped and nourished by the entire civilization, at the same time bringing incomparable benefits to the civilization. The World Tree's roots were in another dimension and had very sharp senses for energy, which was what led to it discovering the ESGod doppelganger. Although he did not know what happened to the ESGod doppelganger next, it was clear that he did something, given how persistent he was about this set of wormhole data. The two of them must have made contact. ESGod probably wants this set of data so he can find out the exact location of the World Tree Civilization. He said that's the hope for his evolution. Was this shoal deluded by the World Tree Civilization and now wants to be their guide? Having thought of this possibility, Han Xiao's expression changed. If the World Tree Civilization discovered the location of the three civilizations because of the ESGod doppelganger's visit, the World Tree Civilization's invasion might erupt in advance. That would be a disaster to the entire known universe. If the war with the World Tree Civilization happened before it should, the storyline he was familiar with would be completely gone. The advantage he had of knowing things before others would be almost useless, and at the same time, he would lose the precious time to increase his strength. Although he was already beyond grade in such a gigantic galactical war that matched the exploration-era war, even beyond grade as would not be able to ensure their own survival. After all, there were way too many beyond grade as who died in this war in his previous life. Luckily, that's just one of ESGod's doppelgangers. With his personality, he might not have told anyone about it at all. This guy wanted to find the location of the World Tree Civilization and not wait for their arrival, which meant that ESGod might not have exposed any information of the known universe. With the current situation, the only thing Han Xiao could do was pray that ESGod did not tell the World Tree Civilization about the existence of the three civilizations. However, if ESGod was allowed to keep studying this set of data, he would have results sooner or later and drag everyone into the flames of war. No one would be able to exclude themselves. This was a ticking time bomb that could not be ignored. I can't let him keep studying it. Han Xiao clenched his teeth. To this moment, he had only fought ESGod twice. Although they were enemies, he knew that he would not be able to do anything to ESGod for the time being. Today, however, for the first time, a clear and straightforward murderous intent for ESGod was born in Han Xiao's mind. He wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Given the fact that ESGod can survive between the gaps of the three civilizations, looking for the dynasty's help would most likely be useless. I also don't have any way to prove the existence of the World Tree Civilization, so the dynasty will not insist on getting rid of ESGod. The information obtained through Bold Explorer could not be displayed to anyone else but him. Even if he told the dynasty what he had seen, There was no way the dynasty would believe the existence of the World Tree civilization. The only way to make the dynasty believe it was to interrogate God, the witness. However, in order to interrogate, they had to at least capture him. He would not deliberately share this information otherwise. Han Xiao frowned. He realized that there was not much exterior help he could obtain on this matter. Unless the dynasty had also completed studying this set of data and somehow discovered the World Tree civilization without being discovered themselves. In that case, in order to keep the existence of their known universe a secret, the dynasty would have a strong reason to eliminate God. Tough, the requirements are too difficult. Although the dynasty have the experience of the exploration era and know to hide themselves from unfamiliar entities, with the currently existing laws, the dynasty might actively make contact. Han Xiao shook his head in resignation. If he had known that this set of wormhole data led to the World Tree civilization, he would have never given it to the dynasty to study. There were too many uncontrollable factors. If anything went wrong, the universal war that should only happen in the later versions would have a very high chance of erupting in advance. I'm the only one that knows about this now, and it's too difficult to solve this problem properly just by myself. Han Xiao was feeling low. Dealing with God has to be done much sooner than I planned to. I'm not strong enough yet to fight God alone. The EXP penalty period is so long. After staying for more than half a month on Planet Lighthouse, the new exploration teams finally arrived at the flickering world from afar. Terekov met with the leaders of those new exploration teams in the base. Han Xiao came to meet with the members of this second batch of the exploration teams, planning to show his face and make new friends. Inside the meeting room, the people swarmed in and instantly saw Terekov, who was waiting there. They then looked to the side and saw Han Xiao. "Greetings, Chief Commander Terekov, Your Excellency Black Star." The commanders of these star cluster civilization exploration teams, they were all familiar with this new dynasty ally who possessed the evolution cube. They looked at Han Xiao with curiosity, and Han Xiao nodded back at them. "Haha, we meet again." Baoni laughed. "I heard the Arcane Church is planning to attack you. Looks like you need my help." Suddenly, someone beside cut in and said, "Our help." Han Xiao turned and sized this person up. The voice came from an illuminating energy body with a human shape. Bright red energy flowed through this person like liquid flames. He had no mouth or nose, only a pair of bright golden dragon eyes. "You are." Han Xiao was stunned about the fact that he did not recognize this person. "Milizaos," this energy body said with a calm tone. "Don't be surprised. This is just an energy apparition. My main body did not land here." Having his confusion resolved, Han Xiao shook hands with this energy apparition. "It's an honor to meet you, King of the Dragonblood Nation, leader of the starry spiritual dragon race." At the same time, he secretly entered the quantum network vision and looked at the exterior atmosphere of Planet Lighthouse through the surveillance devices of the base. A gigantic dragon with the size of almost a main ship was floating in the upper atmosphere. A long beard hung from its head, and diamond-shaped dragon scales covered its body. Even the smallest scale was a few meters long. The body of the dragon had a mixed color of silver, purple, and green, as if bright starlight was flowing between the gaps of the dragon scales. Although it was huge, it still looked agile with its streamlined body. This was a starry spiritual dragon. Even within the same race, this size was still impressive. This was indeed Milizao's main body. He was a non-humanoid intelligent species. The starry spiritual dragon race was a descendant race of a beyond grade, a magic azure dragon. They were born with a talent for magic. Although their reproduction capabilities were not high, an adult starry spiritual dragon would have the power of a grade B at least. The percentage of calamity grades in their race was exceptionally high. Milizao's was the second beyond grade A in this descendant race. He was a unique giant dragon mage. He had both the specialties of a normal mage and a circuit mage and could learn all kinds of spells. However, when using the legacy spells of the dragon race, its power would be greatly enhanced. Currently, Milizao's was the leader of this entire descendant race. His position was somewhat similar to Manison, who led the mechanical race. Furthermore, as dragons were long-lived, Milizao's was also a member of the Ancient Ones. He indeed was the Ancient One dynasty ally other than Ravenlowdy. The Ancient Ones were a very loose group, so his standpoint with Ravenlowdy was different. To some extent, one could even say their relationship was not exactly good. Ravenlowdy was a mage too, but their beliefs in magic conflicted. Obviously, Milizaus had already become a new species and was no longer a pure starry spiritual dragon. Due to how large his main body was, he usually used an energy apparition to communicate with others. "I've heard a lot about you, the undying black star." Milizaus' voice was ancient and husky, but his personality was quite cheerful and not as cold as Claudi's. This was mainly because they were both beyond grade so they could communicate on equal grounds. "With me here, you don't have to worry about the arcane church. They might not dare to act anymore seeing that I'm here. Haha. Then I will have to prepare the evolution cube for you." Han Xiao chuckled. "By the way, are you interested in making another deal with me? It's also related to the evolution cube." "Oh." Milizaus was interested. "You know me well." "Sure, when we're done with the meeting, let's have a proper chat." Ravenlowdy glanced at Han Xiao with a faint sneer. He then nodded at him as a form of greeting and sat down with the others without saying anything. Due to Aesop, Ravenlowdy did not want to be too close to Black Star. As a mage, he was not too interested in the evolution cube. Furthermore, both of them were exploring the Geru star cluster, so they were competitors. Factoring all that in, Ravenlowdy did not want the relationship between the two of them to go any further. He was not someone who liked to do networking. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.